Good morning. Ministers, Excellencies, bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue à l'11e conférence mondiale sur l'efficacité énergétique de l'IEA. You're all very welcome to Montreal for the 11th Annual Global Conference on Energy Efficiency hosted by the IEA and the Government of Canada. Thank you for joining us here today. To start proceedings, we are honoured to have Stephen Graham, citizen of the Otem-Pinswak Métis government within Alberta, to join us and give us a land acknowledgement to start the conference. Stephen, please.
Tansei, good morning. Thank you, Dr. Brian, for the introduction. It's wonderful to be here, and a warm welcome to everyone joining us from across this country and around the world. Where I come from, before we begin anything that matters, we take a moment to recognize the land and the people who have cared for it for thousands of years. So begin in that spirit. I want to acknowledge that the Ganao-Gunhwai Nation is recognized as the traditional custodian of the lands and waters on which we gather today. Jodage, or Montreal, is historically known as a gathering place for many First Nations. Today, it is home to a diverse population of Indigenous and other peoples. We respect the continued connections with the past, present, and future in our ongoing relationships with Indigenous and other peoples within and around the Montreal community. Thank you to the IEA, to the Government of Canada, and Hydro-Quebec for hosting this event. And thank you for making space for Indigenous voices in a conversation that has too often left us out. For those meeting us for the first time, Tradewinds to Success is an Indigenous-led nonprofit training society based in Alberta. Last year, we marked 20 years of training First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students in skilled construction and commercial trades. More than 3,000 have gone on to successful careers. Now you might ask, what brings a trades training society to a global energy conference? For Indigenous people, caring for Mother Earth is not a policy, it's a way of being. We take only what we need and we use it well. Energy efficiency is that teaching in modern form. And for our communities, it's not just a global priority, it's a daily reality. Many of our communities carry some of the highest energy costs in this country. And that brings me to the heart of our program, our students. They learn by doing real work that matters. They build real homes. These small homes go to Indigenous communities across Alberta. We call them our eco-smart homes. Each one does two things. It gives a student real-world experience, and it gives someone a home. But who is that someone? In many Indigenous communities, housing is built mainly for large families. But another group is often left out. Elders who want to age independently, young people leaving multi-generational homes, and people who need emergency housing. They all deserve safety, privacy, and a place of their own. So we build for them. Our homes are designed by Indigenous people, built by Indigenous students, and sent to Indigenous communities. These are not temporary shelters. They're high-quality homes for Alberta's climate, thoroughly insulated and durable. For us, efficiency is not a number on a chart. It is the difference between a home a family can afford to heat and one they cannot. Over these next 2 days, you'll talk about how to accelerate energy efficiency around the world. We suggest that the global solution and the local one are the same. When we train the people who have been overlooked, build for the people who have been left out, efficiency stops being a target. It becomes a home, a set of skills, and a future. This is the work we do at Tradewinds, and this is the partnership we invite you to. Merci. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you for your words, and thank you for telling us about the commendable and inspiring work you're doing. So, colleagues, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Dr. Fatih Birol.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to IEA's 11th Annual Global Conference on Energy Efficiency. I would like to sincerely thank all of you for being here today. Bienvenue à notre conférence mondiale.
Welcome to our global conference.
It's an honor to co-host this conference with the Government of Canada, and I would like to thank the Government of Canada, especially thank Minister Tim Hodson and Minister Julie Darbusson for organizing this year's event with us. Also, I would like to thank Hydro-Quebec for their support and partnership. Dear colleagues, we have today in North America, and it is far from many continents, we have about 600 participants, over 40 governments, dozens of ministers and the government representatives, and more than 70 CEOs of leading companies from all continents around the world. So I want to thank you for that, especially the Canadians. But for Canadians, before going to my speech, another word, congratulations. So being the top 16, not the top 16 team in the FIFA World Cup, congratulations. Some of you know very well, half of my life is football, half of it is energy, so I know what it means. So big congratulations to Canada. You have all the reasons to celebrate. I hope that some of you are clever enough to buy the ticket for 19th of July in New York for the finals. I hope you go there, Canada. It may be a bit wishful thinking, but still, it is good to think like that. And it's a good reason for celebration at our meeting here. So we are very happy that we provide a forum for you to celebrate. But this is in fact a trend. We organize this event every year. 2 years ago it was in Kenya, but last year in Brussels. We have celebrated, it was hosted by the Commissioner Dan Jorgensen. We have celebrated on 12th of June his 50th birthday. He was there for the opening of our energy efficiency conference, and we celebrated his birthday, and as you see, he's getting younger and younger than with the help of the European bureaucracy. So next year, I don't know, we have not decided. There are many options where we are going to organize the next Global Energy Efficiency Conference, but I am sure that there will be another reason to celebrate. Dear colleagues, one thing we don't need to celebrate, but we have to think very carefully, is the major energy crisis we are going through in the world. On 28th of February, the war has started, and this has many implications for the energy sector. We said at the IEA, when we look at the numbers, we had up to now, in the modern history, 3 major energy crises: 1973, oil crisis; 1979, second oil crisis; and 2022, Russia invasion of Ukraine, a crisis especially for gas in Europe. All of these 3 put together, in terms of how much oil and gas the world markets have lost, is smaller than we lost in this very crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. We see that there are some good signs for the resolution of the conflict, which I welcome wholeheartedly. But I would say, dear colleagues, this would have profound implications for the global energy system. Many governments around the world, I talk with many government leaders, business leaders, they are reviewing their energy strategy, choosing new partners, new technologies, new fuels, new trade routes to be on the safe side and not to see such a nightmare in terms of the availability of their energy supplies. And many energy commodities are scarce, but today, when I look at the energy world, what is most scarce is the trust. To have trusted partners, energy partners, trusted trade routes, trusted technologies. I was last month again in Canada, visiting Prime Minister Carney, Tim Hudson, other ministers, Minister Champagne, you will see in this afternoon, and others. And I told the Canadian public, business leaders, government leaders, Canada, being a trusted partner, AAA market economy, democracy, has huge chances in the new paysage, in the new landscape of the energy world to play a bigger role. And I am following Canada very closely, and I am very happy to see that under the leadership of Prime Minister Carney, Canada is making the right steps in the right direction. Dear colleagues, when the governments, companies are looking for new partners, new technologies, I also see that the interest and the appetite for using energy more efficiently gets a big boost, mainly for security reasons. And this will, I believe, will revitalize many efficiency programs, and we are seeing it in the last 4 months. We are seeing it because we are following it very closely. In the last 4 months, we made some suggestions to the governments how to save energy in a hurry, especially those countries at the forefront of the energy crisis, those in Southeast Asia, but also in Europe, in Africa, in Far East Asia as well. And more than 40 countries are using our suggestions how to make sure that they use energy more efficiently, putting new policies in place. And my hope that energy efficiency, I should say my hope, my conviction that energy efficiency will get a big boost is not only because of our discussions with the government leaders or with the businesses or what we are seeing in the last 4 months, but when I look at the past, I see that the crisis in the past gave a big boost to change in the energy landscape, and this energy crisis supported the energy efficiency. It is definitely not my habit to show any charts in my speeches, but I thought I want to show you one chart which is equal to reading several history books on energy, in my view, in my humble view. It is the following. In the 1970s, we have 2 major oil crises. Some of you may remember, some of you don't know, some of you must have read. and this have accelerated substantially efficiency progress. I ask my colleagues to look at 3 areas: efficiency of energy use at home, in the cars, and in the refrigerators. It was the beginning, 1970, before the crisis started, if you take them as 100. Then we hit the crisis number 1, 73, 74, and then reaction started, policy reaction. I told you, governments will come in the next few years with the new policies, new strategies. They came, and we have seen that you needed more, you see more energy efficiency improvement, and you need less energy for homes. It continue and continue, and today we use major reduction in energy for fueling these services. The reason is people wanted to use energy more efficiently, not to be put in a difficult situation when such a crisis happens. For example, for cars, just before the crisis, an average car to drive 100 kilometers, you needed 20 liters of gasoline or diesel. And in 1980s, we need about 10 liters, about half of it. The same thing will happen again, dear colleagues. I already see that there was a major transformation in the car manufacturing industry, and this crisis, what we have seen, an ongoing crisis, will accelerate this the transformation in the car manufacturing and elsewhere. So my guess is this crisis will be lead into a step change in the energy efficiency progress, as it was the case before. Now, before concluding, dear colleagues, I would like to mention one more point. We at the IEA believe electrification is a key issue in front of all the governments. And we said 2 years ago, our world may be entering the age of electricity, because electricity demand is growing everywhere, very strongly, for different reasons that maybe we will discuss throughout the day. But there is one single, in my view, most important barrier for the acceleration of the electrification in different countries. It is the affordability of electricity prices. So it is the reason, and I would like to announce here, I have very recently, I have launched a new initiative to bring together ministers around the world to come up with practical actions how we can make the electricity cheaper, especially for households. This panel is called IEA Ministerial Advisory Panel on Electricity Affordability. Several ministers already joined this panel, and from Latin America to Europe, from Europe to Asia, Africa, and I would like to also thank Minister Tim Hodgson to agree to be one of the first members of it. And in our next Global Energy Efficiency Conference, we will announce what are the practical actions we suggest, getting the information, advice, thoughts from these ministers to have the electricity prices affordable. Dear colleagues, to conclude, I said half of my life is energy, half of is football. But there is also, some of my colleagues that I know, I love music, listen to music, but not the new ones, but the old ones. And one of my favorites, heroes, since years and years, and many of you know, has been Leonard Cohen. And Leonard Cohen is a son of this very Montreal, this Quebec, and I listen to him. Together with some of you may know, Cat Stevens, Charles Aznavour. These are the heroes of my time. But Leonard Cohen has a special place in my life with his philosophy and with what he did and what he didn't do as well. And one of the things he said, one of the famous songs, he said, there is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. So there is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. When I talk with many governments and businesses around the world, I can certainly see that this crisis will also lead the light get in the energy world. Governments, consumers, businesses understand that they have to change their energy policies to make more secure, more affordable, and more sustainable. And I believe, like the crisis in the 1970s, if well guided, this crisis may end up with an energy world which is much better, secure, affordable, and sustainable than today. And I hope that our meeting here will help one of the cornerstones of a better energy world, namely energy efficiency, will benefit from the discussions here. I would like to, dear colleagues, thanks once again to our colleagues from Canada. 1 month after, first I was in Ottawa, then in Toronto, and today in Montreal, to ministers and to Hydro-Quebec and others. And I want to thank also my colleagues at the IEA, my colleague Brian Motherway, the head of our energy efficiency work, the energy efficiency guru of the world, Brian, Mel Slate, and our new colleague joined from Canada to IEA, Jérôme. Il est québécois, en fait très québécois. He's a very, very nice colleague. And I want to thank you again. Merci et encore bienvenue. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you again and welcome. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, now, how we go now is that we have 4 distinguished colleagues. They are going to make some short statements, and then we will have a discussion on a few topics with them. First, I would like to invite Minister Tim Holzer, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of Canada. Mr. Minister, please.
Thank you, Fatih. Bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka, a founding nation of this land. Dr. Birol, distinguished ministers, colleagues, industry leaders, and partners from around the world, bienvenue à Montréal.
Welcome to Montreal.
It's an honor to co-host this conference in North America for the first time with the IEA, Hydro-Quebec, and my friend and colleague, Minister Julie de Bruzen, and to engage in a conversation that matters deeply to economies and households around the world. We're meeting in Montreal today at a pivotal moment in history, as we just heard, at a time of global uncertainty, volatile energy costs, and growing demand for electricity. We must all take action to make energy more affordable, more reliable, and more secure for all our citizens. As we endeavor to meet this moment, one truth stands out. Energy security and economic strength are inseparable, and energy efficiency sits at the center of both, as your chart so clearly showed. Energy efficiency is one of the fastest and most cost-effective ways to strengthen our energy systems. It helps us use less energy to do the same or more work at lower cost. It reduces strains on our systems, and it strengthens our national resilience. For businesses, it means lower operating costs and higher productivity. For households, it means more affordable bills and more comfortable homes. For governments, it means we can make better use of the energy systems we have, and as we build the energy systems of the future that we will require. It also strengthens energy security. When we use energy more wisely, we reduce pressure on supplies. We make our systems more reliable. We protect people and businesses from volatility and disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, Canada is ready to lead in this space. We are an energy superpower with abundant resources, a skilled workforce, and a strong track record of innovation and trust, as you so rightly pointed out. We're committing to building a complete and connected energy system through our forthcoming national energy strategy. An energy system that is reliable, responsible, and ready to meet rising energy demands at home and abroad. Energy efficiency is not separate from Canada's energy strategy. It is central to it, because our strategy is all about helping Canadian companies stay competitive, attracting investment, and supercharging productivity across our economy. From modernizing industrial equipment to upgrading buildings to improving how we move goods across this vast country, Canadians are already putting efficiency to work. But we can't do it alone, nor do we wish to do it alone. As the Prime Minister says, in moments like this, middle powers must come together in order to succeed in the goals that we have set. Canada is a team player, and we're committed to working with partners around the world through trade, through investment, through innovation, and through important multilateral institutions like the IEA. And may I quote Leonard Cohen as I think about the IEA, hallelujah. This is why I'm pleased to announce that Canada is joining the IEA Ministerial Advisory Panel on Electricity Affordability. Affordability is paramount to everything we are doing on electricity in Canada, and a central tenet of our upcoming national electricity strategy. Keeping energy affordable is essential to public trust, economic stability, and energy security. And as we've seen for decades, energy efficiency can play a central role in that effort, a role we will discuss over the course of the next 2 days. Let me close with this. Energy efficiency is not an abstract concept. It is a practical choice that delivers results today while preparing for tomorrow. It saves money. It makes our homes and buildings more comfortable. It makes industry more productive and profitable. It means we can rely less on energy imported from elsewhere. And it ensures that energy systems we build today are ready for the world that is being shaped for tomorrow. Canada is ready to work with the world to unlock that potential. Thank you, merci, and I look forward to the conversation.
Many thanks to Minister Hodgson. Now, dear colleagues, we are so fortunate that we have a second minister from Canada. In fact, we will have a third one in the afternoon. We are so fortunate to have Minister Julie Darbison, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Nature. Madam Minister, please.
Well, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Hodgson, thank you for those remarks, for mentioning Leonard Cohen as well, actually to the two of you, and also for your partnership on this work. And Dr. Birol, distinguished guests, colleagues from around the world, welcome to my hometown of Montreal. I hope you enjoy it. Please take some time to check it out. It is a beautiful city. I just came back from London Climate Action Week and the Ministerial on Climate Action in Brussels, where Canada joined the Global Electrify Now initiative, along partners who see, as we do, that accelerating electrification through clean power is one of the surest responses to the energy crisis we're in. Dans toutes ces conférences internationales, quelle que soit la direction que prenait la conversation, elle revenait toujours au même endroit, la sécurité énergétique. Les prix de l'énergie sont élevés et imprévisibles. Au Canada, comme ailleurs dans le monde, on voit que c'est vrai. Quand les prix augmentent, ce sont les personnes les moins en mesure d'absorber.
The people who are the least able to absorb the increases are the most affected.
We're investing in clean, reliable power and in energy sovereignty that comes from generating it at home. That is a work of years, and we're committed to it. But families are facing these costs now. So alongside the long-term investments, we have to make sure that everyday Canadians are supported through the affordability pressures they're feeling today. And that's why just this morning, Minister Hodgson and I announced the expansion of the Canada Greener Homes Affordability Program. We're investing an additional $300 million into energy efficiency initiatives to help 35,000 households across Canada to retrofit their homes. Now, this program is special because for low and median income households, it means retrofits at no costs to them. A heat pump, better insulation, windows that hold the heat. It's designed to be simple. The upgrades are installed directly with no money down, no waiting on reimbursements. Delivery partners handle the planning, the logistics, so a family gets the result without the runaround. The upgrades that we're talking about bring an energy bill down, and they keep them down, as much as $1,700 at savings in year, and that is every year. And we're doing this in partnership with provinces who help us to reach households that need it the most and to get the work done on the ground. This is energy efficiency doing what it does best. It's one of the fastest, most practical tools that we have to lower costs, and it works for everyone who uses it. It lowers the bill for the family that gets the retrofit. It eases the strain on the grid that we rely upon. And because buildings are the third largest source of emissions in Canada, the same upgrade that lowers the bill also lowers emissions. The costs and the carbon come down in the same step. No one has to choose between a lower bill and a cleaner country. That is the heart of what climate competitiveness means. The practical choice and the responsible choice are the same. And the same holds true beyond homes. It's also true across the economy. So you're going to have to pardon because there will be a few mom jokes in this one, but I have a sweet story to share. I visited a local sugar refinery in the city that I now live in, Toronto. It's called Red Pass Sugar. And with funding from the federal government, this business conducted a facility-wide energy-efficient lighting upgrade. Now, not only did this reduce their emissions, but it also lowered their energy costs. It made their operation more competitive, but at the very same time, it created a safer workplace for its employees with higher quality lighting. So, here's a mom joke. Sounds like a sweet upgrade to me. I know, groaner, but you know, I'm a mom, we have to do it. That's the opportunity in front of all of us, though. The cheapest energy is the energy that you don't produce. So for households, industries, utilities, and governments, energy efficiency is a winning bet. And our expansion of the Canada Greener Homes Affordability Program is one step onto something much larger. Through the National Electricity Strategy, we've committed to supporting up to 1 million home retrofits in Canada. That is something to repeat. 1 million homes. That's a scale of the ambition that I am bringing to this file at Environment and Climate Change Canada, and that's the work that I'm looking forward to do. Now, over the next 2 days, let us share the best practices on what works. Let's exchange that knowledge and that innovation that happens when we have these conversations in rooms like this that helps drive us each to move faster. We're ready to get to work, and we're going to get that work done together. Merci. Thank you.
Many thanks, Madam Minister. May I now invite the CEO of Hydro-Québec, Madame Claudine Bouchard, please.
Hello, everyone. Kwe, salutations.
Greetings.
Dr. Birol, Mr. Mordaway, Mr. Hutchin, Madame de Brusin, all of you colleagues from all over the world. It's very nice to have you this morning, and bienvenue à Montréal.
Welcome to
C'est
Montreal.
un plaisir
It
pour
is
moi
a
de
pleasure
partager
for
ce
me to
moment
share this
important avec vous.
important moment with you.
Je suis très heureuse de
I'm
vous
very glad
accueillir
to welcome
ici
you
à
here
Montréal,
in Montreal.
chez nous, au Québec. Pour Hydro-Québec,
At our
c'est un
home in
privilège
Quebec. For
d'être le
Hydro-Québec,
partenaire de
it's a
cette
privilege to be a
11e
partner
conférence
of
mondiale
this
en
11th
efficacité
World Conference
énergétique.
in Energy
Cette
Efficiency.
conversation
This
arrive à un
discussion
moment charnière.
comes at a
Nous venons de lancer la trajectoire
We have just launched
en efficacité énergétique
the energy
la
efficiency
plus ambitieuse
trajectory, which
de
is
notre
the most
histoire.
ambitious
Une
trajectory
trajectoire
of
qui
our
repose
history.
sur une idée très
It
simple.
rests on a simple idea.
L'énergie la plus verte
The
est
greenest
aussi
energy
celle que
is
nous
also
utilisons
the
et
energy
consommons
which we
mieux.
use and which we
Nous sommes
consume
parmi les
better.
leaders mondiaux
We are
en
amongst the
hydroélectricité.
world leaders in
Aujourd'hui,
hydroelectricity.
notre ambition
Today,
renouvelée
our
est
renewed
claire,
ambition is
devenir
clear.
aussi
We want to
un
become
leader
a
en
leader
efficacité
in energy
énergétique.
efficiency as well.
Parce qu'au-delà des mégawatts
Because
économisés,
beyond
l'efficacité énergétique devient un
megawatts,
levier de
energy
croissance
efficiency
économique
is becoming a
durable.
lever for sustainable
Je vais vous parler de
economic
notre vision
development.
chez Hydro-Québec,
I'll talk to you about
mais
our
surtout
vision at
de tout ce que
Hydro-Québec,
nous pouvons
but also,
accomplir
talk about
ensemble
all we can
en mettant en
accomplish
commun
together
nos expériences, nos
pulling
expertises,
our
nos
experiences,
idées
our
et surtout
expertise, our
notre
ideas,
engagement.
and especially our
But first, I'd
commitment.
like to speak to you about Hydro-Québec's energy landscape and its great paradox. Thanks to the vision by former leaders, Quebec is a world leader in hydropower. 98% of our electricity is generated by our large installations located in the north of our country. Clean, renewable, and reliable energy. And yet, 50% of the energy consumed right now in Quebec still comes from fossil fuels, all of which must be imported. Transportation, heating, industry, these sectors need to decarbonize and to electrify. This is Quebec's great energy paradox. It is also a major opportunity for growth powered by our clean electricity. In this age of electricity, the work of Hydro-Québec's 24,000 employees is everywhere, from the light bulb that switches on, to the charging of electric vehicles before taking the kids to school, or even the development of new neighborhoods and the rise of new industries. It is a source of pride for our employees. Quebec moves forward because of our clean electricity. Our strength lies in our integrated model, from generation to transmission to distribution, and all the way behind the meter alongside with our customers. This allows us not only to act with consistency, but to work closely with our customers, partners, and stakeholders to accelerate this energy transition. But this transition is not something we deliver alone. It's something we built together. Looking ahead to 2035 and beyond, our ambition is clear: to decarbonize and create sustainable prosperity. That is the essence of our 2035 action plan, which aims to add 10,000 megawatts of new capacity. It's a major collective effort backed by $200 billion in investments. It's not only Hydro-Quebec's plan, it is a plan for all Quebec. It creates jobs, supports businesses, and solidifies our economy. We are at a key moment. Electricity demand is rising everywhere, and it could be doubled by 2050. So yes, we need to produce more, but above all, we need to use our electricity more wisely. Changing our customers' use and think about electricity is even more challenging when your rates figure in the lowest in the world. Ours are 2 to 4 times lower than in many North American jurisdictions. Our journey must start with a shift in mindset. Energy efficiency is not a constraint. It's one of our most powerful levers for growth and value creation. It is available immediately. This gives us a unique ability to act now. It is a win-win situation. Reducing consumption by 10% can cut bills by 20%. In a volatile world, it's one of the most powerful we have for our economy. But energy efficiency does more than reduce cost. It is an investment that increases the value of assets, improves performance, and drives long-term sustainability. It is a powerful driver of value creation. This is precisely why Hydro-Québec and IEA are leading our coalitions of organizations that published in April 2026 a white paper on sustainable real estate. It clearly demonstrates the economic and strategic value of sustainable real estate. Let me share a few data points from this research that is highlighted in that white paper. High-performance sustainable buildings deliver occupancy rates between 8 and 17% higher. Resale values is up by 15 to 16%, and rental assets or rental rates are up by 3 to 5%. The conclusion is clear: sustainability pays off. Energy efficiency is growth we can unlock. Every megawatt saved is a megawatt that can be reinvested in new projects, new industries, and new opportunities. Once, we only seen energy efficiency to help customers reduce their bills, but now becomes a strategic resource for Hydro-Québec and Quebec, on par with building new infrastructures such as dams and transmission lines. That is why it is at the core of our action plan of 2035. We are investing $10 billion over 10 years to reduce consumption. To maximize the value and reach out for our investments, we work side by side with our customers, industries, and communities to better understand their realities, unlock opportunities, and to co-create concrete, high-impact solutions. Because real transformation comes from shared ambitions. Since 2099, investments in energy efficiency have increased roughly by 50%. It is a rapidly growing market that cuts across every sector of the economy. And it is an active and well-established ecosystem in Quebec. Our action plan will create over 5,000 jobs across all regions in energy efficiency-related businesses. A large-scale transformation is already underway across residential, commercial, and industrial sectors. But beyond programs and technology, what truly matters is the meaningful story we continue to build together. A story of clean energy, a story of innovation, a story of collective ambition. A story where Hydro-Québec plays a defining role, not only as a utility, but as a partner and as a catalyst. Cette histoire, nous ne l'écrivons pas seuls. Notre succès dépend de notre capacité à nous mobiliser collectivement. Le plus grand risque aujourd'hui, c'est l'inaction. Investir maintenant, c'est agir pour le futur. L'efficacité énergétique est un puissant outil qui a fait ses preuves. Elle est rentable, concrète, prête à être déployée de façon accélérée. Elle nous permet de renforcer notre autonomie énergétique et de créer de la richesse durable. Alors, qu'attendons-nous? Allons-y ensemble. Faisons de l'efficacité énergétique un moteur de croissance globale. Thank you.
So very many thanks to Hydro-Quebec also for being an excellent partner for organizing this great event. So in this round, dear colleagues, I would like to invite Commissioner Dan Jorgensen, who hosted the previous event in Brussels, who is a pioneer of energy efficiency, to share with us his views on energy efficiency and beyond. Mr. Commissioner, please.
Thank you very much. So, ministers, thank you so much for hosting us here in beautiful Montreal, in beautiful Canada. We are honored to be here. I'm sure you are honored to host the conference. Most people think that's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to do. But actually, I have had the honor twice. Because first I did it as minister in Denmark, and then I was appointed commissioner, and then I could host it again. So, not to give you any good ideas, but Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, has suggested that Canada becomes a member of the European Union. And then maybe one of you could become commissioner and host it again. In all seriousness, we do really, really appreciate the close ties that the European Union has with Canada, ties that are becoming even closer day by day right now. I'll get back to that. Fatih, thank you for your leadership. To be honest, I don't know what we would do without you and the IEA in these turbulent times. You really play an invaluable role in giving us the data, helping us translate the data, giving us advice. And by us, I mean more or less all policymakers in the world, and especially us in Europe. We really, really value it. So thank you so much. And Brian, thank you so much for your hard work on bringing energy efficiency high on the agenda. And thanks to the whole of the IEA for your excellent work. So, friends, I started on a light note, but let's be very honest. We live in turbulent times. Let me give you just 3 examples of what that looks like from the EU. 1, we've paid more than 50 billion euros more for our energy since the war started in Iran, without getting one single molecule more than we normally get. 50 billion euros. Imagine how much renewable energy you could get for that money. Imagine how many energy efficiency tools you could employ for that money. 2, this week has been the hottest ever recorded in European history. People die. Climate change is not something that might happen in the future. It's not something that leads to a little bit of volatility in the weather and sometimes actually a nicer summer. Climate change is a real issue and it's killing people, and it will only get worse. And this is Europe I'm talking about. I'm very well aware that in many more vulnerable parts of our planet, climate change hits even harder and has even more detrimental consequences. 3, we have a war in our continent. We have a country that's negotiating to become a member of the European Union, who's in war with Russia. People are being killed every day. Russia is bombing brutally, even civilians, ruining the infrastructure, energy infrastructure, also in the wintertime when it's -20 in Kiev. And Some member states of the European Union fear that they might be next. Member states of the European Union, member states of NATO, has a reason to fear that they will be attacked by Russia. At the center of all of this is energy. Affordability. We need to get the prices down. People are struggling to pay their bills. Companies are struggling to compete. Climate change. Energy is still 70% of our emissions. We need to get the emissions from the energy sector down fast. Security. If you don't have energy security, you don't have security. I served as minister in Denmark in February 22, and we spent the first days and months preparing for what we would have to do if Putin had turned off the taps for us because we were dependent on Russian energy. And we would have had to force companies to close down. Send men and women in uniform to close down the companies if they didn't do it when we asked them. This was in Denmark. We were not even half as exposed as many other countries. If you're dependent of any outside source, especially if that source turns out to be an enemy, you're not secure. Now, the only good news is that we do know what to do. It's not as if we just have to lean back and accept our fate. All of these three challenges can be solved. How? Well, by deploying more renewables, first and foremost, faster. Renewables are cheaper, they're homegrown, they're more energy efficient. So it's not either looking at using renewables or deploying energy efficiency. It goes hand in hand. It's about getting the black molecules out of our energy systems and replacing them with green electrons. Electrification is at the core of this, and electrification is 9 out of 10 instances more energy efficient. An EV, an electric vehicle, not only is it nicer to drive, it's also much more energy efficient. So, we do know what to do. It's always been a riddle to me why it is that energy efficiency is not higher on the agenda. Even if you believed that fossil fuels were the answer in the future, which hardly nobody does anymore, maybe with few exceptions, one of them in a very big country south of where we are now. But even if you believe that, why would you be against using the energy more rationally? What kind of a sector is the energy sector if we think, contrary to all other sectors, that it's not a good idea to use your scarce resources rationally and efficiently? It doesn't make sense. That's why it's so important that we have conferences like this. That's why, Fatih, you're stretching it a little bit with how far you're moving it from Brussels, I think, but I will actually fly anywhere in the world to participate in these conferences, so please continue to do so. That's why it's so important that the IEA, decision makers that are here, companies, organizations that are here, thank you all so much for taking this serious. Even though it's a tall order, let's try and help each other getting energy efficiency at the center of all policies on energy in the world, at the center of the public debate discourse of our energy future all over the world. It's difficult, it's a tall order, as I said, but as a very famous Canadian hockey player once put it, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, we are now going to have a discussion. I think we are going to have a colleague from the Hydro-Quebec joining us now. Hi, Dave. Very nice to see you. Executive Vice President of Hydro-Quebec. We are running out of time. It must be mainly because of me. I talked a bit longer than what I was asked to speak. But I would like to ask one question to all the different questions to all the colleagues. Maybe I can start with you, Mr. Minister. I came here a few weeks ago. We had a very good discussion, a fireside chat, and at that moment I said I would expect that from the crisis now, Canada will be one of the countries that many countries around the world will knock on the door. It can be for hydrocarbons, it can be for nuclear, it can be for electricity and others, as your country is, as I said, I talk with many people around the world, predictable and trusted partner. Do you see such trend emerging? And I know that you and the Prime Minister are making steps to meet that demand, this request coming from different countries. But are you observing this trend emerging in the current energy context?
Absolutely. So we've already seen, has been talked about, the displacement of supplies of the most important transition fuel, which is LNG. And we're now seeing our friends in Europe come to Canada and help us get more LNG facilities up and running. Up to now, most of that LNG has been purchased by Asian suppliers, but we're now seeing French companies contracting for our LNG. We're seeing German companies contract for our LNG. We're seeing interest from several of the other European countries. So that's happening right now. On the renewable side, we're about to launch some major offshore wind developments off the east coast of Canada. There are multiple European companies bringing their wind expertise to these new projects. We have as much as 50 gigawatts of wind off the east coast of the country, and we can share expertise where in Europe they're further advanced on offshore wind. We have some great companies who do that, but there's added technology and added expertise and actually some great investors from Europe who are looking at that. And I'll be brief. Canada is one of the few countries in the world that can offer end-to-end solutions on the nuclear side. Many places are not blessed with unlimited hydroelectricity assets as Quebec is. They have to find other ways to generate baseload power. A zero-emitting form of baseload power is nuclear. For the first time ever, the G7, every country in the G7 endorsed putting nuclear into their grids. Think about this. Germany, which shut down its nuclear reactors, is now saying we need this form of baseload non-emitting power to be back into the grid. Japan, which had shut down all their reactors, has retooled, upgraded them for some of the challenges we've seen, and is now already started half of their 20-plus reactors and have plans to start the rest. Canada is one of the few countries in the world that can offer the 30-plus countries who've said they want to add nuclear to their fuel mix. We can offer them solutions from uranium to regulatory, from financing to reactors to oversight of those. And we're having ongoing discussions with a number of countries on that. So there's lots of ways we can collaborate on this.
This, I also observe it when I talk with other countries, seeing Canada as such a safe, predictable partner. But in addition to those, also critical minerals. You have this huge critical minerals potential. And last time you gave me the good news that you also look at not only the mining, but also refining. It is also very good. And as a person who looks at the global energy, I am very happy that Canada is taking these steps, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much.
We just announced a deal here in Quebec, Nouveau Graphite, where we graphite is a critical mineral, very important to energy transition. The Western world doesn't have a supply of graphite. Partnering with our friends in Italy and in Japan, we put together a series of stockpiling agreements so that we could start the first graphite mine in the Americas just a couple of weeks ago. So we're absolutely focused on critical minerals as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Madam Minister, I understand that you'll be looking more and more closely the energy efficiency dossier now. Congratulations for that, first of all. How do you see, what is your vision, Canada and energy efficiency in the next years to come, Madam Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very excited to be taking on this work and to be working with the Office of Energy Efficiency in Canada, because I know that we're already a global leader in many ways, and there's much more work to do together. So, but continuing to work very much hand in hand with Minister Hodgson on so many of these files, because a lot of what we're talking about is electrification. And we have put out an electricity strategy that it has as a goal that we're going to be doubling our electricity grid over the coming decades. And that goes hand in hand with the work that we're going to need to be doing on energy efficiency. So I really appreciate that when we're talking about energy security, when we're talking about climate competitiveness, and how do we make sure that we have a strong economy here in Canada, electrification is at the heart of a lot of the work that we need to do. And so that is building more interconnectivity across our country. It's also helping some of our northern communities to get off of diesel through hydroelectricity and other forms of electricity. So that's a base from where we work. And then we move to the energy efficiency piece. And that is, how do we help with Canadians to be able to reduce their energy bills, which is really important in this moment. We've all been talking about the moment that we're facing in. How are we being the most efficient? I really liked how you set it out. I mean, we're doubling the grid, but we need to be efficient about how do we do it. So we're going to double the electricity grid, but let's make sure that we're looking at how much we're drawing down from that grid on places where we can actually reduce the use. And that does lead to what we're talking about when our government, when I'm talking about climate competitiveness, because when, for example, our industry is using, is more energy efficient in how they go about things. I use the example of red past sugar, but we've also had examples, for example, of steel producers in Canada who have said when we move to electric arc furnaces, when we work to electrification, it actually makes us more competitive in the global market. So it's energy efficiency at the heart of how do we increase affordability for Canadians. It's energy efficiency about how do we make our industry more competitive. It's energy efficiency about reducing emissions, which is at the heart of what we also must do at the same time.
It is great to hear that, Madam Minister, because in general, when I look around the world, countries who push the energy efficiency policies are the countries who are energy importers. You are a major energy exporter, huge resources, but you also recognize perhaps the most important energy resource you have, which is energy efficiency. So thank you very much for doing that, and good luck to you for this very important new dossier you are taking from Mr. Minister. I have, if I may, a second question, but a small one. You are from Quebec.
Originally, yes.
Very much so, okay. So is Leonard Cohen still so much loved in this country? Do they still love it? Or it is in my mind, so it is a... What do you think? It was very popular in my time when I was young, and Leonard Cohen was everywhere. When we the romantic context. We always, I can Susanna, Marianne. So there are many, many nice songs. But is it still popular?
So actually, for all of you, if you're walking around Montreal, there's a beautiful mural of Leonard Cohen for all of you to check out. And if you get a chance to go to the top of the mountain, and I hope you do, in Montreal, you can look from the lookout and you can see that wonderful mural, very much at the heart of the city, of the country, and I'm glad to hear around the world as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Wishing you all the best with your new dossier. Now, may I go to Mr. Commissioner? Then I think many people will agree with me that you are the energy commissioner in Europe, which delivers a lot. Bang, 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 very dynamic. I can just quote a couple of them, which we made some modest contribution as well, such as the Russian phase out of Russian gas, 2027. It's a historic one, which is very important. The second is what you do for grids, electrification of the Europe, which means not only an energy but also sovereignty issue for Europe, for batteries, renewables. When you push this agenda forward, what is the single most important barrier you have in front of you? I know you are a man of doer and fixer and so on. What is the main challenge you are facing, if you are able to speak out here?
I think it's very difficult to point to one main challenge because
a few of them.
Yeah, because it actually differs from problem to problem and challenge to challenge. But let me give you a few of them. One is on the grids. I personally think that if we don't manage to not only expand our grids, but also, as Julie said, use them better than we do today, then that will be the biggest bottleneck in the future, and that will be the biggest possible danger with regards to whether or not we will manage the transition that we need. And one of the problems is, and I have to be brutally honest, and it's not a nice thing to admit, we haven't been really aware of just how big this challenge is. When I served as minister in my own country, we expanded new renewables at record speed. We made decisions on even bigger investments in the future. But we thought that the grid problem would more or less solve itself. We have our independent regulator, we have our independent TSOs. This will just happen. But it hasn't happened. And right now we looking into a future that if we don't do better, then that will be our biggest problem. So what I've proposed, the member states and the European Parliament, and it very much looks like it will get support, is to do three things. One is we need better planning, because that is one of the barriers today. Today we actually, I sometimes compare it with a situation where, imagine you're building a jigsaw puzzle. 27 people are building a jigsaw puzzle. And they're not looking at the picture on the box. They're just putting... Obviously, that will not work. That's the situation today. We have member states planning their energy systems, but we don't have one collected planning unity. So I've asked for them to allocate the power to the European Commission for us to make European-wide planning, a European-wide scenario. 2, we need faster permitting. Obviously, we need to protect our environment and our nature and the rights of the people affected, of course. But the bureaucracy around it now is out of proportions. It takes easily 5 years, very often also 10 years, to get a permit, to start building. So this needs to change, and with the new proposal I put forward, we will cut these times fundamentally. In the future, it'll take hopefully around 6 months in average to get a permit. And thirdly, we need better rules for cost sharing, because we are 27 different countries with 27 different energy systems that we are trying to combine into one, but it's still different member states with different ministries of finance, with different economies. So when we cross the borders, which of course we need to do if we want to be a true energy union, then there is some cost sharing, and the ministries of finance, they will fight each other for every one last cent. So we need better rules for sharing those costs. So that's a few of the biggest challenges that we're facing now, and barriers that we see. But I am an optimist. I think there's political support to change these things.
Thank you very much, Dan. And I think it is not an understatement to say, at least for the IEA colleagues here, that you see Canada and Europe getting closer and closer, maybe
Yes.
also with the UK. This is a very strong partnership. There are many common areas that one can acknowledge and thank, but I personally want to thank both Europe and Canada for the steadfast support for Ukraine. It didn't change
Yes.
once 1 millimeter in the last few years, and we are one of those. Then thank you very much for. Now, David, thank you very much for joining us. Maybe about the hydropower. When I say our CEO was talking about the hydropower, we are seeing solar and wind growing around the world so strongly, but we forget that hydropower is still the single largest source of electricity generation in the world. So 60% more than solar PV, 70% more than wind, 60% more than nuclear power, and it's the base load and can be flexible. But unfortunately, in the international forum, we don't talk about hydropower a lot. It is, in my view, hydropower doesn't get the appreciation it deserves. There is not much going on there. But thank you very much to you and your company for what we are doing here and also beyond. It's unforgotten. It's a giant. It's a giant which is forgotten, unfortunately, hydropower. But we have to push it stronger because there's a huge potential around the world for hydropower. You are a power producer. You produce hydropower. How do you see the role of energy efficiency in the context of electrification, electricity generation, from your company's point of view?
Well, thank you. And in this province, hydropower sure gets its noble letters, and everybody knows the importance it has on our system and what we believe would be a strategic asset for the future. The challenge with energy efficiency in a jurisdiction like ours, our CEO was saying earlier, is obviously we have very low prices, so you can't count on just, and it's a good thing, on an energy crisis to simply justify major investment from customers. But I'd say the biggest change is about the posture. When you're developing a large hydropower project, obviously you need to work with local communities and a set of expert level suppliers. But it's in a very contained environment, and you need to make sure that the impact of your project is well understood for people around them. But most people who may live 500 kilometers away from them won't actually need to really get invested in that project. While energy efficiency is different. It's about the ecosystem. The challenge of energy efficiency is the customer cannot just expect it to happen. They need to actually take actions. They need to find suppliers. They need, in many cases, to find the money to fund the project to then be able to get the benefits of energy efficiency in the future. So one of the challenges, I'd say, for major utilities like ours is how do we work better with the ecosystem? How do we make sure that suppliers are willing to invest in more engineers because they have confidence that over the next 5, 10, 15 years, our programs are going to be there to create the incentives for these suppliers to be providing the services. We can't work at it alone, like developing infrastructures. We really need to create a movement, talking about it with customers, making sure that events like this have the level of visibility required to make sure that people actually ask the questions before purchasing a home. Is this efficient? I always say, like, most people know what cars are efficient and what cars aren't, but most people actually do not know if their house are efficient at consuming energy. And that's something we need to change. We need to make this an element that is part of the conversation when it comes to saving money for the consumers and for our jurisdictions to save energy to be able to invest in growth, wealth, and decarbonation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And it is because for many, it may be a bit contradictory. You want to sell energy, at the same time you want to save energy. But it is very good that you have a very comprehensive view there, and you see the sustainability as a very important part of your business portfolio.
Well, we want to supply energy. So if you can get the services you want, the comfort, the security you need with less energy, customers happy, sees a lower bill,
Excellent.
and we're meeting our purpose.
Perfect. So thank you very much, dear colleagues. It was a very, I would say, very colorful, very good discussion. We talk about the energy efficiency, the victory of Canada yesterday from Leonard Cohen and from the oil, gas, everything. But one thing is common. I think even though we are under very difficult conditions, the world energy system, and I would say even the world political system, there is a lot of optimism going there. And I am very happy that we can share this optimism with you today and tomorrow. And a cornerstone of this optimism will be using energy more efficiently. Thank you very much, and hope to see you around. Thank you.
Everyone. Good morning and welcome back. If you could take your seats, we will be getting started. Please do come in, find a seat, and rejoin us today. This has been an amazing morning. I so appreciated Fatih Birol, Brian Motherway, the IEA team putting this together, as well as the excellent presentations by the ministers. So with great thanks to all of you for joining us today. I'm Jennifer Lakey. I'm the Executive Director of the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. And I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to be with you to introduce our important conversation today, which will pick up on one of the themes that our ministers spoke about so eloquently in helping to deliver, to define, and to build the economy of the future. So this high-level panel will focus on how business leadership on energy efficiency can contribute to those goals. So first, let me introduce the esteemed panel that will be speaking today and ask them to come on stage to take their seats. First, we have Kelly Becker, who's the President of North America Operations for Schneider Electric. Kelly holds a bachelor's degree in advertising and public relations. She has been leading Schneider Electric's global North American operations and is a member of the Global Executive Committee of Schneider Electric, overseeing an integrated multi-billion euro region, enabling electrification, digitalization, and automation across data centers, buildings, homes, infrastructure, and industry. She has a long list of accomplishments, but please join me in welcoming Kelly to the stage. Joining us on stage next, we will have Brandon Spencer, who's the president of the Motion Business Area and member of the Group Executive Committee of ABB Limited. Brandon holds a bachelor's degree in economics and MBA and has more than 30 years of experience in industrial technology sector. And he's a member of the Executive Committee, president of ABB Motion, and one of the 3 global business areas of ABB. He leads the multi-billion-dollar business operating in over 100 companies. Brendan, please join us on stage. Next, we have Christian Strand. Christian is the Climate Solutions President for Danfoss. Christian has a deep experience in cooling and refrigeration, compressor and heating industries, along with 36 years of diverse experience in varied industries and countries. He is an engineer and provides solutions that increase machine productivity, reduce emissions, lower energy consumption, and enable electrification. Danfoss is a leader around the world, and I'm delighted to welcome him to the stage. Chris. And now I would invite Anil Rawal from IntelliSmart, who's the Managing Director and CEO, to join us on stage. Mr. Anil Rawal is the Managing Director and a former Indian bureaucrat who has transitioned through his MBA programs and other important academic experiences with 27 years of leadership as well as bringing experience in corporate other organizations. He's been actively involved in the evolution of the public-private partnership frameworks in India for power projects. Under his leadership, India has been digitalizing its power sector and informing how the distribution systems can contribute to a more efficient Indian economy. Please join me in welcoming him. So thank you all for joining us. I want to offer a few quick framing remarks as we move into the conversation with our esteemed panel. Today, we heard a very compelling set of statistics and information about the policy imperative we face. The policy imperative that can be met by business investment, business engagement, and opportunities that business has to strengthen supply chains, improve security, build for the resilient, affordable energy system of the future. The operations of these industries that are on stage, and many of you in the room, have a profound impact on the direction of that future. And through technology, through recognition of the moment that we are in our economy where reinvestment in energy efficiency is paramount, we will have a conversation today about the actions that we can take to build that forward. My organization is a nonprofit research and policy organization that brings in practical solutions to lower bills, reduce energy waste, and build a more equitable system, themes that I know we will be hearing throughout our conversation. So managing for external heat and weather events, thinking about economic demand growth, and the digital economy are all in our speakers' portfolios. In managing for their operations, we have an opportunity today to discuss where and how investments take shape within the companies to enable them to meet those challenges that we spoke of. We know that investment, that partnership with the energy sector, that governance and the market rules that establish the opportunity for providing goods and services, equipment, and solutions is essential. So as we think about ways to build the response from energy to energy external events, we have an opportunity to examine the supply chains, the operational efficiency, and the products and services that these leaders are offering, and to hear from them on the journey ahead. So, with that, we'll now begin our discussion, and I'm thrilled to have the opportunity again to welcome Kelly. Kelly, companies like Schneider Electric are leading on energy efficiency, and you do that not only within your operations, but you shape the customer behavior, and your activities can transform the markets to scale. I'm interested if you could pick up on that theme and tell us a little bit more about how you make those things come to life within Schneider.
Sure. So I think we're well known. It's deep within our DNA as a company around energy efficiency and sustainability. We've been doing it ourselves, which is where we really start from. In order for us to advise customers, we're obviously testing all the technologies in our own factories and our facilities to figure out what works, what doesn't work, what's going to be the most effective to ultimately helping customers. We've been doing this for the better part of a decade. It's evident in our facilities. We have double-digit number of World Economic Forum lighthouse factories that really show how we use electrification and automation to ultimately digitalize for our customers. We're absolutely still focused on sustainability as a topic as a company. We've been named the world's most sustainable company just last week again for the third year in a row by Time Magazine. So we live this deeply inside of us. Our employees all, for the most part, have a piece of their compensation that are tied to sustainability and energy efficiency because it's so deeply ingrained in the company and who we are. This obviously then ultimately translates into our customers and all of the different platforms that we have, which I think we're going to talk about certainly further in this discussion. And then what you'll also see us talk about a lot is ourselves, our customers, but then ultimately our supply chain. So we've had a project called the Zero Carbon Project for the last number of years, which original mission was to get 50% of our supply chain to reduce their own emissions. We're glad that in the last 3 years we've actually gotten to 56% for the top 1,000 suppliers that we use within our own operations. And so now we're expanding it to an additional 500 suppliers. So it's really about every day getting the entirety of the company to wake up and think about efficiency, think about sustainability. How do we do that for ourselves? But then ultimately, how do we drive it through with our customers and our suppliers?
Thank you. And we are going to come back to some of those themes, but thank you so much. Brandon, tell us about how ABB embeds energy efficiency as a strategic priority, not just as a question that is part of the portfolio, but integrated, and how that long-term strategic priority drives operations and the design of technologies and solutions that can scale.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's great to be on stage with other companies that really walk the walk. I think that's probably one of the most important aspects. I mean, you know, for us, we're in our planning cycle right now, our long-term planning cycle right now, and the sustainability side, the efficiency side, all that's part of the organic plan that we build. So it's not an or part of the equation, it's an and part of the equation. So it's a fundamental of our business. In the U.S., we just opened up a factory, $100 million facility in Wisconsin, geothermal for the cooling and heating side. Highest efficiency motors, drives, et cetera. That facility will use 45% less energy than if we had built it in a traditional manner. We didn't do that so it's a commercial. We did it because there's a business case to doing it. And I think that's what's really important, is that we walk the walk. We show why it matters for us. We, of course, invite customers and partners and policymakers and everyone to that facility to see what we're doing. But we do that in the other countries around the world where it's also tougher or could even be more relaxed. So in India and China, these facilities, you know, zero water or water reclamation, zero waste landfill, all these sort of things. So kind of the sustainability efficiency piece is super important for us. And I think the big message from our side is that we do it because there's a business case to it. Of course, it's better, but we do it because there's a business case. And so I think that's why it's part of our long-term plan. That's why it's built into our financials, into our scorecards and all these sort of things, is because it makes business sense and it makes sense for the world that we live in.
So important, that fundamental driver of the embeddedness into your strategy. Christian, this gets to this next question for you, which is around that corporate strategy and culture, and how the lessons that you've learned along the way could be beneficial for other companies who are looking to do the same thing, to begin to build for that embedded strategic vision and culture.
Yeah, thanks for having us here. So, yeah, we sell a lot of products into heating and cooling solutions, and all these products have one denominator, that is energy efficiency. So that is the whole, you could say, value proposition about our components. So how we drive it through the company is that we set some very high strategic target for being carbon neutral by 2030 in all our operations. And here we are talking more than 110 factories and more than 100 countries where we operate. So that we are doing. Then we have the net zero target by 2050. I know some of you have exactly the same, so we are driving that there. And when we do this energy efficiency as the major driver in doing all this, right? So we use a formula where we say we reduce, then we reuse, and then we resource the energy. And of course, we deploy a lot of our own things when we do this, a lot of our own building controls and compressors and heat recovery solutions and so on. And just to give one example also, what Brandon just mentioned, our Norborg campus, where we have 250,000 square meters and 3,500 people working, became CO2 neutral in 2022. And the payback time of everything we did to make that was less than 3 years. So I can just confirm that it is actually very good business to do so. So it's really part of everything we do, and we take it one step further. Also, as Kelly was saying, we also go to suppliers. We call it Green Ask. So we work with our suppliers to make sure that we also get them to be part of the journey. And we go with our customers. We have around the globe 4 application development centers where we, together with our customers, develop solutions to show how our components going into a solution landscape can reduce the energy consumption. So that is how we really try to drive it. So we live it every day. It's part of our value proposition.
Thank you. Anil, tell us about how this connects to the digital economy, your work and thinking about digital solution, using data-driven insights and help customers accelerate the immediate efficiency gains. I loved the 3-year payback or the 3-year break even for those investments. And how do you strengthen the longer-term energy resiliency that efficiency and upgraded digital technologies can deliver?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. First of all, thanks for having me in this prestigious conference. And it's been about 3rd year I've been coming. Every year context has been very, very important. And this time we are talking about energy efficiency and resilience. So what I see about energy efficiency is beyond consumers' behaviors and how do you do better with every unit of electricity and power. So in current context, I think there are 3 conflicting forces which would define energy efficiency. To my mind, first would be energy transition, which is extremely critical and has been critical on account of global climate changes. Second, more important now is energy security. Recent events and ton of events across globe have already put everybody at risk of energy security. Either you are involved or not involved, it's not material. You are still impacted in a big way. So energy security has suddenly become extremely critical topic. And third, emerging out of these 2 is grid resilience, whether this energy transition, which is really big and large and critical, and energy security can be managed by this grid. See, to my mind, consumer behavior by saving certain units is one thing which we should always do. But how many millions of units are being lost because they are not being dispatched, because grid is not resilient? Across the globe, there are negative energy charges. More you consume, more you are being paid in certain countries. Even in India, I have seen in the same day, per unit charges could be 0. You know, why? Because there's power, but nobody can consume it. Grid is not resilient. I think this is new definition of energy efficiency. What IntelliSmart has been doing exactly this. This trilemma, the intersection of these 3 forces of energy transition, energy security, and grid resilience make the energy efficiency. What IntelliSmart has been doing over the last few years is working with government to really make the utilities more resilient, grid more resilient, make them more efficient, and that's what our work has been on the digitalization part. So we are working with distribution utilities to really strengthen their networks and provide smart meters at the ground level, which are no touch, no kind of intervention instruments, and provide lots of data in understanding the consumer behavior as well as the grid structures. That would lead us to be more efficient in consuming every unit we generate. You know, this power is no deficit. There's lots of solar power, lots of wind power. How well we consume and use in the grid is the extremely sensitive part. That's what IntelliSmart has been doing along with governments in India.
Thank you. Well, I'm really pleased that we've picked up on so many of the themes that were discussed in the opening session. And I want to open the panel portion of this. Thank you for those opening comments. But I want to first pose a question that I believe all of you should be able to help us understand better in this moment. How can business, government, and financial institutions work together to more effectively accelerate that energy efficiency progress that we are all seeking, both in terms of the short-term actions and the long-term security that we know we have to build for, right, this longer-term vision. As we think about that, I'd love to have you think specifically about how your company is positioning that question, this partnership structure that will enable the unlock for energy efficiency to be embedded in the economy of the future. So let me see if we'll start over here with Kelly. Kelly, do you want to take a crack at that?
You know, when I first got into this industry 25 years ago, I think companies were pretty closed off, right? What you made was what you made, and that's what you sold into the market. And I think what most of us have realized over the last decade is the scale of the challenges is pretty immense from an energy perspective and from the grid and everything we're trying to add onto the grid. And so what we're finding is that this component around partnerships, it's not enough to do M&A anymore and buy somebody. You have to drive partnerships throughout the whole of the industry, because I think a lot of us have figured out we need a whole lot of big brains working on all of the challenges, but frankly, all the opportunities that we also have. And so we're definitely approaching it from that perspective by saying, through venture funds, and which, you know, a decade ago we wouldn't have sort of been set up that way, but we've gone down that path certainly, and we're doing a lot of partnerships, and most large companies in our space now are along those same lines, because we need a whole lot of minds to solve the challenges that we're all looking to fix, quite frankly.
Partnerships is absolutely a critical part of that. And let me just offer Brandon an opportunity to think about that.
Look, I think I agree fully, and I think the technology, you know, I'm an optimist for sure, and I think the technology can play a key role, and I think that's where the partnerships can really have an impact. So I mean, something we always say in ABB is the greenest unit of energy is the one you never consume. That's not we don't have to debate that topic. That's not political, it's just a fact. And so how can we make energy efficiency as important, as urgent, as relevant as everybody wants to talk about new generation? Because you meet with customers and you meet with policymakers, and it's all about we need more generation, we need more generation. If you take the US, for example, the utilization rate of the grid is around 65%, 70%. So if you kind of make a parallel of an interstate system, the interstate can handle a lot more cars. It's just, where is the power? Is it in the right places? And so what we're working with our customers on is really trying to deploy technology to try and help solve some of these challenges. So grid stabilization, we're doing that for data center customers. We're working with a geothermal company, Fervo Energy, that just went public in the last few weeks, and they're deploying our technology for baseload geothermal. So most efficient baseload, no emissions, and feeding into data centers. So, you know, cool examples like that where I think the companies on stage, ABB, the technology's there. That's the thing that I think is kind of most frustrating to me on this topic, is that we don't have to wait for capacity of factories that are being built. We don't have to wait for new technology to be created. We have it. The majority of motors that we sell in the world are still middle-level efficiency motors, because that's what is being asked for, and the competition, capital intensity, all these sort of things. But 45% of the electricity in the world goes through an electric motor. In industry, 60+% of electricity goes through an electric motor. If you want to solve efficiency, solve the challenge with electric motors. Get more efficient motors, put drives on motors. 1 out of 5 motors that could use a drive has a drive on it. So there's all kinds of stats out there that's very real, very now. The companies here have the answers, and we just have to work together with what you said, of the companies that are trying to get off the ground for technology, with policymakers, et cetera, to have an impact, because it's just frustrating that we're walking past power that's there. And, you know, if you can put 10% of energy back on the grid, let's do that. That's the cheapest way to do it, the fastest way to do it. You need no permits. You need no policy induction. The CEO of Hydro-Quebec was a great example. Her passion was clear around how she feels on energy efficiency. And you need leaders like that to take a stand and really dictate that this is how it's going to go. And we're ready.
I think it's so important to connect the pieces at the system level efficiency with the individual components or actions that you can take at that product level. And so that span is really an important part of what we need to do in this reimagining and build forward for the energy efficiency movement. So let me ask Christian, how would you think the partnerships then come to life? What is it that we do to make these partnerships, and perhaps an example from Danfoss?
Yeah, I definitely agree with my two colleagues here that we need the partnerships to speed up things. Speed is important, and also to bring in the technologies, and then we need to scale. Our challenge with energy efficiency is that we have all these examples around, we don't have the big scale, right? So we need to be able to scale this together. And then a little bit, Brandon mentioned now the motors. I would say in general to the policymakers, please put requirements out there. right? And do it long term. Don't like on off. We can take building codes and we can take minimum energy efficiency standard for data centers and other things. Then we will come with the technology. And if we get scale in the technology, I think we can all agree that we can provide it at the cost that it's affordable. So it's not going to be more expensive. But it's a little bit the chicken and the egg, right? So we really, really need to have this. And we have seen it in Europe, where the Commission is actually coming out with, I would say, relatively good building standards, but then it has to be rectified by each member state, and then it starts to go in all directions. And then people, they start to, be careful to invest, and then we are not getting there, right? Or heat pumps, when we deploy a lot of heat pumps, what is the energy requirement? So put it high, we can deliver it, and then we're going to do it. And I think we can give an example for Denmark, and we can take the municipality in southern Denmark, Sønderborg, where we back in 2002 sat down all the companies and the municipality and agreed that we want to have it net zero in 2029. So we started to work towards that, and we are well on the way. We will achieve carbon neutrality in this municipality, and we're talking about 80,000 people, but kind of a bit of landmass as well. And we haven't, let's say, had a dip in our living standard. We haven't had a lot of increased costs, but we have just step by step improved where it makes sense, and it's actually been good business. So that's an example, but that again, close partnership and a long-term vision that we don't change. Everybody commit, and then we stay on course. I think that's really, really what is needed if we want to drive this.
The long-term market signals, very important. Anil, you mentioned something in your comments about your partnership with the government of India. Perhaps you could share us a little bit more with how that's been working.
Sure. So as I said, along with the consumption behavior and consumers' behavior as far as energy efficiency is concerned and machines and motors, I think what more is required is what we are losing at the system level, which is unprecedented. Why? Because there are too many stakeholders in the energy value chain. Start from generator to transmission to distribution companies to TSOs to the battery guys to the SCADAs. So many players, traders, regulators. So actually there's so much of data in the system which is not really speaking to each other, and that's why I refer to the systemic losses which we are making in the system along with small gains which we have to make through various other measures. What we have to do is to bring these stakeholders and the data together, and data is the solution. Unless you really digitalize and gather this data at one place and make it symmetric and accessible. Accessibility of data is a problem. Democratization of data is a big problem in energy systems everywhere. At least in India, we are doing this at big scale. There is a new initiative by Government of India which is called India Energy Stack. This stack is actually collating all the data at digital public interface as kind of a platform where all data is available to all stakeholders, which can actually plug into the system through a user ID. So it is just like giving access to everybody, all the data. The biggest problem across the globe in energy efficiency is more than anything, accessibility of data to use the energy. That is the biggest gap which needs to be filled. Why I'm repeatedly saying so is because in every 7 minutes, sun is throwing as much energy as required for the whole globe for the whole year. We are talking about saving energy. We have to use this energy efficiently. Gap is in system being up to mark in exchanging data and information. This can be done only by better digitalization, and India has taken a massive lead in this on this structure where, as I said, they are making India Energy Stack where anybody can plug in and access the data and use it efficiently. So this seamless flow of data in terms of energy coin is very important across the value chain to make it more efficient. So that's what I think we are working with Government of India to deliver. Yes.
Jennifer, can I give a good example? I mean, I think sometimes it's easy to sit on the panel and talk about things that are wrong, but it's also usually helpful to talk about good things and things that are working well. If I take India, electrifying the rail system. So ABB is a Swiss company. India is electrifying the same amount of track that exists in Switzerland every year. In terms of moving their transit and rail system to all electrical. And so they've taken it as a government initiative, they've pushed it out to the country, they've adopted it, and now they're electrifying all the infrastructure. The US has less than 1% of rail that's electrified. And so I get distances and heavy haul and all these sort of topics. I get all that. But the point is, if there's a commitment to it, at the policymaker level, the companies will come with the solutions that are competitive to make the industry move. And I think it's a great example in India of driving efficiency and electrifying industry.
I also think data isn't the problem. We've got loads of data, right? Every piece of equipment any of us make is off-putting data all day long. And I think it's actually about democratizing the data and helping customers along the way make better decisions with the data, or even having visibility into the data, which is where certainly a lot of us are spending time around software. And how do we help everybody from a homeowner up to the railways and everybody in between actually understand, what do I do with this data, and most importantly, what are the decisions I'm making? Because I think energy efficiency comes down to, yes, using less overall, but we're still going to use some, dependent on whether it's in your own home, or it's charging your electric vehicle, or it's running Hydro-Quebec. We're using energy, and so we have to make it easier for everybody to make an informed decision, and that's where simplification, ease of visibility, using software, driving open environments that are able to pull off all the different pieces and devices that all of our three companies make, but actually put it into an infrastructure that somebody can understand, what do I do with this now? It's critical to actually driving the energy efficiency topic, is to give people the information to make a decision.
I want to pick up on that, and I think it is a really important part. Christian, I'm wondering if you want to jump in here about the tools, because you spoke to this visibility around the carbon targets and goals, and those long-term challenges that you're seeing that Danfoss is contributing to as well. How do you help the rest of the companies in the community understand where those tools and the strategies are that will enable that vision, which I think both Brendan and Kelly spoke about so eloquently?
It's a lot about awareness and about training. So, and about how do you contribute in this journey, right? Because you have a lot of different, you have the private households, you have the companies, you have the shop owners. So simply making a kind of idea catalog for each of them, what could be the different measures, right? They're the easy ones, that lighting, and there's the one where you can put a drive on a motor, and there's insulation. There's a lot of other things that you then go through. If you have to change this, then do this. And then by these steps, creating that awareness. So that has been the journey. And that's also why we have been successful, because it's been a target set, but then it's taken the time to go there. So it's not a sudden investment, but over time. And whenever you do these decisions, then you think, what is the most energy efficient way to do this? And of course, looking also at the cost benefit of it.
Mm-hmm. Kelly, you mentioned this unlock that data and visualization can provide. Where are you? How have you helped other organizations take advantage of what you've learned about how to take forward those types of tools and implement them in their businesses?
I've been lucky enough within Schneider to work and lead in 5 different countries, and I can tell you that the problems are the same. It's just a matter of, I think Christian was talking about scale and how do you actually drive. We've been working with Vancouver International Airport, so when you talk about critical infrastructure and ensuring it stays up and running, and this is a customer who had very disparate systems, because they bought something from me at one point, and they probably bought something from Brandon, and they bought something from Christian, and then they look at the entire infrastructure and go, but how does this all talk and speak? And so we've really moved to helping them drive software layers that can pull information out of all of these sort of disparate systems and give them those insights. And I think we're seeing that in sort of every type of customer, is actually getting that visibility, using software to help you look at that, and then using analytics to help you make decisions in real time, which is certainly where the industry is going.
This speaks to the power sector and what you're seeing with IntelliSmart and the work that you're doing, Anil. What is the data platform interface, and how does it also help to think about other things like the resiliency in particular?
Sure. So data, starting from the availability of energy in the grid on one side, and consumption at different levels in view of the variability of energy being input due to renewables and consumption on ground. just balancing these three things is extremely critical. And when there are multiple utilities working on the same grid, at the end of the day, there's only one grid which actually is supplying to different utilities, and there is variability of energy being pumped into the system. So this data, when if available from different stakeholders in terms of consumers as well as in terms of generation, it can be balanced out. It will actually allow lots of energy to be utilized better, to be same unit being delivered more efficiently to the consumers, and hence avoiding losses on the grid. This actually also means lots of systemic efficiency improvements on the utilities side, because those are the neglected areas in many parts of the globe, because they are not best at energy efficiency and systemic efficiency improvements. They don't invest back onto the grid. Because they don't invest back onto the grid, again they are mismanaging the grid and again making heavy losses. That is what example has emerged in India, because a few years back people will recall that India was losing about 30% of energy from the point of generation to the point of delivery to the consumers, which has now got down to about 15%. That itself means millions and millions of units. So why I'm just trying to bringing something which is more kind of macro and more kind of wider is this, that let's use this transition or this energy or the green energy in a manner that people can be saved of this kind of changes which happen globally and get impact. Every individual on the ground gets impacted. How do we really deliver this energy more efficiently on ground, and how do we reduce these losses in the system by connecting various dots which are actually separated significantly due to lack of information? So that's why I said having platforms which actually seamlessly make information accessible and make it more democratically available would actually help the system do better and make them more efficient. So that's the way I think forward for the whole globe. I would think not only India. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that there's a workforce and training element in there as well around data and information and how people access and utilize that in their day-to-day decision making. So I want to ask a question, and Kelly, you had mentioned the theme of resiliency as well, and sort of how that long-term resiliency plays out for the system. And perhaps we could have each of you speak to the moment that we're in of efficiency and resiliency, because there's certainly a lot of economic resiliency. There's also system-level resiliency that we're needing to embed into the way we think about efficiency as part of the solution. So why don't I actually just ask each of the panelists to respond to this question of efficiency and resiliency, and how do we actually build for that in the next 1 to 3 years?
So I just recently moved back to North America from living in the UK for a number of years, and we had a really interesting challenge there because so many of the buildings are listed. So grade 2 listed buildings, which means you can't change a lot of the facade. You have to work with what you have. And at Royal Botanic Kew Gardens, which is a British institution, if you will, we spent a lot of time talking to them about energy efficiency and ultimately resiliency. You're talking about Victorian-era buildings that couldn't go down, right? Rare plant species that have come off islands around the world that are extinct anywhere else. And so lots and lots of conversations about where is that broad line between driving to energy efficiency, using less, as I think a lot of the panelists have been talking about, but ultimately resiliency and ensuring how do we use backup power to ensure that we sort of wouldn't lose these priceless artifacts, if you will. And I came away from that experience realizing if you can look at buildings from the 1850s, you can look at buildings from, I don't know, the 1990s, and absolutely find a path forward. And so I think it's more about thinking through the end-to-end of what needs to be accomplished in a building or a facility, and ultimately, what are those steps? How do you make some incremental steps along the way, which is really what we did to work alongside them. Make some changes, test how things were going, make the next set of changes. And there's nothing wrong with being thoughtful in your approach to both energy efficiency and ultimately ensuring the resiliency that's there.
Yeah, maybe two things. One, I don't think there's any trade-off between efficiency and resiliency. You don't have to give up on one to get the other. These systems can be extremely resilient now. If we have examples with customers where they've replaced old stuff and their energy bills come down 30%, and so that's either margin or it's competitiveness. That yields to resiliency. And so I don't think you have to trade one for the other. And so maybe that's the first comment. The second comment, I think, to make it long-term, to make it sustaining, we have to continue to work on educating. I give a personal anecdote that my mom, I live in Houston, my mom's in Houston, and she's 80 years old, and she called me, and she had been in contact with a company. She added a battery storage system for the power side to her house. They guarantee her a lower rate on her utility bill, and then they take the excess power and put it on the grid when she's not using it. And so, if my 80-year-old mother can get educated on this topic and can make her own self and her own lifestyle and everything more efficient, more resilient, then I think there's no reason that we can't do it and our companies can't do it together. And so I really challenge us to be practical about what we can do, what we can deploy together using technology as the lever to really have an impact on this short term and long term. And I think it's good for all of us.
Yeah, I very much agree with Brandon. I don't think it's a trade-off. I actually think it goes hand in hand. What we have seen with many customers is what started as a decarbonization journey, using energy efficiency as a lever, has now also turned into looking at resilience, especially in the countries, and the Commissioner Jørgensen mentioned it this morning, where suddenly you have to import fossil fuels, right, and you're dependent on it. So I think it's actually just adding to the benefit of doing energy efficiency that you can build more resilient solutions, because you are less and less dependent on imported things. So that's how I look at it, right? I see it as actually as a part of the package.
A sense of agency and security,
yeah.
Theme of the day. Yes.
Yeah, so I think there's no dispute on the topic that efficiency, to my mind, resilience is the bigger macro parameters. Energy efficiency becomes subset of that if you are not resilient to handle energy inflows. Any amount of efforts at the ground level would not be helpful. I would think, as I said, the world has changed. I recall my early days of life when I was being told that you put off the fan if you're not sitting in the room, put off the light if you're not in the room. That's fine, that is to be done. That's respect for the nature and respect for the resources. To my mind, the concept has changed in the sense that when we were doing these things, it was all fossil fuel. Today, energy is free. Again, I want to impress upon this topic. Energy generation is free. It's on us, how much cost it takes us to deliver the energy to the people. So let's work on this. As I said, 7 minutes are enough for the sun to deliver you as much energy as you want. But how efficiently you deliver to the consumer is your topic. So I would think grid has to be, again, very resilient, and all other consumer behaviors and patterns and science and everything would be required. But there's something mother requirements, and that's on the handling what we have, what nature has given us to use more efficiently and not waste it, splurge it, because we don't have the efficient systems to deliver. My point would still remain that unless you be resilient, make grid more resilient, don't waste energy because it can't be delivered because grid is not allowing to handle the variability is really, really not good. We have to handle variability. We have to understand that sun and wind are enough for us to use all the energy we need on earth for years and years. So let's be strong on that front, and rest all would fall in line.
Maybe, Jennifer, if I could just jump in. Think about a data center. I would actually claim, and you can challenge that, but we can actually use a data center to make the energy grid more resilient. Because if we use the technologies that we have today, and we do shave off the peaks, and we do load sharing, and we do it energy efficient and so on, and it can actually be flexible, maybe 0.5% of the time, then you actually have a big component sitting in your energy system that can actually contribute to it, and by that making a more resilient system. So I think you can also turn it that way around, right? And you can see it with other solutions as well. So I think you should think about it in that context.
I think that is an excellent point, and what you've all highlighted is that, in fact, our energy system is our industrial system today. It is our homes with a battery wall. It is our data centers with excess heat, with the opportunity to think of themselves in a very different capacity, a nodal system, which we're optimizing for delivery. And I think that that's a very impressive vision. And then the question is, what can we do in the next 1 to 3 years to get us on that track? Well, clearly policy is an important part of that, and building markets that will be durable, that will create those signals, and where there is compensation for the services that are provided by those different actions. But what are in the 1 to 3 year time frame, how do we help businesses like yours become nodes of that energy system of the future that we're building today? And let's see if let's start with you, Christian, if you want to pick up with where you left off.
Yeah, but I think back to one of the points I mentioned earlier, I think the regulatory piece, right? So the building codes and minimum efficiency standards that we need to get in place. Then I think if we also want to have more financial backing to really start to scale this, then we need to have some standard energy performance contracts as well, so we can draw the investors also to this industry. A lot of investors, they go for energy supply side, but they don't come to the energy efficiency side, so we can't get the scaling there. And then we talked about the digitalization and the AI and the smart demand response and predictive AI and so on, how we get that in as well. We have a lot of solutions today, right? So, but how do we actually get that integrated? And there's of course something with practical with protocols and so on, but then there's also who owns the data and who gives the data to whom, which is also a big thing when we work on this. And then I think we need public procurement to drive this, right? They really need to step up and put these requirements in whenever we have these things, so they start to drive. So back to the point before, we start to get the scale, then we also make it affordable, then we make it competitive. So that would be my wish, if I can come up with that.
That's a good list for 1 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Let's see, Brandon, how about for you?
Yeah, one simple thing. Take an inventory of where you're at and then build a plan to advance it. Whether that's your personal life, the factories that you operate, if you're in our space, the facilities that you run, if you're on the consumer side or on the generation side or anything else, take an inventory where you're at. You can't change something you don't measure. And so take an inventory and then build a plan and fix it. It's not more complicated than that. And so I really challenge you to take one actionable step. And in 1 to 3 years, you can have a significant impact. You can reduce your expenses. You can increase your margin. You choose.
I think great advice. Anil, do you have a 1 to 3 year?
Yes, so I think it is clear, first of all, policy formulation according to the current needs, thinking energy transition and energy security both in place is very, very important. Then I would think partnerships among various stakeholders. As I said, this is a fractured segment. Energy is not a one segment. It's made of multiple continents coming together. Continents, I meant to the stakeholders. Partnerships are very important to exchange the data and information. And then I would think if you have policy in place, the partnership in place, then it's the platforms which are extremely critical. How do you exchange this information, make symmetry of things so that we can use these resources more efficiently? That's what my take would be on next 1 to 3 years. Yeah. And I want to really say a lot of thanks to the platforms like IEA. In the current fractured world, it's very difficult to sustain such highly respected I think associations and platforms. IEA is doing extremely good job in connecting these dots together, like today's event. Yeah.
Kelly, you started us off on this question.
I agree with everything my fellow panelists would say. I would also just say everybody in this room is interested in this topic, so it's sort of like all of us looking at each other in a mirror. And I would take what Brandon said a bit of a step further that says, what can you do in your environment and your community to help people actually understand what we're even talking about? I tend to use electric vehicles as a really good example because it's something that most consumers understand or have been thinking about. Do I buy one? Do I not? What does that look like? And it's a topic that people can understand. When we start talking about grid modernization, I think the average person is maybe not that interested. And so what can each of us do to help spread the mission and the conversation? Because if there's anything that we're seeing, I think, the climate is asking us to help spread our messages and to understand and to talk about that. It's pretty clear based on what we're seeing. And so I would say, what can you as an individual do to help us all move forward? Not just in your capacity as a company or as a CEO, but as your capacity as a citizen and part of a community.
I think we've hit on a number of themes that really demonstrate what leadership means. And at this moment, this panel has focused on where you're seeing leadership emerge from within your own company and the operations and the products and services you provide, and where the individual and the community can take action. I want to just close us off with this thought, which is that in fact we are redesigning the system. We are bringing efficiency central to that system. And when we've spoken about that partnership structure that we need with policymakers, with institutions that are going to be making those decisions in the 1 to 3 years, each of your companies has a really critical role to play in bringing forward those examples of leadership and how that emerges. So I want to just note that we've spoken about the data, the tools that are needed to be able to help decision makers. We've spoken about the need for standards and codes that bring the viability of the products that we already know exist, those motors, the drives, the compressors. We know that these technologies are there, and yet there isn't access to know what does that deliver to our new energy system, and how does those efficiency investments deliver the resiliency, deliver the longer-term performance, the ability to interact digitally with the energy system. And so in my closing, I just wanted to say that this 1 to 3 year vision is critical, and that the actions that we take as companies, as individuals, and within our communities to engage policymakers and the governance of the energy system with this vision, this is the moment to redefine and rebuild those types of partnerships and approaches. So with great thanks and admiration for all that you are doing on leadership and business for energy efficiency, please join me in thanking our panel. We're going to pause for one quick photo, and then we'll invite up the next panel for a continuation on the conversation with regards to the strategic nature and competitiveness around energy efficiency going forward globally. So please.
Yep.
Thanks.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Satish Kumar, and I'm the Executive Director and President of the Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy. And I'm going to be the moderator of the next panel titled Efficiency for Industrial Competitiveness. My organization, the Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy, we promote energy efficiency as a resource and work and collaborate closely with the government and industry to promote energy efficient products and services to help Government of India achieve their energy security, clean energy, and climate change goals. I want to thank the International Energy Agency for organizing this 11th Energy Efficiency Conference, and also for showing its leadership in doing the research, the analysis, and providing guidance to the policymakers around the world, which acts as a bedrock for some of the most forward-looking energy efficiency policies that come out from different countries, both in the OECD as well as, I think, in developing countries. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of the International Energy Agency in terms of providing the doubling the rate of energy efficiency, which is an excellent framework for both the governments as well as the private sector to showcase their leadership and to do much more than what is currently being done, as I think the latest reports are telling us. I think, again, in the ministerial discussion in the plenary, Dr. Fatih Birol and ministers have highlighted the importance of energy efficiency in these turbulent times and what's the role that government and industries leaders can play together. I'm going to be focusing on the industrial competitiveness, I think, in this panel, along with our fellow panelists. As you all know, the industry accounts for nearly 40% of the global energy demand in 2025 and recorded its fastest growth since 2019. We have also seen that the disruptions that can be caused to the industrial supply chains, as was seen in the COVID, and I think as we are also seeing the supply disruptions of energy because of the Middle East war, can have some pretty significant impacts on industrial competitiveness. This underscores the centrality of the economic performance and its exposure to rising energy costs, competitive pressures, and geopolitical uncertainty. In the panel discussion, we are going to examine how well-designed policies can unlock the full potential of energy efficiency, reducing cost volatility for businesses and enabling firms to compete better in rapidly evolving global markets. So without further ado, let me call all the panelists here. We have a stellar cast of global leaders and experts, and I'm going to invite the panelists, and I'll request them to sit from chair 2 onwards, I think in the order in which I am going to be introducing them. So the first panelist is Ms. Charlotte Mehta. She is the president and CEO of BC Hydro. Charlotte is BC Hydro's president and CEO and has been on the member of the executive team for more than 6 years. Charlotte has overseen the control centers, water management, and field-based employees responsible for operating and maintaining BC's Hydro's extensive infrastructure, which includes over 300 substations, 80,000 kilometers of transmission and distribution lines, and 30 hydro plants, which collectively provide reliable electricity to 5 million customers. Welcome, Charlotte. The next panelist is Ms. Paula Glover. She is the president of the Alliance to Save Energy, and AEEE has had the distinct pleasure of working with Alliance to Save Energy during our inception. Paula brings more than 25 years of leadership and expertise in the energy sector to her role as president of the Alliance to Save Energy, a bipartisan, non-profit coalition of businesses, government, environmental, and academic leaders dedicated to advancing federal energy efficiency policy. She has a background in electricity and natural gas distribution. Welcome, Paula. The next person on the panel is Jes Munck-Hausen. Jes is the CEO of Rockwell Group. Based in Denmark, it is one of the world's leading manufacturer of stone wool products, primarily for the building industry. Jes has several decades of experience in strategic leadership and corporate governance, with more than 20 years devoted to leading companies such as Terma, Grundfos, Osram, and Ledvance. Welcome, Jes. And finally, I would like to welcome Jim Matthews. Jim is the IEC president, and he has assumed this responsibility from January 1st, 2026 for a 3-year term. He retired from Corning Incorporated in 2024, following over 4 decades in industry, where he led the global standards engineering activities while also coordinating business and innovation areas. A recognized expert in international standardization, he has held leadership roles across IEC, IEEE, ISO, and other organizations. Welcome, Jim, to the panel. So welcome all of you to this panel. I'm really looking forward to your insights and interventions. Let me start with you, Charlotte. Mobilizing investment is essential to accelerating industrial energy efficiency and strengthening competitiveness. With BC Hydro and the province of British Columbia committing significant and major new resources to energy efficiency, how can large-scale utility-led initiatives support meaningful efficiency gains for industrial customers, and what role should public utilities play in driving broader system-wide improvements?
Oh, good morning, everyone. Yeah, utilities have a huge strategic role to play. I'll talk a bit from a BC Hydro perspective. We're like Hydro-Quebec, we're hydroelectric utility, big service area, 98% clean, so very large load growth ahead of us due to electrification, particularly of the industrial sector, LNG, mining, port expansion. And I would say that BC Hydro has been in energy efficiency for the last 35 years. We have our energy efficiency programs called Power Smart. It's got super high brand recognition in BC. I think it's over 80% of people will recognize Power Smart, and it's our tagline. It's part of all our advertising, so very, very embedded in our utility. And with that said, we have a most aggressive efficiency program that we've ever had in our history. $1 billion we're going to spend over the next 3 years, and we see that as a really pillar of our plan to meet load. Our load's growing over 50% on capacity and energy on our system over the next 20 years. It could be even higher than that. And we have these three pillars: conserve, which is our energy efficiency program, load side, demand side management. We have, it's called optimize, which is making sure we're getting every electron, per your previous panel, out of our grid and out of our generating stations as possible through our own efficiencies, and repowering and getting higher equipment efficiencies. And then the last one's build. And build is most expensive. It's the one that's going to drive the rates the most. And so DSM is the conserve as a pillar. We are going to try and build the equivalent of an 800 megawatt power plant through efficiency and demand side management over the next 3 years. And so when I was thinking about this question of utility and the strategic role we play, I think there's a couple areas we do. One, obviously, it has to be part of every utility's brand. When they think of a utility, they have to think, people, customers, residents of your jurisdiction have to think you're all in on energy efficiency, because that is the right thing to do. And they know it also keeps rates lower for them. And then secondly, I would say for utility, make sure efficiency, demand side management is part of your integrated plan, your resource plan. It's in your supply stack. And when I say that, I mean go aggressive on it. So what we're trying to do, and we're just defending this in front of our regulator right now, is we're saying of the load growth, the very aggressive load growth we're seeing over the next 10, 20 years, we're going to supply a third of that through efficiency and demand side management on an energy level, and as much as 2/3 on a capacity level. So we're all in on this, and we're really going to rely on it to meet our customers in the future. The other area utilities can weigh in on is on incentives to industrial customers in particular. There's huge opportunity there. And when I say that, I mean, utilities can be a bit conservative. They have to defend everything usually in front of a regulator. But what we're doing at BC Hydro, and I know our colleagues are doing that across Canada, is pushing those business cases so we can provide higher and higher incentives to industrial customers. And when I say pushing the business case,
We know new cost of energy, new builds is high, so we've got a lot of room to play there, and we are actually incenting up to 100% of new energy efficiency projects for industrial customers because we want them to have these efficiency projects prioritized in their capital plan. It's a win-win. It's good for us. It's good for them. And we also need them to help them get over their return on investment hurdles. And so, like I said, we're going all in. And what that also means is not trying to force industrial customers or industrial projects through these sort of really rigid programs, right? We know every industrial customer has unique business economics, circumstances. And so we're really trying to do customized programs in terms of like creative business models, risk sharing, and incentive levels, and just really making it easier for them to do their efficiency projects.
Thanks, Charlotte. All in on conserve, optimize, and build, and providing incentives for industrial consumers. More power to you, Charlotte. Paula, why is industrial energy efficiency such an important tool for addressing near-term affordability pressures while also supporting long-term industrial competitiveness and system resilience during this clean energy transition?
So that's a very big question. Thank you for it. I think what I would offer is that efficiency is important for industrial consumers because it's something you can do now. So the tools that we offer are things that businesses can adopt now, and in that way, when they do that, they should start to see a lower energy bill because their usage will go down. And that, of course, makes bills more affordable. May not completely affordable, but certainly the less energy you use, the more affordable your bill is going to be. But also, that savings then can be redirected to other things. So a business may use that money to invest in something for their operations, new equipment, et cetera, more employees if that's what they need. But the savings that they make from reduced energy usage can be used for other things to help strengthen that business, reinvest in that business, share it with others, whatever you want to do. And in the long term, that does make a business more competitive, right? Because the more that you can produce with less going in, energy being the input and whatever that product is, the output, the more that you can do that with less of an input, the more competitive you are going to be in terms of your pricing, in terms of how much you can offer consumers and when they need it. There's so much there. But oftentimes I would add, when we talk about this, we always think typically about large businesses like ABB and Schneider, the companies that we heard on the previous panel. And our larger challenge, but I think equally as important when we think about industrial competitiveness, is how do we do it for small businesses? In the U.S., we might say Main Street. So you're talking about small plumbing companies, the Subway sandwich stop, a small restaurant, because those are the kind of businesses that also use a lot of energy, but also cannot incur the high cost. And the other piece of that is that when we think about, certainly in America, our economy, we often talk about how small businesses drive the economy and drive business growth. And so that would mean that those are the businesses that we need to prioritize when we start thinking about reducing energy costs, because that's how you're going to grow your economy, is by helping those businesses grow. So I think efficiency for industrial use is a twofer. It can help your energy costs be more affordable. It can allow you to be more competitive, but I also think it can help a business be more resilient and be able to withstand some of the ebbs and flows that happen because they're able to reduce their usage.
Okay, thank you, Paula. And I think your point about, how small businesses can actually get impacted, on the affordability side is a very good one. In India also, I think there are small and medium enterprises which are right at the epicenter of, many of the policies that government is promoting. So thank you for highlighting that. Yes, coming to you, we heard in the previous panel, many of the business leaders talk about, the centrality and the importance of energy efficiency. From your perspective, are energy efficiency policies delivering the results in improving the competitiveness of companies such as Rockwool, and how should energy efficiency policy be framed, in your opinion, going forward?
But policies absolutely are helpful. but they're only helpful if they are transparent and clear, and most importantly, predictable. And then also in the previous discussions we heard, it's very important that policies are not focusing on regulatory aspects, but policies that set high standards drive a lot of change. So high building standards or high expectations to equipment. And that has been proven again and again, both in Europe and in the US, that high standards drive innovation. High standards enable capital to flow and industries like ours to invest to energy efficiency. So it can make a profound difference. Like the chairman showed some numbers in his introduction with energy efficiency indexes, I can also say that in Europe, we have reduced our energy consumption as a continent with 30% the last 2 decades. But we've grown GDP with almost also 30%. And that's really a profound competitiveness factor. In a factory, we would call this productivity. So yes, it can drive a lot of competitiveness if the policies are made right, particularly if they are predictable and based on high standards. It also helps companies like us, and Rockwool is a company in building materials. Maybe just 2 seconds about what we do. Our name Rockwool, we literally take stone, rock, and we melt it, and we produce stone wool products, mainly insulation materials. So we're a very high consumer of energy, a real high consumer of energy. But we also have a profound impact on the insulation side, so we get back more than 100 times the energy that we have consumed, you could say. So we double down on this. We double down on energy efficiency as a company. We invest heavily into electrification of both our existing footprint by retrofitting our equipment. And then all future factories that we build are based on electric technology. And we do this not just to do good, but we do this because it's good business. So in addition to policies, it is very important that businesses can make this a good business, because that is just such a driving force of change. And I would like to say that's what we see in North America right now. We see a lot of interest in energy efficiency. We've never been this busy. We've never invested so much in the North American market as now. But the logic is very different than in Europe. In Europe, it is very policy-driven. It's regulatory-driven. In the US, and this is my experience mainly, it's more driven by business. That big, large, and small, by the way also, but businesses, institutions that own buildings and other assets understand that it makes them more competitive if they reduce their energy consumption. So it's a slightly different logic, but the end result is the same, and the benefit to society and the environment is profound when we go that way. The last point I do want to make here in the introduction is of course, access to electricity. As a heavy user of electricity and energy, it becomes, of course, a major factor in where we invest. And we are a global player. We're around, basically all around the world. And we are right now planning for 8 new factories. These are very, very large CapEx programs that we're running. And in the past, when we had to decide on where to put a factory, it was mainly market-driven. You know, where are the customers? Where should we put the next factory? And that's, of course, still important. But right after that, and I mean right after that, is the access to electricity. And to us as a company, it matters what kind of electricity we get access to. So there have been places where we could get electricity, but it was not sustainable. So if it comes from a coal plant just down the road, we're just kidding ourselves. So we're very critical on the suppliers we work with, and the reliability on the energy source, and of course also price. So today, and this is competitiveness from an industrial perspective, but definitely also for whether or not it's a country or territory or state, we will put the factory now where we can get electricity, and we'll create the jobs and the growth in those areas. So the industrial competitiveness discussion has many, many parameters, and policy can play an important role there, as long as I said, it's predictable and it's more about setting high standards. Then industries like us and the previous speakers will come with the investments and the technology and make it happen.
No, thanks. Yes, the point that you made about, I think, growth on one side and reducing energy intensity on the other side, what I think in the energy policy space called the decoupling of the economy from the energy cost. And I think that has been, I think, a hallmark of, I think, or the success of energy efficiency over the last half a century, I would say, and which has allowed us to grow without actually causing the emissions, I think, even more emissions than we would have caused. And also, I think your linkage to the importance of electrification and access to it and others, I think are quite important, and not just in your industry, but across the board. And we have seen that in especially data centers and others, I think, where they are getting located. So excellent points. Jim, let me come to you. You are the standards person, having spent, I think, all your time and life in the standards space. So we are living in the age of electricity, but ensuring that it is used efficiently is critical. As we have heard, I think we are hearing in this panel, and I think in the plenary panel, from the IEC's perspective, what are the key pathways to accelerate the adoption of international standards to support the affordability, access, security, and efficient use of electricity across businesses and economies? The three speakers all have spoken, I think, about in one way or the other. So here is your, please take it away.
Well, thank you, Satish, and thank you, IEA, for the chance to be here today. I will say that I didn't spend all of my career in standards. I think a better way to describe it is innovation, because bringing world-changing innovations, technologies to the market, and standards is a very important vehicle to do that. So I'll talk about standards, but try not to put everybody to sleep. But one of the things you have to understand is that this is really the invisible infrastructure that makes all these things that our speakers in this panel and the earlier panels have talked about. Because the invisible infrastructure is built around global agreements that involve a lot of industry who come out of what I would call enlightened self-interest, because they obviously want to see the products you make, the things you use, the things you do, included in that, but you achieve a reward by making a more efficient process. You achieve a reward by using the energy you have rather than having to buy more. And so all of those things come together and say, here's an environment where this works. Where it really works the best is when you have broader stakeholders in the community. So the community itself, the users, the voices of the regulators, the voices of the governments also at the table to do that. I'll give you the example in my experiences in the medical device area, where regulators from the Food and Drug Associations of the global organizations participate in the development of the standard. And by doing that, it kickstarted not only the agreement of the technology and the people to work, but also the implementation when it came time to deploy the regulations, because those were already integrated and people understood each other and how they work, and the outcome was ready for regulation on day one, rather than another year, another 2 years of long study and regulatory understanding to be able to do that. So that happens. What happens with the process that we use to make these standards? Well, first of all, you have to understand that they're open and accessible to everybody. Anybody from anywhere can come and be part of this process, and that's not often understood, but we are based on a national country model where you have one country, one vote, so the biggest to the smallest get one vote. It's equal access, and everybody's voice gets heard. The second thing is a really beautiful thing called consensus. Consensus doesn't mean who shouts loudest in the room. It doesn't mean who is the most people in the room. It means that we all work together and talk about and resolve differences in a way that says, okay, I can live with this. I can live with the outcome. It may not have been my first choice coming into the room, but it's one that everybody can get together. And you'd be surprised how durable a consensus-based agreement is, because in that case, it endures, it lives, and it's resilient for the work that's there. So now, how do standards help us to do these things? Well, you think about the fact that there are lots of things that are happening that people talked about. Some of the award recipients yesterday talked about how they took data and measured the cold impact in Brazil and made adjustments with AI to operate the freezers more efficiently in the cold systems. Well, where's that data come from? How do you have that data that's reliable? Well, we write documents and standards that create the metrology to measure things. So you measure your efficiency, the efficiency of a motor, the efficiency of a heat pump, the other things that can be done on a global scale and equivalency in order to make a real valid comparison and make good use of data. So yes, you've got to have data, and yes, you've got to use data, but first you have to have good data that gives you a valid case for doing these things. The second thing is really just a question of, can we do this in a way that is more efficient and more open and more activities? Because what you really want to do is support innovation, because new ideas come with all the time, whether it's different drives for motors, it's different ways to integrate solar PV into the grid or other things. And so that innovation is the engine that powered those reductions in the use of more carbon and powers the reductions in, well, actually the gains in efficiency across the chart that was shown this morning. Every time you have a challenge, you find innovations are the thing that open the door to the next stage and the next level of vehicle use, vehicle range, battery technology. So at IEC, we work on trying to come up with standards to promote safety, reliability, resiliency, and accessibility. We have a saying that we are working towards the all-electric and connected society. So that guides a lot of our strategy and the work we do and what our stakeholders are trying to do, because we recognize we have converging technologies, we have lots of technologies that used to exist in silos. A transformer on a pole would be a very old and mature technology around for many, many decades, or if not centuries. But now that transformer is suddenly instrumented. It's got temperature sensing, it's got controls, it's got integration. A tractor is a mechanical device used in agriculture for planting and growing food. But now it's a smart device with geosensing, with moisture sensing around the ground and soil it's tilling, self-navigation, and all of these other things that become part of the ecosystem. So the other thing we tried to do in the IEC is also think in terms of systems. And the idea that you're not just making a standard around a part, but you've got to think about how that part interacts with the parts before and after it, and the whole ecosystem functions. So thinking about a system standard is something that helps and benefits and accelerates that use. And also, then you have a function within that system that can be innovated, because it doesn't describe a particular type of motor, it doesn't describe a particular type of equipment. You can come along with another black box that solves that problem even better with new technology. And finally is new solutions. I mean, we talked about the grid, we talked about the resilience, we talked about distribution systems that are antiquated, and if everyone on my street were to buy an electric vehicle and plug it in overnight tonight, we would blow out the distribution system at the local level of our electrical system. So we've got to have the ability to upgrade and work smartly with those, with the resources we have, but also the resources we need. But one of the things that we have to think about is also ways to get those systems to work better together, and the interaction of the fact that it's communications, it's energy, it's all of the things that are there. So the whole questions come to one of innovation, come to one of accessibility, one of sustainability, and all of these things, and standards are a vehicle that help get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I think your point about standards are about innovation, about data, about consensus, I think very, very important. Yes, you wanted to come?
I got inspired by what you said, Jim, on how you broaden out the discussion about energy efficiency. You started talking about moisture, you talked about safety, you talked about all kinds. And let me give this perspective. The energy efficiency discussion has changed a lot the 18 months. I think that was clear also from the starting speakers, that we came from an energy efficiency agenda that was driven very much about sustainability. And I still think that's important, but today when we look at the energy efficiency agenda, we talk geopolitics, we hear resilience, we hear all a much broader agenda, also competitiveness like we talk about it. Now the point I want to make is, I think we also as companies have to rethink our narrative, how we address energy efficiency and what value we create for customers. Because I think on the last panel, it was also clear that energy efficiency can be at times hard for customers to understand. And really to drive it forward as businesses, I think we now have to be better at explaining the value it creates for the user, other than reducing the energy bill, which is of course still an important factor. But when we come in with technologies, it is also about fire safety. It's about better acoustics in buildings. It's about better living conditions. And I think that will again revitalize the agenda and put it in a much better spot, because it becomes a much broader founded agenda. It is also not so easy to attack politically when we only don't talk about sustainability, but we talk about competitiveness and we talk about safety. And so I think it's very healthy for us.
Okay. Thank you. Let me come with a follow-up question to you, Paula. From the Alliance to Save Energy's perspective, which policy levers have proved most effective, in your opinion, in scaling industrial energy efficiency and supporting a more competitive, secure, and resilient industrial sector?
I mean, I think it sounds snarky to say this, but I think all of them, actually. I don't know that there's one that's more important than the other, but I think everything from tax credits and enhanced tax credits to really policies that fund and establish green banks that allow capital to flow into communities that may not have capital for these kinds of projects. All of those things, I think, are equally as important. And, you know, to pick up on something that the gentleman said, I think a thing that we struggle with, certainly around efficiency, is because we have so many policies, but also we don't have a standard description for what we do, right? And so for some policymakers, energy efficiency really is just weatherization. And we have a whole policy in the States around weatherization for low-income customers and then customers who are not low-income, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then we also have building codes and standards. We have appliance codes and standards, and Energy Star. And those are all policies that are equally as important, because when you start putting these things together and stacking them together, that's actually how you're able to build something for a business, so that then they can really take advantage of all of the things that we have available, from smart meters to enhance, to digital twins, to, you know, enhance insulation and lighting and all of these things. And then when they get that savings, they're able to recoup that and invest it in their own business, or however that person feels it's most important.
Okay. Thank you, Paula. Charlotte, coming to you next. We discussed BC Hydro's significant and historic investment in energy efficiency. What shifts or innovations within BC's electricity system are enabling and sustaining this kind of expanded focus on industrial efficiency? And how are they positioning the grid for long-term resilience and competitiveness?
Yeah, I mean, the load growth on our system is really driving the innovation and, well, not only the business case for energy efficiency, but yeah, just the resilience of meeting the supply. Like, most utilities feel this huge responsibility around powering the economic development plans for their jurisdictions. And so it fundamentally does change how you plan for a utility grid. At BC Hydro, I mean, 50% of our assets are over 50 years old. And so back to the opportunity, you know, I talked about a conserve, helping customers conserve, keep their bills low. Optimize is all about getting the most we can out of our grid. And so as we reinvest in our system and repower it, huge opportunity for energy efficiency there, and working with suppliers of major equipment. You know, I talked a bit about, you know, efficiency and demand-side management's just part of planning now, and I'll give you a perspective on what utilities are dealing with. You know, spot loads, when you're a clean grid, you get electrification loads. LNG, for example, is an industry looking at electrifying. We are seeing loads of 600 megawatt spot loads on our system. Our biggest load right now in our system is 150 megawatts. So you can appreciate the discussions you have with spot load customers on energy efficiency when you're talking about loads that big, because 5-10% savings are like the equivalent of a power plant that we don't have to build. And so innovation is coming for us in many ways, besides the fact that, you know, we are going to have to be so interactive with our customers on the grid, two-way flow of energy, all of that stuff that this audience knows about. we are going to be interacting with smart devices behind the meter, thousands of them. And we already have a program where we turn people's thermostats down by 1 or 2 degrees. With their, we've got their permission to do that, but we don't need to inform them that we're doing it. They don't even notice it most of the time to manage capacity on the grid, stuff that you wouldn't have thought about, 10 years ago. But really working with customers, particularly industrial customers, on innovative business models to incent their energy efficiency project. And I mentioned, not these sort of standard programs, but risk sharing. So, examples would be where the utility helps fund a new energy technology, energy efficiency technology, funds it, owns it till it's proven its efficacy, and then transfers it over to the customer, right? We take the risk on some of those, early adopters. Or big mines that have an energy efficiency project, like a demand side, say a grid scale storage system to help manage their load. They've got a 20-year mine life. Maybe we take that asset over in 20 years. So really innovative things on that side. And then I would say, we're influencing policy too. We don't have as much say on standards. We get involved in those conversations like building standards, equipment standards for efficiency, but AI, data centers, it's a new mega load we're seeing. Our grid would be overrun by AI if we didn't put out some sort of new policies on controlling the queue of how AI data centers show up. And so one of the things that we've done is we now auction off queue positions for AI and data centers. And a big part of a bid that will be successful or not is they show their energy efficiency posture. They show how they've reduced their environmental footprint. That's just as important as some of the other aspects of a load that wants to connect to our system. And so it's pretty new. We've just launched it. We're going to be announcing the successful bids in September, but embedding that sort of efficiency policy within even how customers can connect or queue up for access to clean electricity on our grid, I think is a really good example of the innovation that's coming with utilities to respond to the load growth and the need for efficiency to be part of the supply stack.
It's hard to keep AI and data center out of the conversation.
It's very hard, but I got it in there.
Isn't it? So just a very quick follow-up, because you heard Anil Rawal, who was on the previous panel, and in India, our peak demand is growing at 5 to 7% every year. So it's just the natural, I think, growth trajectory, 20, 25, 30 gigawatt every year on year. Are you looking at this digitalization trend of combining data from smart meters and then using some of the policy tools, working with the government on time of usage and other rates to incentivize people, I think, where energy efficiency and demand side measures can provide more flexibility and resilience to the grid?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, for our integrated resource plan, our supply stack, 2/3 of the capacity will come from efficiency and demand side management. And it's exactly what you're talking about. It's time of use rates, which we've introduced now. It's peak shaving, all of that. Everybody's got an iPhone or a phone in their hands, and so we send out alerts, not because the grid's about to collapse, but just from hey, it's a peak time and we're trying to change behaviors, where it will incent you to look at your phone. It's almost gamifying it and saying, if you get an alert, we'll pay you to drop your load by 5%, and we're doing that with industrial customers as well. So we're going to pull on all of those tools. But you need the time of use rates to do that. You need the incentives. So we're looking at the whole package. And again, the business case is strong. We're a low-cost jurisdiction. Our rates are really low compared to other jurisdictions. It's actually hard for some of our customers to make the business case to pick the energy-efficient option. And that's where the utility comes in. But from a utility perspective, we see the growth. We need it on our system, that efficiency and demand side management mindset from our customers, changing behaviors and what equipment they actually install.
Yeah, I think both the behavior as well as the technology, I guess, are going to play an increasingly important role in the peak side, peak demand management. Jim, coming back to you, what do you think about international standards driving like policy action to enable businesses to take immediate steps while also building the longer-term resilience benefits of energy efficiency?
I think they're absolutely going hand in hand, and that's key. I mean, you look at any of the major development activities in other parts of the world, and the World Bank produced a really outstanding report for the World Development Report in 2025 that talked about the role of global standards and how it impacted not just the, I'll call it the accessibility resilience, but also the economy of countries that did choose to use the global standards for things like that. The other thing is, I didn't mention, but I will, is conformity assessment, which is something that goes hand in hand. IEC operates 4 systems that do assessment towards the standards themselves. One of those is on safety and compatibility and other pieces. Another one involves measuring quality and quality-related activities, including certification on carbon and carbon usage under some of the ISO standards. A third one is related to safety of electrical apparatus in mines and particled environments, whether it's mills or other things. And the fourth one is renewable energy. The idea that you're going to make a large investment in capital in renewable energy. So the solar system, the wind system, the tidal system, and other ways of doing this are certified to be up of a quality and a resiliency and use that will fit in the network and fit the purpose that the funder is paying for. So that gives people confidence to then go forward and make the investment and make the advancement and do these. So the regulators, as I said before, really, I would just ask all the regulators to get more to the table and involved in standardization, even though you see it as an output product. Let's don't have that gap between the standardization process and the regulation. But the regulators then really have to exercise the foresight and the looking at what can give us benefit now, but also that bridge to what's the benefit in the future.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Thank you, Jim. Yes, we know our global energy landscape is changing and changing very fast. Industry, as you said, needs to change with it. I think that's an imperative that you have outlined. What role do you think governments can play in creating the right conditions needed for business to commit to longer-term investments that we believe is the need of the hour?
Yeah, we'll go back to where I was before. Predictability is incredibly important. And we see that in Europe right now, in many countries, struggle on when can you connect to the grid, how can you get the timing right, but also how can you predict the energy prices on electricity. And that's what makes and breaks projects right now. I have a handful of projects in Europe, very large conversions of factories, and countries that have cheap coal, but high electricity prices, it's just a terrible business case. And countries with the opposite are great business cases. But so government can help us with the predictability. And then, as I said before, then the capital and willingness to do it is there, because it is good business. I return to that argument all the time. It is really good business. But that's our own conversion. I also work on the other side. Of course, our products are profoundly impacting energy efficiency because it's insulation materials. And I think everything related to standards are very, very important. Also on institutional investors, if we can get better transparency, better standards, then, and we're doing that right now in Europe. We are activating insurance companies. We are activating through insurance companies, banks, and mortgages, and setting that chain reaction free is unleashing enormous potential for energy efficiency investments, simply by renovating buildings or industrial facilities. So the government can do a lot, but it comes back to these basic things of predictability, transparency, and setting high standards of what is expected.
Okay, so based on some of the discussions, some themes that are emerging, I think there is transparency, predictability, affordability, the need for forward-looking standards. And what I would like, I think, in this round of intervention is that if energy security is becoming an increasingly critical concern for industry, including, I think, the price of electricity, how do you think energy efficiency policies can help strengthen your organization's resilience to supply disruptions and geopolitical volatility? So this is one question, and I think I'm going to pose another one, and then I'll request all of you to provide your own perspectives to this. And the other one is that with energy affordability becoming a major pressure point for businesses and common citizens and even smaller businesses, as Paula, you mentioned, what policy measures do we believe are most effective in helping industry manage some of these short-term price volatility and reduce long-term energy costs through energy efficiency? And maybe I will start with you, Jim, this time, and then we will come back this way.
Well, thank you. And I think, just mentioned a very important point, which is predictability. If you have plans, if you have a vision, if you have regulation that's going to lay out a pathway, then you can navigate your way through that. If it's chaotic and confusing, it's very difficult, and then the investments are much harder. But look at how profound the cost of energy and access to energy makes a difference when you're trying to figure out how to improve or alter your process, scale up your process, do other things. Those all play an important part of the world. So the ability to get everybody to be thinking about the future, but at the same time working in the present, is a real enlightenment, I guess I would say, and that means more dialogue. That's going to mean more discussion, more tools, and more innovation. Innovations come all the time. We have one that we're working on now called low voltage direct current, or LVDC. All of our systems in this room are alternating current and it's pulling off the grid and everything that's happening, but DC is easier to store with power, batteries with solar and other things. The idea is that you can run lighting systems, you can run environmental control systems, you can run many other things in security in buildings off of those type of grids. And you can also do things that allow much more efficiency, even perhaps in data centers, because DC-powered data centers may be more efficient than AC-powered ones. So you have to think about all the innovations that you can encourage, ways to bring more openness and dialogue and trust, and then having the ability to have a foresight and a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
I would like to comment on the affordability side from the end customer, the real families, if they can afford. And there's a big problem also in Europe with energy poverty. What I've seen happening in Europe by some politicians, and I think this is incredibly clever, they have managed in some countries, and I will mention Romania in a second, to take the policies of Brussels, who at times can be very abstract and very, very far away from the voter. And they have managed to take some of the programs and broken them down into some very tangible manifestations of change for voters. And one of the countries I always point to is Romania. Romania has a massive program of energy efficiency of homes, of home dwellings. And you have to, I don't know if you've been to Romania, but when you drive through Romania, they have a lot of these Ceausescu area, not skyscrapers, but high-rise buildings. And trust me, you don't want to live in those. But they are now renovating them at mass for energy efficiency and affordability. And that brings the agenda into the voter. And by doing that, voters can see that this matters to them also. It's very abstract for a voter to talk about the grid or offshore wind turbines. They will never see them. But their own homes, when they improve in quality and safety and health, then this affordability agenda also touches them. And I think that is something we have to consider how we build into programs more.
Okay. Paula?
Yeah, I want to add to that. I think first, durable policy and policy that withstands administrations. And so part of, I think, what's hard for everybody is if you have a policy that's been established for 4 years, and then the next 4 years that policy goes away and it's a new policy, how do you plan for something like that? But I would say the additional challenges, certainly in the United States, is that policy is established at many different levels. And right, so where there may be federal inaction, there could be state action. The state could have one desire and the locality could decide to do something else. A city or town can make, I mean, we saw this, right, when the US came out of the Paris Agreement, we had cities who joined. And so for businesses in the states, where you're operating actually really matters. You do have to be kind of dialed in on that local level to really kind of understand what the policy is for that particular area and what you're trying to do. And then the final thing I would say is, and a thing that I don't think we do really well at, is checking whether or not the policy produced the result that we really wanted. Right, so oftentimes we'll have a policy, we establish it, even if it's long-standing. If it doesn't do what the intended outcome is, we rarely revisit. And I think it's really important now that you have to revisit probably more frequently than you'd like to make sure that this thing that we built is presenting the results that we want, so that if it isn't, you can pivot quickly, as opposed to letting things go on and then creating a whole new policy.
Okay, thank you, Paula. And I think I can relate to, I think, some of the whiplash kind of an action that we have seen. And I think that clearly doesn't send the right signal to the industry and to the businesses and everything. So thanks for highlighting that, Paula. Charlotte, your intervention.
I think the only thing I'd add from a predictability and policy perspective, from, again, a utility perspective, is we're all about load forecasting right now, and it's a really challenging time to get your load forecasts right. You have to basically plan in scenarios and be ready to pull stuff off the shelf for what emerges, because you can, and nobody ever talks about it, but you can overcommit to build and supply contracts, big 30-year, multi-billion-dollar contracts. And if the load doesn't show up, then, you know, there's a rate impact for that. So predictability in codes are hugely influential in how we load forecast. I mean, the LEDs and innovation, and, you know, the lighting innovation when LEDs came in, what that has done in terms of load forecasting, you know, we would have seen way higher loads right now if that innovation in lighting hadn't come through, and then codes and policies had sort of really pushed this energy efficiency on housing and lighting. And so for us, predictability on policies and codes is really so we get our load forecasts better and make really good financial investment decisions around what the grid, what the system, the electrical system looks like in the future.
Okay.
To serve load, basically.
Thanks. I'm going to ask one, I think, unscripted question, and this you can use this to give sort of like your closing remark. And I am going to blame it on Charlotte because she brought the topic of AI and data centers. And we all are seeing, I think, in the news, on the social media, we are both intrigued, fearful, scared, I think, about some of these technology, and this is emerging as sort of like as a domain in its own right, both I think in terms of the amount of resources and electricity that it is going to consume, but also I think the way, the kind of visceral reactions that it is causing within the communities and everything. So I think with the rise of, I think, the AI and data centers and the topics that we have been discussing here about predictability, transparency, public good, I think energy efficiency, and I think we have 4 very different, I think, segments of, I think, our economy represented here. So Charlotte, from a utility perspective, clearly you cannot ignore data centers. I think it's a reality. You have to prepare for it. So what is your take? And I would like, because we have to wrap up, so maybe I think I'll request you to provide sort of like your interventions in about 90 seconds or less.
I think I've said it already. We're not going to apologize for pacing the queue.
Mm-hmm.
And then as part of picking who gets stacked in the queue, the energy efficiency piece, their ability to bid in higher than tariff rates, all those pieces will be part of the criteria. And because we have such low cost clean energy, you have to pace it. And that's a policy decision we've made in BC.
Okay, thank you. Charlotte, Paula?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say in terms of AI, investing in community is going to be most important. And I think, you know, if I were talking to data center operators, I would tell them that jobs is actually not enough to get a community on board. But that, you know, for us at the Alliance, one of the things that we propose is having data center hyperscalers, and all hyperscalers, invest in demand response for the hardest communities to reach as a way to kind of help balance out some of that capacity. And added to that is something that Brandon said in the earlier panel, which quite frankly is you should be adopting all of our stuff first before you build another thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes?
Yeah, this can become a really big subject. We're talking about competitiveness. Of course, we need AI. I mean, we need it as a, you know, as a society, as a country, as an industry. So I do have some understanding for the fact that they are jumping the line a little bit, but I can also, as a CEO, get very frustrated when we've laid out 10-year plans with utilities, and then we suddenly see that change. But I think we can handle it because there's also a huge benefit for us in participating, of course, in building energy efficient data centers, but also because we need the processing power.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Jim.
I think
last word.
One of the last things is, I guess, you have to think about AI as a tool, AI as a service, AI as a product. It's a lot of things, but it's not everything that people who don't understand it fear it will be. But it is already competing for resources and power and everything else. And there's a session tomorrow I'll plug on data centers in the afternoon, and that will talk a little bit more about that. But I think we have to live, as Jess said, we're living in an age of rapid technological change. We have to figure out how to work through it. And by the way, we haven't even talked about quantum computing yet. So we're actually working on things that relate to that down the road, which will be even more disruptive in some ways than AI. So,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. And so we had a lovely discussion on industrial competitiveness and the role that energy efficiency can play in that. And I think one of the key themes that have emerged is that energy efficiency has to, be at the center of, all the innovation, all the affordability, the policy questions that we are discussing. I think it's not just the large business, but the smaller and the medium-sized business, which are also getting significantly impacted. And I think how they are going to adapt and sort of like innovate is going to be very, very important. From the policy side, I think one of the clear emerging sort of like themes has been that policies need to be transparent, they need to be predictable, so that I think industry gets the right signal and they can then innovate and plan for that. And also, I think the role of standards and how it can actually fast-track innovation and let, the society embrace some of the newer technology in the best possible manner, I think is something that is going to be important. So I think the energy efficiency narrative may be changing a little bit, in the geopolitical context and some of the risks that we are facing, but it is definitely going to continue to play a very, very central role. And with that, I'm going to conclude the session. But before that, let's put, our hands together for the wonderful panelists and for their intervention. And we will have a photograph before we wrap.
And at 1:30, thank you very much. At 1:30, back here in this plenary room, we'll have a fireside chat between Fatih Birol and the Canadian Finance Minister, Minister Champagne. So I hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Task of moderating the first panel after the lunch, when either you will always want to go to nap or watch the Brazil-Japan game, which seems to be exciting because Japan scored the first goal. But we need to be efficient, so we cannot make too many jokes. And it's basically difficult for me because I will be trying to moderate two old friends that know each other for a long time, but I'll still try to ask questions. So we will have, for that fireside chat, Fatih Birol and François-Philippe Champagne. So please, if you want to join me on the stage.
It's always a good day when you have Fatih Birol in town, trust me.
No, thank you very much. Please.
Good. So thank you so much, Mr. Champagne, for joining us. We had a very interesting morning. Fatih Birol started the day with, by setting the stage on the energy scene, the worldwide energy crisis we're facing. It is a crucial time for energy and how we manage energy. Energy security issues are on top of mind of many countries. But yet, energy efficiency has to also make the headlines and has to be included in our energy policies. So I wanted to first ask and start the question, the panel with you, Minister Champagne, with how does Canada, what role Canada can play in that energy scene, but also what's the challenge? We need to bring energy efficiency inside the discussion of energy supply. So how can we, what can we do and how Canada is doing on these aspects?
Well, first of all, thank you everyone for coming to Montreal. Thank you to my friend Fatih. I said, thank you Fatih because you were in town, they invited me. It's always good to be with Fatih on the stage. We've been knowing each other for a long time. Vous savez, à tous ceux qui sont francophones, c'est un plaisir de vous avoir à Montréal. Évidemment, quand on a l'imminence grise de l'énergie avec nous, c'est important de faire le point sur la situation comme vous l'avez fait. I just want to welcome you to Canada. I want to thank the International Energy Agency for selecting Montreal. I think it's one of your first meetings in America. So I just want to say thank you for choosing us. And I think, and you know what's interesting, I usually quote Fatih, so it's going to be interesting. He said he quotes me. So that's going to be an interesting discussion because Fatih is now, as you would appreciate, the nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security is one. And as the former chair of the G7 finance minister and central bank governor in 2025, that was the year where I said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. And we were looking at 2026, and I would say to all of you, I think what we've seen, 26 seems to be the year of volatility and complexity. And in a world like that, we wanted experts. Like now, you may know or not, but Fatih Birol is now part of our almost G7 meetings of finance minister and central bank governors. Why? Because he said it better than anyone. And I'll use my own word to refer to what Fatih said, but the world is witnessing the most significant reshaping of the energy architecture in human history, at least in recent human history. So where does that put Canada? Because actually, that was your question. Obviously, on energy efficiency, you've seen a major announcement today. But also, I think what people are looking for today, which is challenging, is trust and resiliency. People want to make sure they will find a trusted partner for the long term and one which can provide energy security and resiliency in the supply chain. And I think in that, Fatih has been very generous in his words about Canada, that Canada stands out as an energy superpower, both in conventional but also renewable energy. And we have taken, and you've seen from the Prime Minister, the tone at the top has changed significantly. We intend to be a major producer of energy. We intend to do it sustainably, reliably, and I think the policies we have adopted in Canada are making a difference. And I can tell you, never like now, we have seen countries looking at Canada because you're talking about energy, but you're talking also all forms of energy, whether it's nuclear, whether it's renewable, in fact, hydroelectricity, whether you're looking at nuclear, which Canada is one of the very few countries in the world which can certify a nuclear reactor. And I was just in Darlington last week, where we'll be the first G7 country to have a small modular reactor in operation. And we have all the critical minerals that are needed for the economy of the 21st century. So when people often say demography is destiny, I would put it to you that energy is destiny. And energy is becoming, particularly electricity, is becoming key because everyone is trying to decarbonize. Those who are going to have energy will be able to play a key role in the electric stack, and obviously play a key role when it comes to AI infrastructure. So when people say you always look confident and optimistic about the Canadian economy, is because I sit where Fatih sit when you're looking at the state of the world, whether it's the G7, OECD, the G20, you realize that Canada is going to be the trusted energy partner of the 21st century. And I'll stop there, because one of the things we've seen is that geography doesn't tend to change much, and people don't change much either. So there was something in the FT recently, which you would have seen for sure. We're looking at the different straits in the world. I think there was 7 or 8, which could be choke point to global supply chain. And then you're looking at Canada in that context, and you say you have the energy, you have the resources. We've been blessed by geography next to the United States. We have 3 oceans. We have major infrastructure development to seize, and we can play a key role with our partners in Europe, but also to provide energy security to our partners in the Asia-Pacific region, whether it's Japan or South Korea. So the strategy we have put to double down and double the electric grid by 2050 was really, in my view, visionary at a time where the green electron is probably going to be making Canada with a competitive advantage in North America, particularly here. Fatih, you are in the province, Quebec, which has the greenest electricity grid, and I would say in North America in terms of its capacity and its infrastructure. It is the premium jurisdiction of the 60 jurisdiction you find here in North America. So we have a lot here in terms of talent, of resources, of expertise, and we intend to build on that to make sure we have prosperity for generations to come, and make sure we have the foundational energy infrastructure to lead in this very complex world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birol. So just to continue, and maybe to place energy efficiency in that context, what should we do more to basically make sure it's included in our in government's mind and in our policies?
So thank you very much, and it is really a great honor to be with the Mr. Minister. I follow the finance ministers around the world geographically and historically, so many years I know. So I think, as I told Mr. Prime Minister, I was 6 weeks ago, I was here again in Ottawa and Toronto. He has a wonderful team, and Mr. Minister is the best salesman of Canada, going around the world. So this is great. But I am not far from him in terms of selling the Canada. Not only Canada, but the principles. Because I call this current crisis as the largest energy crisis in the world, not necessarily in terms of the price effect, but in terms of the political effects. Many countries are now looking for other energy partners, alternative technologies, alternative trade routes, alternative companies to work with. I can explain you like this. In the past, as I am a country, I'm going to buy, I don't know, from another country, LNG, make an LNG contract, or I'm going to buy a nuclear technology. Normally, I ask, how much do you sell it? One of them says 5 euros, other one says 4 euros. Normally, I go and buy the 4 euro one, because it's cheaper, it's better for my economy. But now, if the country believes that the 5 euro one doesn't create any geopolitical threat, it is a predictable country. It's a country run by a rule of law, and the democracy is there, they can go for $5. So this is the new rule of the game. There is the energy security risk premium in all of them. And why I say Canada, because Canada is huge potential. Mr. Minister mentioned oil, gas, renewables, nuclear power, very important. Nuclear is making a comeback. Critical minerals, both in terms of mining, but now starting also the refining and processing, hydropower. And as I said this morning, AAA democracy, predictability, and everything is there. Now, what is needed is in Canada to be fast, to move. And I said similar things 6 weeks ago when I was here in Ottawa and also in Toronto. And within the 6 weeks, I met with many governments. And I know that many governments in the meantime knock on the door of Canada, and more will come. So therefore, it is, in my view, once in a lifetime opportunity for Canada to be a real energy export superpower. And if I was Canada, I will put the trust at the center of my export strategy. Yep. Of course, the quality of the gas, I don't know, the technological advancement of SMRs, these are all important things, but the trust should be there, and the predictability. Coming back to energy efficiency, I am very happy to be here, to be honest, in Montreal. Mr. Minister, I mentioned in the morning that one of the things which was very close between me and Montreal was Leonard Cohen. Mm-hmm. So when I was young, last year, so this is the Leonard Cohen was, I used Leonard Cohen a lot for going to dinners and all of these things. I admire him, but I am very happy that Montreal, a very important city in Canada, a major energy exporter, pays attention to energy efficiency. Definitely. Because when you look around the world, the countries who are the leaders in energy efficiency are the ones who are major energy importers, such as Korea, such as Japan, such as Europe. So I found it very interesting, very good, and it is the reason why we have chosen the Canada and Montreal. And the more efficient the Canadians use their energy, first, the more money remains in the pocket. Second, better for the environment. And third, you have more energy to export. So I think this is, in my view, a no-brainer. And in terms of Canada, this is if Canada is able to, and I believe, together with you, Mr. Minister, with Tim in the morning, we discussed with the Mark Carney and the others, you'll be able to do it. If you exert yourselves as a major exporting country in terms of small modular reactors, renewables, and others, this is good for everybody.
Totally.
I am thinking of the global energy markets, stability, and the betterment of this world. And I had the interview this morning with one of the major newspapers, and I told the lady who interviewed me, I am looking after the stability of the global energy markets, and I am very thankful to Canada, but I wish there were 3 Canadas. So my life will be a bit easier in that respect. But one is better than nothing, so thank you very much for doing your best, Mr. Minister. But in addition to, I'm also thankful that in addition to having these resources, you also pay attention to energy efficiency, using energy more efficiently, more productively.
It's very powerful what he said. I just, obviously you're there to ask the question, I'm told. but you know, when you have someone who has looked at the energy architecture of the world for the last 30 years and beyond, you still look very, that's why you say, like yesterday, Lord Cohen. But when you hear from someone like Fatih Birol, who said, the world energy architecture is changing, it won't look what we have, most of us in the room have seen as we see the world today. Canada has the fundamentals, stability, predictability, rule of law, possibilities, opportunities to play a big role. And not only just domestically, That's why I like to be with Fatih, because I think, Fatih, when you're in Canada, you take a few things for granted. You know, we assume these things, but now as the world is fast changing, more complex, the conflict in the Middle East, like I say, the geography, the reality on the ground, that's where you see that being an energy superpower, it's more than a brand. There's fundamentals behind it where you say, whether it's about conventional oil and gas, whether it's about LNG, whether it's about nuclear, whether it's about our critical minerals. I hope Canadians in the room listen, and the investors that are looking at Canada realize that the concept of energy security, I would say, and I'll stop there, but when I was foreign minister a few years ago, you would expect foreign minister to talk about national security. But now I would say, and Fatih has been at pretty much all our meetings of finance ministers in the last, we have 7 or 8 a year of the G7, and it's striking to me how much the world has changed in 10 years since I've been 10 years plus in politics, where now national security is pretty much everything we talk about, because the nexus and the connection and the transmission, I'll really stop there from what happened in the Middle East, which was an energy crisis, has become an affordability challenge in all G7 countries, whether it's the price of food, the price of gas, and the price of home. And it's even across all the G7, and I would say beyond. So, you know, that concept where you bring a new partner which has enormous capacity, capabilities, and is the envy in the world when it comes to the stability of the energy system. And now that we're doubling the grid, making sure our G7 partner would have access to critical minerals. Like you said, Fatih, we're really raising to our full potential in terms of helping with energy security in a very different architecture. And I'll just finish by saying, even those who produce in the Middle East, believe it or not, are calling us. They're saying, now, why don't we produce in your country so that we can even out in terms of the risk that you're seeing? Because again, these straits will continue to be what they are. You'll find a solution now, but you know, time will tell when's going to be the next one. And therefore, when you have access to three ocean and have no security issue, obviously, like you said, partners around the world looking at countries like Canada to play a much bigger role in the world energy architecture.
And also, what I would say is that even the Strait of Hormuz is open. It was a question many years in people's mind. Can this strait be closed one day? Now, some people like us, this IEA, we said, be careful, it may be closed. But people said, are you fearmonger? And so they said, no, be careful, it may be closed. Now it is closed. Now people will think, once it is closed, it can be closed again. So this is a very important change in the people's mind. We say in Turkish, the vase is broken. You know, you put the flowers. Once a vase is broken, you cannot put it back with the yoo-hoo, make it again. It's broken now. So therefore, people will look at alternatives for that. When you look at alternatives, of course, there may be alternative pipelines, this and that, but the most important thing is alternative suppliers, reliable suppliers here. And Canada appears to be a very strong candidate with everything you have. And in addition to the supplying to the existing your clients or the countries, I believe there will be many new markets open. One of them is we had this morning the Commissioner of Energy of Europe. Europe will be, I see many complementaries between Europe and Canada in this respect, because Europe has decided to phase out gas by 2027. How Europe is going to make it up, and I think their mind is to have a diversification to get the gas there, and Canada may play a role here.
So, as I said, it's so difficult to discuss energy efficiency in energy conferences because we're always triggered towards energy supply. Even in an energy efficiency conference, we go there. But the world...
It is your turn now, please go ahead.
You're supposed to ask the question, right? We're just supposed to answer.
No, but these are important topics, and of course, but one of the ways we make actually countries more energy secure and make countries more efficient is through electrification, because electro technology technologies, they allow industries, households, transportation to become more efficient, because intrinsically, electricity allows more efficiency. But then, in order to have the adequate power supply for everyone, we need to invest in electrification. So my question, I want to change the discussion a little bit towards electrification. How do we build these power networks of the future, the one we will need to power our industries, companies, households, when we are at the level where we are now? We all know, grids are well behind in terms of where they should be. So how do governments work towards, creating the grid of the future that will make our economies more efficient? Mr. Champagne.
Well, first of all, I mean, if you look at Canada, and Fatih will know, most of our grid has been north-south for historical reasons. I think now the provinces and territories and the country, I would say, realize that we need to double down on east, west, and north. We need, because we have massive opportunities, for example, when it comes to mining and critical minerals in northern region. We have announced a significant revamping of modernization of equipment. Look at Hydro-Quebec. I mean, listen, for those who are not familiar, you're in the province here, which is, I go to these international conferences, but the respect, the talent, the know-how of those who build these large dams in Quebec back in the 1970s or thereabout is still well-renowned today. I mean, just look at Hydro-Quebec. They have a plan of revamping, Fatih, of $200 billion over the next 10 years. So those are the kind of massive investments. When a good friend of mine was telling me today, you need the talent, we have the install base, but we need to modernize a number of equipment. We need to rethink the grid at a time where we need to think more on a national basis. You've been there as a professor. You know that we've been a great partner to the United States. I remind them all the time on the energy security front. We've been a great partner. Parts of New York is powered through electricity coming from Quebec, in fact. But now we're also at a time where, if you look at the economy of the 21st century, which is going to be more digital, you're quite right that electrification and what I call the electric stack, those are going to play and are going. And I was the industry minister before this current role. And I can tell you, we were not the only jurisdiction, but we're one of them who at some stage had to say no to certain type of manufacturing because we just didn't have the electricity needed at the scale and time needed. And I'd like to say never again. Now we're going to be doubling down. I would tell for those who are looking at investment, if you look at the marginal effective tax rate, the famous meter, we're the lowest in the G7, 3% lower than the United States. If you look at the investment tax credits we have put, the family of tax credit is quite unprecedented, from hydrogen to electricity to manufacturing in the G7. And we have probably one of the largest, if not the largest, infrastructure plan in the G7. If you look at Germany, it was 500 billion euros over 12 years. Canada, Fatih, is 450 billion over 5 years on a cash basis. So one would argue we have the largest infrastructure build in the G7. So that's going to require a lot of capacity. But at the same time, I think, as Fatih said, this is a moment in history where I think you can look at the challenge. I tend to look at the opportunity. I mean, countries, like you said, we're going to go at speed and scale to build these infrastructure are going to win in the digital economy of the 21st century, because everything is tending to be electrified to reduce the carbon emission. And we start from a very strong position. We start from a leading position in many ways. And now, how do we extend that? I think there's a role for government. There's a role for the private sector as well. I think the way we have thought about, and I'll stop there, about public assets needs to be modernized. The Prime Minister and I were in Australia recently, and I was with Infrastructure Australia, and at some stage we need to modernize how we see the construction, operation, and maintenance of public assets. Does it need to be the government all the time? Can there be public-private partnership? I think there's an interesting model. And if you look at nuclear, and I'll really finish there, I mean, Canada is the only country, I would not say one of, but the only, in my personal opinion, and I've been in the energy sector, the private sector before, I have some of my colleagues in the room, where you have the talent, you have the EPCM firm, you have the OEM manufacturer, you have the fuel supplier, and you can do the decommissioning. To a point where I was saying, if you partner with industry, you can almost sell nuclear energy as a service if they have some countries who don't want to own the asset. Yep. Because now with the pension fund and what Fatih was saying, people wanting to invest in a place like Canada, we can bring our technology and our know-how into countries. Think about Eastern Europe. Think about a number of countries who have looked at the CANDU reactors, which are in a number of different countries. But I think that's where you start with what you have here, but I think there's enormous opportunities for us to play a key role. And like you say, that's a long tail. When you go in these projects, there are decades in terms, and I think it's kind of a revamp. I come from a generation where I think we thought electricity was endless. When you're in the province of Quebec, Fatih, trust me, when you raise as a kid, my father always say, close the lights. But very difficult for a teenager at the time to believe that there's a cost to that. And now we've come to a point to realize that, there's a limit to what we have, and we need to, like you said, be more energy efficient. I think Fatih said it. The most cost-effective energy is the one you don't have to consume, or the one you can save. So there's energy efficiency, but there's also an installed capacity in this country, Fatih, which is should be an inspiration and a model for many. And I think with the pension funds we have, the know-how, the capabilities, we can really play a big role in terms of the energy efficiency and bringing our expertise and know-how that you've been writing about. That we have one of the very few jurisdictions we can boast to have done hydroelectricity, for example, back in decades, and now needs to modernize, but with a very strong install base.
And I would also say a few things on electrification. What I said 2.5 years ago, Francois Philippe, the world is entering the age of electricity. What does it mean and why I said it? Because when I look at the numbers, global energy demand is growing, but global electricity demand is growing 3 times faster than the energy demand. There are some additional new determinants there, and one of them is very important for this country, namely artificial intelligence and data centers. Just to make all of us understand, data centers need a lot of electricity. A medium-sized data center consumes electricity as much as a town with 100,000 households. And they are now not medium, huge data centers are built around the world, and they need 24/7 electricity. Now, why I am saying this? Going one step up. In my view, artificial intelligence is the most consequential technological innovation of the human history up to now. And whoever wins the AI race wins the geopolitical upper hand. And the technology companies will choose as a destination those countries where they can have 24/7 electricity, a lot of electricity, and cheap electricity. When you look at all of this together, I think Canada provides an incredible opportunity for many, many countries and companies. So from that angle, we will see how the world will generate this electricity. And here, in addition to the, of course, renewables, solar and wind, very important, but I see the nuclear power is making a very strong comeback. I think the AI race and data centers will trigger, the small modular reactors will be cost-effective and come to the markets faster than many people think. And you are coming first here, Canada, but other countries, of course, are in the race. So think of all of those things. Electrification is, in my view, not only important for the improving efficiency, if you choose the right technologies, good for addressing the climate change, but it is, in my view, a geopolitical instrument, electrification. In the future, not today, but 10 years from now, when you ask me, is the energy more expensive? You asked me today, I would say the Brent is $75. But 10 years from now, I will tell you whether the energy prices are high or not. Electricity is 10 cents per kilowatt hour. The unit will change from barrel of oil to the cent per kilowatt hour. This will change because electricity is coming very strong. We will still need oil, we will still need gas, but the electricity is coming very strongly. AI, one thing, electric cars, electrification, transportation sector. I mean, go to Asia. I'm not talking China, East Asia. Indonesian president was in France only a few weeks ago. We had a dinner, President Macron, Indonesian president. He told me, I mean, he's right. People are not buying in that part of the world electric cars because of climate change, because it's $5,000. $5,000, and they have their entire system, the IT system there in the car, their home heating or cooling, their email system and everything there, and $5,000, and it goes. And the internal combustion engine exporters there in the region, big ones, G7 countries, are facing a huge challenge there, and even some of the European car manufacturers are facing big challenges. So electrification is coming. It will improve the energy efficiency, but it will also make the countries who can produce a lot of electricity and affordable prices and very quick is important, because today if you decide to build a gas-fired power plant, in many of the countries, if you order your gas turbine today, you will get it 6-7 years of time. But in other countries, in Asia, for example, you get it in six months. So there is a big race among the countries, electrification, which is, among other things, driven by the AI race, which is, in my view, a big determinant for the economy and also geopolitics.
Can I say words of wisdom from Fatih always? And,
Go ahead.
You know, when you listen to Fatih, you could listen to him the whole day. But I think what you're challenging the audience is, with general purpose technology, you have to think exponentially.
Exactly.
And human nature thinks in a linear fashion. And I often say that I'm 56. If you had told me at 20 that my daughters would have a phone that she could take in her hand, that she would see someone on something that obviously I didn't know at the time, FaceTime, where you could see the face of someone, she could spend a day on it, and would barely cost anything. I'm of the generation of what we call long-distance calls, where every minute was metered, and she could have her friends in South Korea and spend a day on it, and the marginal cost is, I don't want to say zero, but it's very, very limited. And I think the biggest challenge you put to the world, to all of us as leaders, and when I say that, it's the people in the room, is how do you think exponentially when you think about the electric stack and the electric future that we're going to see? You have to think exponentially, and that is a real challenge for humans, because typically we assume the world to go on a linear basis. You know, you think about incremental change. And the last one we saw was perhaps like COVID. I was minister at the time where people in Wuhan was kind of the first thing we saw, and experts were saying, be careful because you have to think exponentially. And you know, at the time, I'm not saying with the benefit of insight, now we can see, but at that time, Fatih, those of us who were sitting in these meetings were like, okay, it's manageable, you know, it's gonna be, you know, you just stop a few things and it's gonna go back, the genie's getting back in the bottle. Now, obviously, when you look at that with the eyes of today, you say, wow, that was much faster, much broader, much more impactful than any of us could probably imagine. The black swan, everyone know there would be one coming. No one saw the extent and the timing of it. But I just want to say what Fatih is giving us and the world as a challenge is almost like to think exponentially where the world's going to be on the basis of what you're seeing today. You know, you had electricity, you had the internet, now you have AI as the general purpose technology. And if you look at the history of humankind, just think about electricity going back to when it was, and where's the value creation? I'll stop there because the value creator in the room The value creator is not necessarily just in generation, but it's the electric stack. That's where you want to play, because the value creation is not necessarily what's in the, people say in the socket, but it's the fact that you could plug a motor, you could plug other things which obviously have brought the value to these countries. And I think in that sense, Canada is uniquely placed to seize that mega trend. You always have to look at the mega trend if you want to seize, opportunities, and I think this is one of them.
One of the best things for me to be in the same panel with the Mr. Minister is I understand better myself what I try to say. So this is very good.
You see, you didn't have a tough. You didn't sign up for an easy job.
Yeah,
I mean, two of us here, you didn't sign up for an easy job.
I want to challenge you on something, because yes, we should think exponentially. We want more electrification, but when we add more power supply, more transmission lines, when we upgrade the distribution system, it costs more. And we've seen infrastructure costs, they don't go down, they tend to go up. So we need to price things accordingly at one point. We cannot subsidize the grid infinitely. And both of you mentioned, we need affordability. We need to have cheap power to get the industries. But at the same time, it will cost more. So
efficiency is the answer.
Efficiency, but then that's how we can manage the bill. We can manage the bill through efficiency for consumers, but the actual cost per kilowatt hour can barely go down when we add the additional cost of generation. You both mentioned nuclear power, and it's great that Canada is developing additional nuclear power, but when we look at the cost and dig, it's not the cheapest electricity that we find that will be built, at least the initial SMRs that we will build won't be the cheapest. And then to add complexity, if we want to incentivize energy efficiency, we should not have the lowest prices, because people won't make the investment in energy efficiency if they see cheap prices, because it won't make it worth.
But may I say something? I mean, if I can challenge you, you can improve energy efficiency two ways. One through prices, as you said, but the other one is with the norms and standards and the regulations. I give you one example, which really it's completely it is impossible if you look at the numbers. If I ask you one question, global electricity demand is skyrocketing, almost exponentially. And what is the single biggest driver of global electricity consumption growth in the world? And you would be surprised what it is. It is the industrial motors, the AI, electric cars, none of them. It is the exponential increase of sales of air conditioners in the world. Why? Because of the following. Let's say we talk about Asia, let's take Japan. In Japan, 90% of the households have an air conditioner, but Indonesia, 18%, India, 20%. I don't know, Nigeria, 5%. With the increasing income levels and the increasing temperature, people buy air conditioners. And more air conditioners means higher electricity consumption. Now, the problem is the following. In Indonesia or India, an average air conditioner, to provide the same comfort compared to Japan, they use 3 times more electricity. Because there is no norms or standards or regulation. It is wasted. If you have the right the air conditioner, you have to build less power plant there and have the same comfort. So sometimes people may think energy efficiency is not seen, it is empty, or it's abstracting. It is not abstract, it is very concrete. If you have the right the air conditioner boxes there, you basically build less power plants. So from my point of view, pricing is one issue, but today in many countries, this is what we are doing at the IEA. This is our main thing, going to countries, Africa, Asia, try to get the best practices from the countries who put policies in place to apply those policies for air conditioners, for refrigerators, so that electricity consumption growth is not artificial. So pricing is, you are right, it should be underpriced, but also having the right standards and norms are also very important.
But you saw it in Canada with heat pumps. I mean, you know, Fatih, here you're in one of the country where the amplitude of temperature, today you're lucky. It's one of the nicest summer day we had. But Montreal would be, you know, depending on the day, you could go to minus 25. So we're a country of 50 degrees of amplitude on a 12 months basis. So in countries like us, the heat pump are really making a difference because obviously you can use them in both seasons. And I think there's a role for government because there's the short term, the midterm, the long term. Over the long term, as Fatih said, you win. In our case, we've been incentivizing Canadians to switch to more efficient form of heating in a way and cooling, depending where you are. But in some region of the country, believe it or not, I know people think Canada is cold, but I thought I saw a statistic that in Ontario, people spend more on air conditioning than on heating on a yearly basis. So people forget that summers are hot and tend to be hotter as we go forward. So you have a role for government to do that, but also I think, to your point, I think I agree obviously with Fatih on standards, but I think scale will matter as well. I mean, we've seen it with other form of generation where you have a larger scale, small modular reactor, you're right, we're gonna be the first one to have one in commercial operation. But think about what this can unlock, and I think Pierre Graton is here from the mining industry. Imagine when you can bring power to the mine directly without having to build the infrastructure necessarily to bring the power, you know, to bring the transmission lines and be able to have like a small modular reactor that we're going to be able to build, and the technology development around that, and just think around the world. I'm just thinking in the Canadian context, but there's a lot of projects which are not bankable today because bringing energy to these projects, especially in a country as vast as Canada, and with the weather patterns that we have in the northern part, the moment you're going to be able to bring energy to these communities and these sites, this is a game changer when you say, where are you going to want to source your critical minerals down the road? And I think critical minerals are akin to oil in the 21st century. Exactly. You know, oil was the key defining, I think, but Fatih would say that better than me, in the 20th century, those who have and have not. I would bet it to you that critical minerals will be like that in the 21st century because we realize how dependent we are in terms of not only exploration and extraction, but refining which, exactly. You know, Fatih and I sit at the same table, say that's really the key area where we need to focus. Obviously, having the resources is something. Being able to refine it will be making us more resilient. And I agree with him on the price point. I think we've moved from a world which was just at efficiency and looking more at resiliency and proximity. I can tell you, I was with some OEM in the US, Fatih, you'd smile, because we were looking at a map and they said, you know what I like about Canada is proximity. Proximity to resources, assembly line, and market. And one said, you know, Minister, if things go wrong, I can always, you know, have a van go across the border. If things go really wrong, I'll go myself with a pickup truck. and it just to embody, you know, when you look at energy today and the critical supply chain, we've lived it to COVID, and we understand how, you know, I'll give you the Strait of Hormuz as bring, you know, helium, for example. And helium is obviously very consequential for the production of semiconductors. But what I was saying in these meetings, what I'm concerned is the unknown is the cumulative impact of secondary assessment we may have, and how this leads us to a more challenging world. And that's why resiliency, where you started, and efficiency is part of resiliency. Because if you're more energy efficient, you're going to be more resilient, and use these precious electrons, in this case that we're talking about, to attract investment, to be more competitive, and to decarbonize at the same time. So as Fatih said, this is the electric economy, if I want to say, where we're going to play a key role here in the country, but also internationally with our partners.
So these will have to be the last words because we are at the end of our
already
chat.
We were ready to go.
Started.
I mean,
I know, sorry. Thank you so
warming up.
much, Mr. Champagne and Mr. Birol. Thank you very much. If you want to join
Merci
me.
à vous. Merci à vous. Très bien fait. Très bien fait. Merci tout le monde. our guest of honor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats, we're going to go straight into the next panel discussion. And I think it's going to be very difficult for us to follow what we've just listened to, but we'll do our very best between us. My name's Mel Slade. I'm from the International Energy Agency and responsible for putting the conference together. And when we've been thinking about how to frame the conference this year, and because we found ourselves, of course, in this unprecedented energy crisis, we decided we'd like to focus on the immediate term. What can governments and the private sector do together to shelter consumers and small businesses from energy shocks? And then also, how can energy efficiency be used to build long-term resilience? And so these two panels this afternoon will start with sheltering shocks, so the immediate term, and then we'll go into another panel which will be on the resilience. So with that, we'll start our panel here. And I will introduce everybody to you. So we have our colleague from the Netherlands, Vice Minister Hedra. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name very well. And then we have His Excellency, the Deputy Minister from Ghana, His Excellency Gyan Mensah. And then we have His Excellency Kevin Hunter from Barbados, Mary Spray-Green of Oracle, and Christine Egan from CLASP. Now, we've put this panel together very in a very conscious way to try and get a conversation going about what governments are doing, what technology can do, and also the role of a very experienced practitioner in the NGO sector who's been working for years helping consumers in various parts of the world in Christine Eagle and CLASP. So, like I say, very, very deliberate choice of people here. And what we're going to do is ask a sort of leading question of each of our panellists and ask them to show what they've been doing in from their various lenses in this context of the short term. And then after that, we might have a chance. And if I could ask the panel, when you're listening to your fellow panellists speak, if anything occurs to you you'd like to ask each other, we'll try and make some time for that towards the end. So I'm going to start with the Netherlands, if I may, and just, from a government perspective, having, not long been through a similar crisis in 22, what sort of energy efficiency related actions have you been able to take to shelter people from the short term? And have you chosen those because of things you've learned in the recent past?
No. Indeed, a very good question. And the policies that you take are always additional policies because there's already a policy framework in place. We have long-term policies to move to more energy efficiency. So landlords are not allowed to rent out houses with bad energy labels, otherwise their rents go down. We forbid electric cars or the sale of non-electric cars beyond a certain date. So all these policies are already in place. But what do you do when an energy shock happens? And the most natural thing is to lower energy prices for consumers, lower VAT, lower excise taxes, lower the other types of electricity taxes. But that is what we did not do. We did not lower a single tax. And the reason is, if you lower taxes in a period when there's already an enormous energy shock, so there's less fuel available, you basically increase demand. So we didn't do that. What we did is we offered installation programs, quick installation programs to households. We did trade-in schemes where people could bring their old fossil cars and swap it for a second-hand, not a new, but a second-hand electric car. And for the most vulnerable households, we gave them a little bit of money when they showed us they were in a vulnerable group. So then the agency remained with them. They could use it to buy more energy, but they could also use it for different purposes. So the energy saving was still there. They could use their money in that way. And if they came forward to us, they immediately got other advice and they were referred to an installation program. So this was kind of a mixture of measures that we tried to do to make it temporary, targeted, and ultimately transformative, the energy measures that we took.
That's a nice set of words, temporary, transformative and targeted. We're seeing a lot of untargeted policy out there at the moment and a lot of policy that's going to drive energy demand up. So kudos to you for spotting those opportunities. And so maybe I could go to Ghana now and ask what you think the role of energy efficiency is in your context of to help address supply shocks in a country where people just don't have enough energy already, and access has been a challenge over time. People struggle to pay bills, perhaps. What can you do with energy efficiency to help you in that situation?
Thank you very much. In our perspective, we see energy efficiency as helping consumers to be able to achieve the same or more output with less energy. And in this perspective, we believe that conservation is key, and you have to complement it with behavioral and then also technology tools like innovative tools. So in this case, once this is set, anytime there are shocks, consumers are able to quickly adapt within the short time. And I used this example recently with the happenings in the Strait of Hormuz. We realized that not on power, but on petroleum, for instance, government quickly has to intervene by reducing, taking some taxes or levies out. But when it came to the power generation itself, quickly, I think the adaptation of utilizing efficient gas usage, for instance, was able to hold us because We then didn't need the liquid fuels that would have depended on coming from maybe the Asians or something to power plants. But beyond this, we believe that as a government, energy efficiency is just beyond just protecting the consumers. We believe that it is about energy security, and we also believe that energy efficiency is also about fairness. So what steps government will put in place to ensure the households and businesses achieve that fairness is what we are putting in place. One of it is we are looking at what kind of fuel that we are using for our generation, which is more cost effective. And that is why we adapt the usage of gas to power. We have seen that gas to power is relatively cheaper as compared to using the liquid fuels. We also have seen something about transmission distribution losses, which also brings these losses and inefficiencies are put on the consumers. So mechanisms that we put in place to make sure that we reduce these losses, that the consumers do not bear this as a cost. So anytime that there are shocks, external shocks, the consumers are not able to take up additional costs to them. And we're also working on the demand side, that is the energy, the demand side, so making sure that there's much more education to prep consumers to make sure that they utilize what is needed so they don't also pay so much. So anytime that there are shocks, external shocks with outside, with this preparedness, consumers are able to hold themselves in. However, government also put in place some immediate steps, which I can see that is not sustainable, as we did. If government says it wants to subsidize for power, that is not sustainable. But when government looks at efficient or more cost-effective way of generating, like relying on the REs, renewable energy sources, like solar. Currently, we have done the solar ocean for the battery energy storage as well. And we are using a competitive procurement process so that we get the power at a relatively cheaper price so that the consumer can also bear it. So these are some of the measures government is putting in place to make sure that consumers do not overly take up additional costs when there are external shocks outside. So we are more dependent on local usage of our resources, like using our local production of oil and then also using our local production of gas to support our power generation. And this, I think, has been very efficient for our consumers.
Thank you. Very interesting points. Maybe I could go to Secretary Hunt, please. We've heard a lot about Barbados's demand-side measures and the success you've had. What lessons would you like to share with other countries on your recent experience?
Well, thank you very much, and good evening to the panel and everyone watching. Barbados has had, and is still having, a very unique experience from our perspective. 90% of our electricity is generated from imported fossil fuels. And so you can imagine the tremendous strain and drain on our resources that would have. In addition, we have the fuel adjustment clause, which would see the pass-through of any price variances immediately onto our customers and our consumers and their electricity bills. So the recent crisis has really provided for us not only a challenge, but I think an opportunity for us to really turn things around and add on the energy efficiency and energy conservation methods and policies that we've already implemented. So what do I mean? Well, unlike Netherlands, one of the things that we've done immediately, notwithstanding that it is not a viable long-term solution and it was never intended to be, government has sought to shelter the pass-through effect at the pump. And the transportation sector has been, or is, the second largest consumer of resources within Barbados. And so we've sought to put a hedge and cap both diesel and gasoline, the latter being capped at around $4.01 per liter, as opposed to the full pass-through of $4.70 and beyond. And while we know that that is not sustainable, that has been done to buy us some time to accomplish a couple of things. First, our approach has been our Prime Minister, the Honourable Mayor Moore-Motley, and our Senior Minister, the Honourable Kerry Simmons, who's head of the energy sector. They have taken the perspective that this is now a matter of national security. And so because the government is seeing it as one of national security, against that framework, we've brought together every single possible player in the energy sector. The utility, we only have one utility on island, the regulator, the government, interveners, installers, attorneys, so as to fix all of the issues in our energy sector, whether it be regulatory, technical, legal, etc. And that is because we have a new target, and that target is to have 50% renewables onboarded onto a grid by the end of next year. So Barbados is in a massive push right now to be able to accomplish that. And to accomplish that, we need to have BESS onto our grid so as to stabilize the grid, also to unlock current projects that have been stalled, but then also to expand. So that's on one track. A parallel track to that is that we have already been working with institutions such as the IDB, etc., and we have rolled out several initiatives. For example, we've replaced approximately 88% of our street lights with LED bulbs. We're now embarking on a plan to replace those with smart LED bulbs so as to help reduce that demand and reduce that consumption. We have implemented policies that are aimed and targeted at not only small businesses and micro businesses in terms of incentives for them to pursue energy efficiency and energy conservation methods in their business practices, but we've also sought to cushion the impact upon the vulnerable among us, where we've seen a project where we've distributed well in excess of 11,000 LED bulbs to individual homeowners free of cost. We've also taken the step to completely electrify our public transportation bus fleet. And while we're not at 100%, we're well past 80%. And very shortly, we will be taking to Cabinet a cabinet paper that maps out a fuller, more extensive energy efficiency and energy conservation plan. And so we have those two things running in parallel so that the aim is by the end of next year to one, have 50% renewables onto our grid. Two, as we engage in a massive public awareness, public campaign and rollout of our plan, to be able to educate our populace, inclusive of individuals and businesses, as to the need for them to take advantage of the various incentives that we have, whether it ranges from refrigeration to reduction in taxes in the acquisition of EVs, and there are a number of different policies that we've put in place to all work together to help achieve this energy security that we so desperately need.
Thank you. So you've described something that those of us who work in energy efficiency often come up against, the fact that energy efficiency, unfortunately, is quite complicated. And you talked about all of the stakeholders you need to work with. And I think that's something that governments around the world have observed. You know, you need to get those groups of people together to get them to act in concert, to understand what they each need to achieve in when you're setting up a policy to make it successful. So a great example of that. In terms of your short-term measures, where you've been trying to relieve the sort of increases in prices, have you been trying to target those measures at all, or are they broad-based across the community?
They're broad-based across the community.
And for technical reasons, because it's hard to reach the more vulnerable households, or because you felt everybody feels the high prices, so everybody should be more or less compensated? Correct,
the latter. So we know that everyone feels the high prices, particularly at the pump. So that hedging is as it relates to gasoline and diesel only, whereas the other measures that I would have briefly referred to are across the board. As it relates to the more vulnerable, as I said, we've distributed free of cost LED bulbs to households. We are incentivizing persons in terms of refrigeration. We want to put standards in place and educate the public so that they know these are the types of appliances that you should be purchasing. So we have a cross-sectoral approach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we'll come back to some of that in a minute.
That's
I'd like to go to Mary, if I may now. Now, Mary, We do a lot of training, capacity building for energy efficiency at the IEA, and one of the sort of segments we always do is on communications. And I use some old O-Power experience when doing that, because I find it tells a fantastic story about how you can influence consumers. And we see other things like, rooftop solar and things. It's much easier to persuade people to do those sorts of things. It's much easier to have this kind of peer pressure happening, whereas with energy efficiency that's much more difficult. But you've been experimenting with these opportunities through digital tools and techniques. So could you tell us a bit more about the evolution of that and what you think is coming next?
Yeah, it's a great question. And first of all, let me thank you for incorporating technology into this conversation, because I think what it really can achieve in this circumstance is scale. Digital channels are a way to reach people in a way that some of the traditional approaches, which we often see, community and in-person based or broad-based campaigns that we've heard about, and I know the IEA has done a tremendous amount of support and enablement around them. But digital personalized solutions, leveraging data, I think are really quite untapped. And we find that especially in the space of trying to engage and enroll vulnerable populations into energy efficiency and energy assistance programs. And that's not to say that they're not, digital solutions do not take the place of everything else that is happening today. Digital solutions are a way to amplify either broad-based campaigns or in-person and community-based engagement. And those community-based programs are incredibly important because of the trust that local organizations can bring to people. Trust is very important when an individual is considering assistance or entering any kind of program. And what we have found is energy suppliers or utilities are really best positioned to do this because they already have very rich customer data. And the first step is using that data to better understand and identify the households that are struggling the most, especially if you are in a situation where you need to target resources. And what we've done is we combine energy usage patterns, and that comes from the meter data from a household, with other available data sets like census data, if a nation uses that, housing characteristics. And these data sources combined create a much more complete picture of customer vulnerability. The next step then, of course, is you've identified the most vulnerable households, and then the next step is proactive, personalized engagement. So instead of sending the general communications, a utility is capable of notifying a customer when they're on track for a high bill, or ahead of a season of particularly high usage, or even moments where eligibility changes, program enrollment is opening. And I love that you mentioned O-Power and the behavioral science aspect, is we're applying that still today. And in this case, it's using social proof, helping an individual see that their neighbors are also struggling. Applying for assistance is not unusual. 400 of your closest neighbors have done the same. And then if ease of enrollment is the goal, technology has lots of venues depending on the population. I mean, there's text, almost everyone has a mobile device. There's email, web, video. We even often will use phone call, automated phone call to households to direct customers to a digital one-stop shop that can determine eligibility, recommend the most relevant assistance and energy efficiency programs. And I'll just close with one example of this in practice, where we partnered with, in the United States, with National Grid to identify likely eligible and likely vulnerable energy customers. We engaged with them in this very personalized, proactive way. And the customers that engaged with the digital tools, they were twice as likely to enroll in the energy assistance programs than those who did not. And so these personalized digital solutions, they're not the answer to what we're talking about today, but I think they're a really underutilized tool that has a lot more that it can do.
Thank you. Yeah. And you've based this on decades now of experience and data, and ways of synthesizing data and new data sets and things. What do you think's around the corner?
Can you say that again?
What's around the corner? What's next?
I am really interested in, so you mentioned, using data, how we've leveraged it. It's machine learning on vast amounts of data, and 175 utilities around the world ingesting trillions of data points. And machine learning is fantastic, and these insights that we can provide are wonderful. But I think what is exciting is the predictive components. How can we, ahead of someone reaching a moment of vulnerability, how can we catch them before they get there? How can we create an intervention? Some of you may have heard my joke about how if your HVAC system breaks if you're in a cold climate in the middle of winter or in a hot climate in the middle of summer, you are not thinking about what the most efficient, sustainable solution is for you. How can we use data and AI to get ahead of that, predict failure, and have interventions before you reach that moment of crisis? Because I'll tell you what I did, and we replaced our system because it was freezing. So that's what I'm excited for, and I really hope that data and data access can be a universal kind of tool that can be used really anywhere.
Very interesting. And of course, we've seen a lot more of that happening at an industrial level. So seeing how that can now be brought perhaps to a household level would be extremely interesting.
Exactly. Households at scale. It's impressive.
It's impressive. Christine, I'm sure a lot of this is music to your ears, clearly. And you also have decades of experience of trying to support governments with policy to improve the efficiency of appliances, which in turn always improve people's lives, but they can do that at a cost or less of a cost, depending on the choices that are made. So how would you like to kind of contribute to this debate?
Yeah, it certainly is music to my ears. I actually started my career working on the consumer side and helping people be informed, make decisions, and understand their use. And so, and then moved more to the supporting governments with policy and regulation side. But I think it's really important to bring, for those of us in rooms like this, to bring the two together. So for those of us who work on energy at the policy level, I think we sometimes can forget that consumers do not experience energy as kilowatt hours or gigawatts or barrels of oil, right? What they experience energy as is whether or not they can run the air conditioner affordably in a heat crisis. Many of us were probably in London Climate Week last week. It was hot, actually, right? And the buildings with cooling were the most packed sessions. So you can immediately make a connection, right, to the comfort of individuals and to the affordability. It's the decision of whether or not for a family event and a big cooking moment, we can afford to, do the extra running of the gas stove because natural gas prices are so high. And so I always like to place the work that we do to support governments in the context of those individual consumers, because as we work across there's about 50 countries where CLASP works, and the story is the same, which is that it's the households and also the small businesses which is the economic mobility engine of all of our economies. It's those households, those that can least afford to pay relative to the income that they have, that are often using the least efficient equipment. And so in this context, we talk about energy efficiency as climate mitigation. Right now, it's a really key moment to talk about energy efficiency as energy security. I also want us all to remember that it's also consumer protection. It's an affordability policy. This is why in this moment, as we do our work with governments, we are encouraging direct subsidy and support to the most vulnerable, really targeting and identifying either through digital tools, but really thinking about the fact that the burden is falling inequitably and adapting to and adjusting to and incorporating that. But we're also talking to governments about not missing the long-term view in this moment of crisis. This is the time to build for the next crisis. We, frankly, if you think about the last decade, between a warming planet and our geopolitical realities, it seems the next crisis is really always around the corner. And these, oh my goodness, events are happening with actually great frequency. And so you can almost guarantee, right, that there will be a next heat crisis, that there will be a next moment. And so we are really encouraging folks, even in countries, I thought Fatih was right on point earlier, noting the critical nature of air conditioning. Incredibly low penetration rates around the world of air conditioning in places like Brazil and India. You're talking single digits to low double digits in terms of the penetration rate. When it is 105 degrees Fahrenheit, you have to anticipate. It is a matter of human rights, actually, that people will want these purchases and will want air conditioners and cooling. And so if you start from the assumption that people actually require cooling, well, now we have a different problem to solve, and we absolutely have to build energy efficiency. And I would note that standards are a tool, minimum energy performance standards, that we promote broadly. It's very difficult, as Fatih said, to send the signal through prices to individual consumers, but also to put that decision on the backs of individuals who are making a lot of competing decisions in the moment, in their family and in their lives. It really needs to be built in a regulatory basis. And even in some of the most efficient economies, those air conditioner standards can vary between 40 to 75% from the most efficient product to the least efficient product on the market. It's time to actually double down, to close those gaps, to go for ambition, to live up to our doubling energy efficiency commitments, if that's what we're talking about in the COP frame, and really essentially change the underlying vulnerabilities in the future, broadly, but also for the world's most vulnerable. And so that's how we like to think of the problem at CLASP and our partnership and our encouragement to government leaders.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
And you're covering there both the short-term need and what we can do for the long term, which is what we want to spend the whole of the next few days really talking about. So thanks for that emphasis. You talked about encouraging governments to go for the direct support because there is such a severe problem for certain members of society, I suppose, at the moment, certain vulnerable households. What do you say to the people who say that just encourages them to use more energy?
I mean, I'm a bit of a skeptic of this argument. When you talk about many of the world's most vulnerable, the levels of energy consumption that we're talking about are incredibly small. You could double, triple, quadruple, and not get to what my household uses in a day, in a year, right? So I think we really, when we're really talking about the world's most vulnerable and targeting to those worlds, I think it's a bit of a misrepresentation, right? To say that as if everyone's consumption is equal, right? And that everyone's just going to skyrocket. We do a lot of work, actually, in the energy access sector of actually promoting the idea that folks are entitled to a minimum energy consumption level for a life. There is almost no country in the world You just simply, if you see GDP per capita, it correlates to productivity, wealth, and quality of life. And so we often, again, promote that perspective. But I would say that there are important ways that you need to make those subsidy programs rational, appropriate, targeted, and ensure that they don't disrupt, and that they're actually tackling barriers for those low-income consumers. One of the programs that jumps to my mind is the UK Warm Homes program, which is targeting those who live in social housing and who actually do not have the ability to make purchase decisions because they are renters. They're tackling the renter divide, but they're who's paying the bills. Right? They're paying the bills for that, for the equipment that gets installed. And so they're actually targeting the customers where they will get a direct economic benefit, and they're building a more sustainable electrified approach, tackling both heating and electric cooking. And so giving also, in this case, a cleaner home environment, less indoor air pollution, and again, improving health and quality of life for the most vulnerable population. So I guess my answer is, one, let's be realistic about the distribution of energy consumption and think about it in that way, but also target the programs and structure them in such a way that they're appropriate and not likely to disrupt markets, while recognizing that energy efficiency and the regulation of energy efficiency is necessary because it's invisible and it's a market failure. We won't, if we could get there simply via those forces, it would be done by now, right? None of us would be on this stage, and we wouldn't be having the event. So let's be realistic about the problem we're tackling.
Thank you. Perhaps I could go back to Ghana. And what are your views on the debate between supporting the most vulnerable with immediate price relief and targeting to make sure that your public budget is being used most effectively? So how do you weigh up that balance?
Thank you very much. Before answering this, I must say that Ghana, in the last decade, we've experienced two global shocks. One is the Russia-Ukraine war with COVID, and then the most recent one, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And in these two instances, how governments have actually reacted to these two instances, the shocks that it brings into the sector, the energy sector. In the first instance, you could see that the government was a bit ill-prepared for it, so we actually caught off guard. All of a sudden, prices of petroleum products actually skyrocketed. We went as much as almost about $2.3 per liter. In the same vein, what we experienced recently, we realized that even though the prices was going up, it was not actually going, the price at the pump was not going up astronomically as compared to the previous year. This because of the policies the government put in place. One of which was having a very resilient local currency to hold the gap, and then also the quick utilization of local production of oil within Ghana also helped us to be able to cushion the additional costs that ordinarily the government would have incurred. But back to the question, in Ghana we have a system we call it the Energy Sector Recovery Program, where in the past we have accumulated a lot of costs on energy distribution and energy consumption, because in the past some government institutions which are on postpaid meters were not paying us within time. Also, we have some individuals using power without paying. Then also within the COVID period, government actually subsidized the electricity cost for every household. So not only the vulnerable, but so all this costs was there. And this is what currently government has done, is that quickly they have introduced some kind of a tax, because one, already petroleum prices are low, so just to cushion and to be able to pay their outstanding debt. We've also had discussions with IPPs where they have agreed and also given some kind of haircut on how much accumulated debt that government owes them. But that is because the government also made proactive steps to be able to clear all outstanding and giving some timelines to make sure that all debts are cleared. With this taken out, government is now putting in place measures that we pay cost-reflective tariffs. And for us to be able to pay cost-reflective tariff and also make sure that the consumer is not overburdened, whether a vulnerable class or a higher class, is just to make sure that the cost of the electricity generation or the energy generation itself should be reasonable, that everybody will be able to take it up. Beyond that, we have very extreme cases where we've had some support from donor countries where we have the mini grids for rural areas, and then we have also the solar rooftop project the government is undertaking also to help sustain some rural areas who cannot pay much more cost reflective. By adding to that, our tariff system is also progressive. So the progressive tariff helps us to also manage efficiency. So if you know you are within the vulnerable stage, you cannot consume power to some extent where you cannot afford it. So we have the band for the vulnerable stage. Beyond that, the tariff keeps increasing. So that in itself is more or less a way to check overconsumption. But however, government also quickly have to look at industries so that those cost-effective tariff does not also adversely affect industries. So there are some discussions in some industries, like those in the steel industry, have some tax incentives that is given in terms of the power generation side. So generally, I must say that we are looking at the costs, how well we'll be able to minimize the cost of generation so that it will translate into a more cost-effective tariff. And that is why we are looking at all sorts of relatively cheaper sources. One is currently we are doing more of the renewables. Our target is that by 2030 we should be able to achieve no less than 10% of our generation mix from renewables. However, in Ghana we do almost about 20% of our power generation from the hydro. But when we are talking about renewables, we don't add it because once we add the hydro to it, we feel we've achieved quite significant steps in the renewables. So we always discount it so that we can focus on other conventional renewable sources like solar, wind, and then also even with nuclear, which currently the government is aggressively pursuing the nuclear processes. And this are all just to make sure that we get the energy needed at a relatively cheaper price. And then also to add, Ghana currently, I can say, is amongst one of the countries within the sub-region with a higher electricity access. Currently, we are doing almost about 90% of electricity access. And beyond that, too, when it comes to even EVs, Ghana is also one of the leading countries with the higher number of EVs. So we see that demand from the EV, demand from data centers coming up is obviously going to shoot up our demand. So quickly we have to put in more effective generation mix to be able to meet the rising demands, or supplies to meet the rising demands. And that is why we are considering aggressively other renewable sources like the solar is what currently we are pushing, solar backed with a battery energy storage system. And then we have also had some investors coming in with wind. We are currently having mounted any of them, but we've made some progress. And finally is the pursuit for nuclear energy to support our generation mix. So by and large, I must say that our focus more is to deliver the energy, but at a relatively cost-effective rate. And that is what the government is pursuing.
Thank you. Maybe I could go back to the Netherlands. And if you reflect on what Mary's points about digital tools and how you've seen them evolve in the Netherlands over the years, what do they enable you to do now that you couldn't do 5 years ago?
Yep. No, indeed, I really like Mary's comments. A lot of different aspects are worth consideration. I mean, having the data is extremely important to know who are the vulnerable households. So what we do is we combine the data of the energy corporations together with the other statistical data on income levels, on educational levels, on health data, with the microdata. And that's available for researchers. Of course, you cannot tap into that as a government official and say, hey, because for privacy concerns, but at least you get an idea, what are the neighborhoods where there are vulnerable households? And well, Christine was already also saying that the additional benefits that you have from energy policies like cleaner air, but also children that are less often sick when they're in a better insulated home, better educational performance, and you can actually get that when you exchange the data and really target government policies where they're needed most and work together with local policies. Because there was also what Mary was saying. I mean, you can get that far with digital solutions, with data, but ultimately you need somebody on the ground to reach the vulnerable households. You need to know where to target and who to target. And when you do that, it's often very difficult to get behind the front door. Especially the most vulnerable households are very difficult. And well, our approach has always been try to get into a conversation, help people immediately, for instance, with reflective foils, with restoring the cracks in the windows. And when with local communities you work together, you've restored trust. Usually it's not government officials that do the best, but more sort of public-private kind of cooperation structures. Then you can also help them and get them to the more advanced solutions and tell them, hey, here's this solution. You have a smart meter. This is how you can control your energy. Let me help you set it up in a manner that you lower your electricity bill. So it's really this kind of combination of digital insights from the data, digital solutions also for households, and personal contact with people that help to use the digital tools. That's like what works best in our case.
Yeah, interesting. So Mary, we're generally speaking a policy community that we're trying to find out what governments can do in particular. Of course, with the support of the rest of the kind of stakeholder group that we need to engage with. But if you had one thing that you could ask governments to do to make sure that the tools and techniques that you're starting to use at scale are available to all, what would you ask of government?
I have a few answers to that, but I think
a polite one, please.
I'll pick one. I think the biggest one, and you just touched on this, is there are challenges with access to data and privacy and outbound communication in many nations. And so one of the things that we've been able to do for our programs in the United States is a utility has an authority that's oversimplified to say a primary purpose use of data and communication to their customers. And so one of the things that OPower pioneered is these programs are not opt-in. They're not looking for consumers to raise their hand and say, I need help, what can you do for me? The approach is an opt-out one. And there are barriers to having opt-out, personalized communication. You can tell, the utility can tell with data and technology, household A is very likely highly vulnerable, very likely eligible for a program. And there are barriers to the utility or the ministry, whichever one, to proactively text, call, email that household and say, this is what we think is happening and here are some things you can do about it. I think that's a pretty significant barrier in a number of countries. I think the EU has done such an incredible job protecting PII and how people are communicated with, but it does create a barrier in this kind of circumstance to actually reach people where they are.
So
I don't know who's going to solve that.
Yeah,
but,
I was going to ask you for the solution actually. So, do you have an idea of what best practice looks like in terms of protecting personal data and information and yet making it available to those who can do good with it?
Yeah, and I actually think the example in the Netherlands is probably a very strong one of how you protect data, but in the United States, utility, the energy supplier relationship is regulated on the subnational US state level. And there are very strong regulations around how that data can be used and what the utility uses it for. And it's not to sell something, it's not to convince somebody to purchase solar rooftop. It is a very specific purpose, and I think, you can see from my title, I come from the regulatory background. And so my tendency is to say, you regulate it. And you find a way to ensure that the entity that has the data, access to the data, and the entity that has the customer relationship. So that's why I keep going back to the utility, that they have the regulatory framework that protects the customer data and ensures you're only using it to the benefit of the customer and not the supplier or a third party. So whenever we do these programs, it's not Oracle or O-Power. It is on behalf of the utility energy supplier and through all of the regulatory frameworks and structures that protect the data and the customer. So I'd be happy if you want to follow up after to see how that looks in practice, where we have been able to do that. I'm happy to do that.
That would be really interesting.
Yeah.
And I'd like to go back to Christine, if I may, because my observation in this part of the world is that some of the emerging and developing economies that we work with are more prepared to take a risk when it comes to trying new things.
Absolutely.
They don't have procedures that are cast in stone and inflexible. And we're seeing huge leaps and bounds happening in terms of use of digital techniques and technologies in some of the big emerging economies. What do you think they have to teach the rest of us?
Yeah, I mean, as I was listening to the discussion, I was actually thinking about just sort of the variability of global context, right? In the sense that there really is quite a wide variety of ways governments relate to these issues of data privacy and even who has the sort of regulatory authority and the role of utilities and all of this for energy efficiency. It's handled quite differently in different parts of the world. And I'm actually struck, I noted that I came into this space actually working on helping consumers to make good choices, energy efficient choices. I ended up on the regulatory side because it felt too slow. And so going one customer at a time and, attaching information to behavior change, which the research shows is not so straightforward. I'm a very restless person, so, the idea that you could actually just set a threshold, right? And say, actually, we're going to take that choice. We're going to, as a government, say everyone deserves the protection of an air conditioner consuming only X, right? But what I find really interesting about these digital technologies and where we are in time and space is that actually you can find the need for speed, right? because you can actually target who actually needs it and identify subgroups and populations where there is vulnerability and there is exposure. That, to me, government has its job to support, protect, empower its most vulnerable citizens and its citizens at large. And so I think in a lot of places you would find appetite for government to take on. I'm thinking of, again, I've been in Barbados recently for an event there and thinking about what I observed from just the connection of community there and the nature of how everything is coming from imported fossil fuels, and you really feel that when you're on the island, just to be clear. I bet your government would have a little bit more appetite for risk, and frankly the relationships and the trust actually with its citizenry about that. And so I think the digital tools offer a moment, and in other parts of the world, in emerging and developing economies, I think there is an appetite for risk. And I would encourage exploration and partnerships. I hadn't really thought of it, to be honest, before I was sitting, and it's a little bit, back to the beginning for me. But I wonder in the conversations that we had with our government partners if there wouldn't be appetite. You know, consumer information campaigns can be so costly, right?
Yes.
And it's so hard to get metrics of impact.
Yes.
Right? It's very hard to get attribution of what did we achieve. To me, this is a way to actually get very concrete, right? In the same way that you would for a replacement program or a switch out program, that we achieved X, Y, or Z for these communities in these ways. And so it seems like an area of fertile experimentation. And I definitely think there are governments out there with appetite for that risk.
I think that's actually a great place to stop, because I think we've just started to design a project.
We did.
We did, and I'd like to see us, you know, put this on paper and come up with a concept and see what we can do with it, because there's got to be something in this that we can use to scale the opportunity we all know is there, to make sure that it's equitable, to make sure we have the metrics so that we can prove that we've been effective, or where we have and where we can make changes. So yeah, it looks like there's a bit of there's a half-baked cake there. You know, we just need to refine the recipe a bit, and I'd be very keen to talk to the panel about how we can do that. In the interest of time, because we started late, I will stop there, and I would like to thank you all for your contributions. I've really enjoyed this, and I think I think we can take this somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think they'd like a picture of the panel, if you wouldn't mind.
I wonder if I'm allowed to put it
Gentlemen, how are you doing? You're all fine? Amazing. Are you ready for another very, very interesting session? Great. Okay, wonderful. So we are now in this session, which will, of course, be one of the most interesting ones of the day. We will be focusing on building long-term resilience. And I think it fits very nicely following on, the grand opening that we had this morning, where we heard from our distinguished speakers, including our EU Commissioner for Energy, Commissioner Dan Jurgensen, about the context that we are having, the geopolitical context. So what we will be doing in this session is really to focus on how can we move from constant emergency crisis management to building more long-term resilience. And to do that, we have a very fascinating panel lined up for you, ranging from government representatives to stakeholders. And we also have a very distinguished panelist member who will be a bit later joining us. So I think it will be a very, very interesting discussion. We are a bit behind schedule, so I will reduce a bit my opening remarks here because we will be closing this panel discussion at 4:45 and not 1 second later. And of course, many of the things I wanted to tell you here as warming up to the session have been said already, throughout the day today, how crucial energy efficiency is for our energy transition, how crucial it is not only to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to make sure that we are independent, building our resilience, and of course, reducing the energy bills, both for our consumers and our industries. So in Europe, we are very, very committed to energy efficiency and energy policy in general. Oh, by the way, for the ones who do not know me yet, my name is Rosalinde van der Vlies. I am Director for Energy Efficiency Policies in the European Commission. So this is basically the background here, and really, really delighted to be here with you. So without further ado, I would like to invite our amazing panelists through the stage. And we will start with Martin McCluskey. He is a Minister for Energy Consumption in the UK, also responsible for energy efficiency. So please, a hand for Martin, please. Welcome. Grab a seat, Martin. Great. So then we also have Cristina Gamboa, CEO of World Green Building Council. So here's Cristina, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Cristina. Then we also have Mr. Hugo Briones, Undersecretary of Energy, all the way from Chile. Hugo. Welcome very much. And then we also have Diana Lizette Olispas, Vice Minister for Renewable Energy and Electricity from Honduras. Or not yet? Okay. No, not yet. So, I will immediately take my seat. I think I can leave this one here, and we will go here. Oh my God.
I'll just introduce myself. Yeah, it's my neighbor from Cambo Energy Group.
Welcome. Oh my God, my big apologies. There must be something slightly wrong with my briefing, but we're good. We are in the session Building Long-Term Resilience, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome to my amazing panel, and I will start with you. Hang on. So, we will start with maximum 3-minute opening statements, and I have to make it up to you. And I'm going to now say your right name. Jasmine Abraham. Yes, I have my notes. So this is actually a lesson, ladies and gentlemen. Rely on your paper version and not on your electronic version. Jasmine.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. My name is Jasmine Abraham. So happy to be here. I'm president and co-founder of Cambo Energy Group. We are a certified minority-owned business based right here in Canada, and all of our work for the last 17 years has been around supporting underserved communities when it comes to accessing all of the important energy efficiency programs that are out there. We work with Indigenous communities, tribal communities, newcomers, immigrants, low-income households, to really ensure that those groups that have really been hardest hit, they have the highest bills, typically live in the most inefficient homes, can access the programs. Our approach is always to lean on communities. We know that communities know what's best for them, and so we hire those communities to do the work. And as a result, 82% of our organization reflects those communities. And we've had the privilege and really the joy of working with hundreds of thousands of BIPOC households, over 70 First Nations communities, and upgraded over 6,000 low-income homes. And so all of our insights and all of my recommendations and thoughts really come from, being at kitchen tables, crawling through crawl spaces, doing air sealing, and sitting on the back of trucks in community. And when I think about resilience, and especially long-term resilience, we're really thinking about investing now to withstand future shocks. Excuse me. And typically when we think about resilient infrastructure, we think about investing in roads, we think about investing in buildings, we think about investing in infrastructure. But what about investing in people and investing in communities? A home can really be resilient and a building can be resilient, but the people in it might not be. People who might not trust the utility, might not understand why programs are available. Maybe they don't speak the language. Maybe they don't know how to read their bill. And all of these impacts really lead to a non-resilient community. And so for us, we really see the opportunity to invest in community to build that long-term resilience as part of the work. We always say, communities know the challenge and what they are challenged with. Communities are closest to that challenge, but furthest from the resources. So I'll just leave it there and look forward to the discussion.
Excellent. Thank you, Jasmine. So really, your message is very strong. Invest in people to build resilience.
That's
Great.
right.
Thank you. So now we go to the Undersecretary of Energy of Chile. Hugo, please, you have 3 minutes for your opening statements.
Okay, thank you. And read a very short few words. And for us, es un privilegio para nosotros participar en este panel. ¿Se escucha?
Sí, se escucha. Dale un minuto para que...
Junto a tantos líderes aquí reunidos de distintos lugares del mundo y que comparten una convicción que nosotros tenemos, que es la resiliencia energética, y que se construye con una política pública, con inversión inteligente y con una voluntad de proteger primero a quienes resultan más afectados por los shocks internacionales. Chile vive una década de transformación energética muy profunda. Hoy cerca del 70% de nuestra generación eléctrica es renovable y aspiramos a alcanzar el pic del 100% a fines del 2030. Para hablar realmente de un sistema resiliente que protege a quienes más lo necesitan, debemos también pensar en cómo estas cifras se ven reflejadas en la vida de las familias que son más vulnerables. Sin ir más lejos, en el 2025, Chile registró un promedio de 15 horas de interrupción eléctrica en el servicio domiciliario por usuario, mientras que el 64% del consumo final de energía aún provenía de fuentes fósiles, en su mayoría importadas y expuestas a la volatilidad de los mercados internacionales. Bueno, este es un desafío enorme, contar con un sistema eléctrico nacional cada vez más capaz de asegurar el suministro. Hemos avanzado significativamente en el almacenamiento en estos últimos años, permitiendo alcanzar 2 gigawatts en capacidad instalada y 6 gigawatts actualmente en construcción. Pero la resiliencia también depende de la transmisión. Necesitamos que la electricidad generada en los desiertos del norte de nuestro país pueda llegar a las zonas con más disponibilidad de radiación solar. De hecho, tenemos a la radiación solar calificada como la mejor del mundo en el norte de Chile. Por eso hoy tenemos en construcción alrededor de 2.200 kilómetros de infraestructura en transmisión, fundamentales para reducir los vertimientos de energía actuales en energía renovable y aprovechar de este modo el resto del país.
Able to take advantage of this and to have the rest of the country take advantage of this opportunity as well. So because of these long-term efforts that we're making, in May of this year, we presented a plan that is
2024-2026-2030, un documento de trabajo con 6 pilares, con KPI medibles, cuantificables y en plazos definidos, de tal manera que nos podamos preparar para obtener los mejores resultados que duren la mayor cantidad de tiempo en términos de resiliencia en nuestro sistema. Finalmente, comentar con ustedes que desde Chile estamos disponibles para aportar nuestra experiencia a esta conversación y, por supuesto, aprender de las lecciones y experiencias, buenas prácticas de quienes hoy nos acompañan. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And thank you for really sharing with us your journey in Chile to reduce your dependency on fossil fuels, both through the renewables, but also underlining the need to have the correct infrastructure in your country to really reduce this dependency and increase resilience. So now we move to you, Christina, and we would be really happy to listen to your pitch to start off our panel.
Thank you. It's so interesting to follow these pitches because there are different scales to embracing the conversation around resilience. So when we were preparing for this panel in the brief, it meant we were being asked, what does it mean to build resilient energy systems? What are the structural policies in response to this crisis? What lessons to learn? There's so many, but I think one thing that I've been thinking about is the resilient energy systems. It's no longer a future issue, it's just present today. Sometimes when we think resiliency is something for the future resilience, but actually what we're living today means that we have to embrace that adaptation to the changing circumstances. And really, as we go forward, what I want to also underscore is that we all have different aspects to the answer to this, but it will require a lot of collaboration across the full value chain and with policymakers to really respond to the times we're living. I think the recent energy shock has demonstrated that there are significant opportunities to deliver this and more efficient system. But I think also something is quite clear. I think we are in the era, the age of electrification, and this is accelerating because of the crisis, but it's also the age of smart electrification. And maybe this conference in the future will be called around that, smart electrification, because it is a systemic response that we require now. So I work at the World Green Building Council. It's one of the largest networks present in over 80 countries. And what we are doing with that huge network is ensuring that we are working with policymakers to have better policies to guide the direction of travel, but also accelerate local implementation through those national coalitions, because the world is very diverse and it requires different solutions. But what is clear is that that efficient, all-electric, flexible system has to be designed to support people. Businesses in this shock have been adapting to this, and there's a recent survey. We also joined, the Canadian government spoke this morning about the Electrify Now campaign that is shaping up to COP31. We welcome the Canadian leadership in supporting that campaign. And in that campaign, businesses are saying that by 2035, 90% of their operations will be all electric, that it's a no-brainer. So there is a direction of travel that businesses are going in different velocities around the world, but it's also then how can we have a conversation with policymakers to uplift that? Because if the demand side sectors like buildings are in the journey and understood more as a part of the energy system, it's an asset to the energy system, we can help consumers have long-term resilience to pricing, right? We're talking here about the integrated kits to electrify these solutions, but also then we will have less demand of resources to be investing in expansion of grids, and that requires a different mindset of thinking how this all-electric system will work into practice. We're hearing the energy demand is going to grow, and it's already been growing in different moments in time. We've had the cooling challenge will come, and we will have to be working with the urban side solutions to ensure that if air conditioning is in place, it doesn't heat up more the cities, because it will. We also have to be working and integrating the heat pumps in a better way with the storage and helping the grid also have flex responses in order to continue to help the decarbonization journey. So I'm referring to this agenda of the Electrotech agenda that is empowering consumers to have their assets be more of a prosumer that can unlock those opportunities for innovation and that low carbon economic growth. Because I think And with this, I go back to the resilience side. As people gain greater control over their energy use and we're not seeing things disconnected, they will be seeing reduced exposure to price volatility, and more reliable and comfortable living environments. And it will require a holistic response. But that sort of thinking, I think, is what is going to get us to a better outcomes when it means that this pathway of the age of electrification can also be the most affordable and powerful way to improve people's lives.
Thank you so much, Christina. That was really very, very clear messages. I really liked also the fact that you basically said the future is now. So indeed, very often when we speak about resilience, we think about the future. To underline also that, you know, we need a system resilience where we should not forget also the consumers, a bit also what Jasmine said before. And now I think we move to you, Martin.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Rosalind, and thanks to the IEA for convening this conference and this panel. I think it's important in any space like this at the moment when we're discussing issues affecting energy efficiency and resilience to just acknowledge the kind of unique context that we're working in here, which is the second fossil fuel crisis in a decade. And I don't think we can emphasise that enough, because I think for those who might suggest that we should move away from what we're doing in terms of renewables and the other areas that we're discussing today, the answer to a fossil fuel crisis that we're facing at the moment is not more fossil fuels. And the reason I underline that is because I think the challenges that we are facing and the lack of energy efficiency in some spaces is not just a risk to our energy security, that's well-trodden arguments, but also a risk to our prosperity and also to social cohesion in the societies that we are trying to navigate these issues at the moment. And you know, if you look at the UK, hundreds of thousands of children live in households that are suffering from fuel poverty, where we're struggling to make ends meet. We have cold homes that are increasing the health risks to our population during the winter, increasing the risk of things like heart attacks, other disease, strokes, putting more burden on people's mental health. So it's not just increasing energy resilience and energy efficiency for the sake of it, it's actually about how do we create an outcome that is going to create a more socially cohesive, more prosperous society. That takes me to the second point. We are moving at pace on this in the UK, and we're not shying away from that because of political pressure. We have a clean power by 2030 target that we are very focused on, and Dr. Birol in the introduction earlier today talked about packages of measures for energy efficiency, and that's what we are doing through our Warm Homes Plan. So our Warm Homes Plan is a £15 billion plan, the biggest financial commitment to home energy upgrades in our country's history, and it is there to also leverage money from the private sector. It's not just that 15 billion, but that sits alongside what we're doing in terms of building out the grid. Great British Energy, which is taking public stakes in energy projects with a capitalisation of over £8 billion, and all of the other work that we're doing to invest in grid across the country. But it's a real package, so it also deals with regulation, because we know, again, that government can't do everything, but we need to incentivise people to do the right thing. So we've introduced minimum energy efficiency standards in the private rental sector and the non-domestic sector as well, to make sure that buildings are being properly decarbonised and that people are meeting their obligations under those minimum energy efficiency standards. But I would return to the point that Yasmin made at the start of this, which is how do we put people at the centre of everything that we're doing. In our £15 billion plan, £5 billion of that is for low-income households, so targeted directly at low-income households, encouraging them to take up the offer of heat pumps, encouraging them to decarbonise with solar and batteries and insulation to keep their homes warm. We need to bring people with us, but I think finally there's a really important political point here, which is there are many forces at work, bad actors around the world at the moment, who would say that what we are doing is not taking us in the right direction, which I obviously disagree with. But I think it's by bringing populations with us, showing them how they can benefit from the energy efficiency measures that we're talking about at this conference today. It's how ultimately we help to build a consensus for everything that we're doing in terms of renewables and clean power, which I think why, to Yasmin's point again, putting people at the heart of this is so important, yes, to get the right outcomes for them, but also to make sure that we're constantly building that case and building that support for what we're trying to achieve.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Martin. And I think it also builds a bit on what Christina said about, the importance of collaboration. And I'm also very interested to hear that, with your investment plan, you also leverage the private investments. I think that's really, really important, this collaboration between the public and the private sector. And of course, great to hear that you have specific attention to combat energy poverty in the UK and protect the vulnerable people. Could I maybe ask you to dive a bit more deeper into, how you increase the resilience in UK of the vulnerable people? How do you really make sure that demand-side measures that you are taking in the UK are reaching these people?
I think around the world, and many of you in this room will have had similar conversations within government or within the organisations that you work in about how you are able to provide short-term support for people at the same time as keeping your eyes really focused on the long-term targets that you've got. So in the UK, we've had direct support for low-income households through a £150, that's about 10% of the average energy bill, a £150 discount on people's energy bills over the winter. We've just expanded that last year to reach 6 million households across the UK. We've also taken, and again, this is it's a political choice that we've made to take some of the levies that are supporting renewable generation off of energy bills and off of consumers and into general taxation. So really making that socialising that risk for everyone rather than saying that energy consumers are going to pick up the price of that. But long term, we have to stay absolutely focused on overall reduction in demand, which is why the Warm Homes Plan is so important. Making sure, for example, that homes are properly insulated is really important, but actually the big shift in the Warm Homes Plan compared to previous UK government schemes was in moving just from fabric of buildings to things like solar, batteries and heat pumps. So actually giving people access to the technologies that may have only in the past been available to those with deep pockets, but actually providing them with funding, whether that's grant support or loans, to enable them to actually take advantage of that and reduce their energy bills. And so there's a whole, there's a lot of other measures within the Warm Homes Plan which I could talk about, whether it's the regulation I mentioned a moment ago, or to build on that point around financing. We also have a Warm Homes Fund as part of the Warm Homes Plan, which is innovative capital to try and again leverage more from private finance and from others in order to get the biggest impact. One final thing I would say about, and maybe it's not specifically on demand reduction, but I think it's really important in terms of bringing people with us, is community energy. So within the Warm Homes Plan, we have plans for community batteries, for community-owned solar. We have a local power plan, which is really trying to put the levers of generation into the hands of communities. So a community can be in control not just of their building decarbonisation and their energy efficiency, but also in control of the levers of the generation within their own community.
Amazing. Great ideas coming from the UK. I'm actually quite curious, Christina, I saw you were nodding and looking quite happy when Martin was speaking, but would you have any advice from your side for governments to really make sure that the building sector can provide solutions to build this long-term resilience?
Yeah, I was nodding because I'm living in London, and I just lived through a heat wave in London last week, where I have a very efficient warm home, and the hot air wouldn't leave, and I would be at 30 degrees, and we had hospitals closing, schools closing. So that's why the resilience is here, and all that government response and that leadership is so much needed. It's hitting home. And and I was thinking the adaptation side. Last week we hosted an event in London, Climate Action Week, where we had Lord Adair Turner from the Energy Transition Commission, also Dave Turk, the former Deputy Secretary from the Department of Energy in the US, and they both coincided that the other side of this resilience and adaptation is that we have to adapt. So drop the woolly trousers, he said. Drop the, like we also have to adapt. And that reminded me of the Singaporeans, where they have a great campaign of having people adapt to live in 25 degrees. So don't overdo it with the cooling. Also, let the city cool. But so that's why I was nodding so much. A head trip in a panel. Anyways. But what I would say, we did, World GBC does also policy advocacy. We're a business-driven network, so I guess my voice is a business voice. We represent over 51,000 companies worldwide that have been voluntarily creating all these markets and opportunity, and it's ripe, the right moment. All this innovation of the electrification agenda is just ramping up the uptake of all these solutions. So I had three things here that I thought of course, it depends on the context, but I wrote down three things. Of course, first, reduce energy demand. But also, how do you do it? I think we have to set some binding targets on energy efficiency for the worst performing buildings to rapidly cut energy demand and protect households from future price shocks. That can be done. That's called minimum energy performance requirements. And you can go for the bigger buildings, and government buildings could lead by example. 2, reduce fossil fuel dependence. We're talking about here a shock. So we must accelerate electrification measures to strengthen energy security and reduce exposure to global fossil fuel markets, supporting the transition to clean heating solutions, clean cooking solutions. Imagine in that heat wave, people in kitchens in gas stoves instead of being induction, all of that. And of course, in the cooling space, ensure that the appliances are efficient, but it's a whole system approach, so we don't undo one thing with the other. And my third that I had is ensure fairness. Because ensure that, for example, the renovation finance is suitable and accessible for low-income households and for those in energy poverty. So that's why it was resounding to me. So the transition is affordable and socially just. And for new construction in geographies, like I'm from Latin America, that are building also because people need homes, they will be building, ensuring that, for example, those homes can access green mortgages, green finance, and that they are designed from the start. Because what happens with efficiency, it starts by good design. And so we have to start by locking in all those improvements in codes, in building energy performance codes, and of course, enabling all these solutions to empower communities to take control of their consumption and ensure that they can have a prosperous and healthy life, because we are addressing indoor air quality, LED lighting, good lighting, kids can learn, people can recover more quickly in hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. It's the world, it's the communities and the places that the world deserves, I think, through these sorts of measures, and we can build in more security, competitiveness, and affordability throughout the system.
Great, thank you very much, Christina. Okay, I would like now to move from the building sector to the transport sector. And here, Hugo, it would be great if you could share with us, what Chile is doing to make the transport sector more resilient, also in the longer term.
Sí, muchas gracias. Solo referirme en el término de la construcción de viviendas y edificios. En Chile hay algunos proyectos en los que se está pensando en que todos los ventanales de los edificios grandes pueden tener paneles en el fondo y que de esa forma pudieran reducir el consumo de ese mismo edificio. Y también en el caso del gobierno nuestro apoya ciertos planes para poder aislar termopaneles y aislar respecto de la temperatura en colegios o en viviendas que son más necesitadas, de tal manera que haya una posibilidad de reducir el consumo, mejorar la eficiencia y también aumenta la salud, porque hay menos contaminantes al interior, digamos. Solo complementar eso en términos y muy de acuerdo a lo que decían recién. En términos de la electromovilidad, nosotros creemos que sí, el transporte es parte de la economía nuestra, es fundamental para cualquiera de las economías. Nosotros en Chile ya tenemos del orden del 70% de en la región metropolitana, 70% de todo lo que son los buses urbanos ya con energía eléctrica, abastecidos solo con energía eléctrica. Y son del orden de 4.000. Y pensamos que de aquí a finales de este año podemos incrementar eso en un 10%, a lo menos, llegando al 80% aproximadamente en la región metropolitana. Pero ya a nivel del país, de las 11 regiones, ya tenemos un programa para electrificar con buses y con transporte público que sea absolutamente renovable, digamos, sin combustibles fósiles, que en el fondo lo que nos hace es blindarnos de las modalidades del mercado, ¿no? Tal como lo hemos vivido en el último tiempo. Gracias a eso y a la política que teníamos nosotros, no afectó tanto en la capital nuestra esta reciente restricción de combustibles fósiles, digamos, que son importados en el caso nuestro. Hoy día podemos decir que con estos logros solo un país en el mundo nos supera, digamos. Estamos en segundo lugar. Y en Latinoamérica, una ciudad nuestra, en el norte de Chile, que se llama Copiapó, ya tiene 100% del transporte público eléctrico. Una ciudad eminentemente minera. Nosotros en el programa que decía al comienzo, la ruta energética al 2030, tenemos una ley de electromovilidad, almacenamiento y electromovilidad, la que queremos fortalecer con reglamentos de tal manera que podamos propiciar aún más y asegurar el éxito de esta política nuestra en términos del transporte. Es así que también tenemos programas para en regiones poder que se den programas que se den acceso a subsidio para taxistas. Y lo que queremos en el futuro es que esto no solamente sea el transporte público, sino que el transporte de carga y otros, el que también podamos llevar a la electromovilidad. En eso estamos trabajando en nuestro país. Eso.
Thank you very much. And maybe, Jasmine, let's zoom in back on the community level. And you have worked with more than thousands of households and communities. So could you maybe share with us kind of like what is the magic formula, if you discovered one, to build resilience, at the community level?
It's a big question, but I think you're right. We have spent 17 years doing this work and have had the privilege to work with many different governments and communities over that time across Canada and the US. And I think something happens when we work with utilities and governments who have the understanding that people approach and participate in programs differently based on their lived experience. I think we're very, very good in this sector of segmenting programs by building types, right? We have commercial, we have industrial, we have multifamily, we have residential. But our communities also participate differently based on their lived experience. And I think what we've seen is that, in Canada, for instance, we have the highest immigration per capita in the world. 23% of Canadians are immigrants, myself included. 27% of Canadians are people of color, myself included. And understanding that, ensuring that we have programs like the one Martin talked about for low-income households is like fundamental. We need to remove that income barrier that so many people have to, not everybody has $18,000 to just put in a heat pump, of course, especially in this affordability crisis when consumer debt has never been higher. But there's also this understanding that there's an intersectionality of race, of language, of social issues that also prevent people from participating in these programs. And when we can create programs that are delivered by community, we offer this opportunity to not only build participation by those communities, but build workforce that represent the community. So we're hiring those communities to deliver within their communities so that, rooms like this and conferences like this start to look a bit more like the communities that we're serving. And so it's just like we talk about this multi-solving impact, and I think, we all know the health and the financial impacts of energy efficiency, but there's also this huge economic opportunity to hire those people and those firms to deliver the work themselves. So those are a few of the magic ingredients.
Great, thank you so much for sharing that. And I think, empowerment is, I think, one of those magic ingredients, as you just said, and affordability and really involving the people themselves. No, that's really great. So let me turn back to you, Martin. So having listened now to this exchange, what kind of policy actions do you think governments should be taking across the globe to really build this long-term resilience and not only be kind of like in an emergency crisis mode?
I think it's, as I said at the outset, it's about keeping your eyes focused on the long term. But I think in the political environment that we're currently working in, where there is a lot of political opposition, and we have to kind of acknowledge that there is political opposition to a lot of what we're trying to achieve. But we have to bear in mind that most of what we're doing is popular. Like when it actually comes down to communities and individuals and households receiving home efficiency upgrades, receiving insulation, getting a solar panel on their roof, these are popular policies that can help us make and win the argument. But just to build on what Yasmin was saying a moment ago, one of the areas that we've also focused on as part of the Warm Homes Plan that I think, you know, in other countries, we probably have something to help other countries with in this space, and we could probably learn, is on workforce development. Because if you think about what we have to achieve over the next 5, 10, 15 years in terms of adaptation of our buildings, we need a workforce to deliver that. And a lot of these jobs are trades jobs, they're joiners, they're plumbers, they're electricians, they're people who you know, are skilled individuals that we need to train in order to deliver what we need to achieve. So one of the things that's part of our Warm Homes Plan is a workforce task force that we have convened alongside the UK's Trade Union Congress to look at how those jobs as they're being created are high quality, well paid, you know, good skills being communicated to people, but also ideally unionised as well. So how can we actually take this opportunity for all this work that we're doing, all this public money that's going into these schemes, and make sure that people are actually getting employment, jobs and a future out of it as well. So again, it comes to that point of government can't do everything, but you can set the train tracks and you can leverage what you've got in order to get more out of private finance, out of workforce, out of the education sector. And I think that's where we all need to work together and learn from what each other are doing in our different contexts, but in order to try and accelerate this as fast as possible.
Excellent. No, thank you for raising that, and it makes me think about the term that was coined this morning on kind of like being climate competitive. That's of course also capitalizing on the workforce in the national countries. Now, Christina, if you could advise your government to take some policy actions.
Another government.
What would you say?
Yeah, tell me. Policy actions.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm obsessed with this idea of integrating systems. And I think we have a huge opportunity also to work better in systemic way with utilities and the different elements of sectors that are critical demand users of energy at a bigger scale. So if we want electrification to progress at scale, it's around changing how we use energy, not only in buildings, but in transport, and also industrial decarbonization that we was in a panel this morning. So I guess my request would be, sometimes we have here some great perspectives, but it requires at the government level maybe more interdepartmental collaboration. Because for many years we have had, and it happens still in other levels, we speak of energy here, of housing over here, the utilities in some countries still are in the business of selling more and more and more, and not thinking what are the systemic savings of evolving with innovation. So I guess my other request beyond the three ones I gave is to continue to improve that dialogue, but to be practical, to bring out some improvements in procurement, government procurement, for example, and work with cities. Cities sometimes can also move much faster than national governments. It doesn't have to be so slow. And also empower consumers. This system is also, and it's happening, consumers are taking control, and sometimes, right, they are responding to the crisis saying, I'm done, this is ridiculous, what am I paying for this gas? I'm going to try to solve it out on my own. And we see huge countries like Pakistan autonomously from the consumer base installing without a policy framework. So I guess I think we need to. There are interesting instances where that happens. World GPC is also an official observer of the UNFCCC process, and we're very much involved in campaigning towards these moments where we know at those moments policies are not decided, but it builds momentum. So I would think that there is an opportunity also to more, and also with the influence of the IEA and other powerhouse data, to continue to improve the policy signals in a more coherent way, if possible, through regions, because that will bring more investor certainty, even though this transition is already happening because of the volatility and the flight towards security and all the innovation of the electrification agenda. Yeah, and more systemic. The efficient grid responsive buildings is an amazing opportunity. They're so interesting how they can also unlock less demands from the Treasury to finance expansion of the grids. Buildings that are responsible and shift loads can also enable better pricing for consumers, but also empower consumers to know when the energy is more green or really powered by fossil fuels and shift all of that. There's a collaboration agenda in that space to ensure that the digitalization gets to consumers. But also, I think the other topic that governments could tackle in a more systemic way is all the cybersecurity risk associated with that, because all this data is getting attacked. And imagine your home being hijacked and you don't get the energy because, I don't know. Anyways, it has to be solved, but I think there's some very, very interesting and motivating agenda to tackle the topic of resilience, and it takes taking that innovation to the other side and ensuring that the loads from electric vehicles are properly integrated within the building system, and that the building system is also helping procure low carbon materials from green industrialization, and ensuring that there's a loop that there's more scale, more innovation, and that higher demand creates consistent lower pricing signals, and that we don't have like random actors in the system continuing in the inertia of just doing the same things over and over again in the last decades. That at least from buildings, it's a sector with very low productivity, and this innovation appetite, I think with the right collaboration within governments, with cities, and more systemic view on the prize to increase electrification at least by 35% globally by 2035. There is something definitely there that can take the world to growth, prosperity, and security in a better way.
Wow.
Sorry.
That were so many amazing ideas, fired off in a very, very good pace here. Thank you so much. I mean, what I really agree with you is the fact that so many things are basically interlinked, right? And I think it's particularly a challenge for many governments to, break silos between different departments, making sure that there's kind of like a seamless collaboration. And you gave the example, for example, of buildings for the energy policy and the housing. In my European government, this is exactly the case. So we are really, trying to build bridges between what we're doing in, the energy policy for buildings and the housing policy, just to give an example. And I think this must be my colleagues listening in from Brussels, just to basically say that, yes, indeed, we want to collaborate more. So they're signing with lights there. But I think, silo breaking is indeed for governments a very, very important point. But you mentioned all kinds of very, very interesting points there. Including, of course, the importance of the whole digitalization and cybersecurity. So, yeah, great. I mean, I would like to move to Ugo and basically hear your take on this. So, what policy actions should governments prioritize to build this longer-term resilience?
Sí, claro. En el caso nuestro, es un país largo, de una angosta faja de tierra muy largo y en términos eléctricos y radial. Nosotros lo que estamos haciendo ya es propiciar la interconexión regional de tal manera de aumentar la resiliencia, de tal manera que con Argentina, por ejemplo, u otros países cercanos, podamos compartir las redes y podamos de esa forma, tanto en este país tan largo, fortalecer las nuestras, digamos, que muchas veces por capacidad de transmisión no podemos llegar a los distintos rincones de norte a sur. Por otro lado, muy de acuerdo con las nuevas tecnologías que se están implementando, todo esto que viene con la implementación de la inteligencia artificial, las baterías y el almacenamiento, poder capacitar a nuestro personal, que en el fondo tiene que tener los conocimientos que le permitan ser autosuficiente y no depender del tercero, digamos, y en el fondo aprender. Yo creo que esa capacitación hoy día estamos en curso a poder llegar. También importante en el caso nuestro, y ya lo estamos haciendo, es dar señales claras respecto de dónde deben estar las fuentes de generación para proveer al sistema eléctrico en general. No basta con dar señales que permitan a los distintos productores ubicarse donde ellos quieran, sino que donde el sistema realmente los necesita y aumenten la resiliencia. En el caso nuestro debemos fortalecer la infraestructura de transmisión. La infraestructura de transmisión hoy día, que está en desarrollo, como lo decía al comienzo, necesitamos que se robustezca para poder transmitir toda la energía que sobra en el norte, que hay vertimiento hacia el sur. De esa forma los precios van a bajar, aumenta la resiliencia, la confiabilidad y también se beneficia a la comunidad entera por tarifas más eficientes y óptimas, provenientes de energías renovables y por lo tanto disminuye el consumo de combustible fósil, etc. y la contaminación. Otro tema importante también es que para que se logren estos proyectos de inversión que pueden robustecer nuestra capacidad, es mejorar toda la obtención de los permisos sectoriales que llevan a poder materializar estos proyectos. Estos permisos sectoriales hoy día demoran mucho tiempo. En el caso de transmisión podrían demorarse entre 5 y 7 años para recién llegar a construir. Lo que estamos haciendo nosotros es no bajar la calidad ni las restricciones, sino que hacer más eficientes estos procesos de permisos, de tal manera que podamos tener cuanto antes la viabilidad o el certificado ambiental para poder iniciar la construcción. Eso es en general lo que nosotros estamos impulsando como política de gobierno.
Thank you, Hugo. So, Yasmin, I would like to go back to your amazing experience with all these household and local communities. Could you share with us some really good examples where you saw, okay, this is really a showcase to build resilience?
Yes, oh my gosh. Yeah, so many of the communities that we work with, you know, the solutions are not that complicated, honestly. So many, especially immigrant and newcomer communities, you know, we're walking into homes where folks don't know how to program their thermostat. They don't know what the thermostat is. Many times they think they're not allowed to touch the thermostat. And so especially important when we're having heat waves like we saw. In 2021, we had the heat dome in BC where 611 people died because of the heat in 4 days. And, you know, those people were the most vulnerable. They were, you know, the seniors, the newcomers, the immigrants. And so it's building education for them. So a lot of the work we do is helping folks understand how their home uses energy. You know, it's energy efficiency 101. It's what's the connect. Why does my utility want me to save energy? Don't they sell me energy? Why are they giving me $50 to upgrade my insulation? What's the link between insulation and energy and climate and my bill? You know, all of us in the room could probably give that answer really quickly, but it's not something people are just know. It's not taught in schools, and it's certainly not taught when you come to a new country. And so it's really simple things about helping people understand how their home works so that they have the agency and are empowered so that when they see that brochure about a heat pump, they understand why that heat pump is important and how it's going to help them. You know, a lot of times when we're working in Indigenous communities, we're walking into homes that, you know, they just don't have an energy efficiency crisis. They have a housing crisis. And so we're walking into homes, and if we're going to be air sealing, if we're going to be doing the installation, then we also want to be fixing the wheelchair ramp at the back. We also want to make sure the electrical is working. So it's thinking, as Christina talked about, in systems, that we're not just siloing energy efficiency with the needs of the community. So whether that's workforce development, housing construction, education, there's these really sort of pragmatic opportunities to include community to deliver the solutions.
Amazing. So really kind of like awareness raising, building trust, empowerment.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, great. I mean, we have just a few more minutes left to wrap up. And I had some pre-prepared concluding remarks, which I will not use. But I actually have a magic pen with me. And with this pen, my panelists can make a wish. So I'll give you a few seconds to think about. So if you could make a wish, like what would happen to build long-term resilience? And then I would like you to basically use this. I will hand it to you then, the magic pen, and then you can kind of like do your magical spell and then say, you know, what is your wish? What should happen in order to build long-term resilience? And you can only pick one thing.
It's hard.
There you go.
More effective public communication so that people can take control of their own energy efficiency and it's not all down to government.
Beautiful.
continue to decouple the growth of the building industry that's going to happen for the growth of housing around the world, continue to decouple it from emissions through energy efficiency, electrification, and an innovation agenda.
Gracias. Diría yo que pudiéramos fortalecer la comunicación y la integración entre políticas públicas y el sector privado y la industria, de tal manera que trabajando juntos podamos mirar hacia la comunidad, hacia la sociedad que queremos mejorar y poder hacerlo mejor por ellos en términos de calidad, tarifas y eficiencia.
I would say continue to embed social and equity goals as we transition, as the energy transitions, and bringing community stakeholders into that.
Amazing. Okay, so I'll get my pen, my magic pen back. I see there's not
we
many.
have to keep it to see if we achieve our wishes.
I will only get it back once it's achieved. Okay, great. Not many Harry Potter fans here. Okay, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Thank you very much. Amazing panel. Thank you all here for being here. I hope that we are all convinced that we already have the ingredients to build long-term resilience. And I just would like to ask you to have a very, very warm applause to our amazing panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it.
Good.
People still can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Very good. I've been empowered. Colleagues, thank you for staying with us for the last panel of the day, which is our closing panel. And I'm going to start by inviting my fellow panelists to join me all on stage if you'd like to come up, and I'll introduce you in order. First of all, we have Minister Walter Ayasta, who's the Minister of Energy and Mines in Peru. A big round of applause for the Minister. And then from Spain, we have Joan Groisard, the Secretary of State for Energy in Spain. Nice to see you, Minister. Please take a seat. Thank you. Grab a seat. And then from Sierra Leone, we're also honoured to be joined by the Deputy Minister of Energy, Edmund Noni. Edmund, please, Deputy Minister. Thank you. And then we're also very pleased to be joined by Marie-Claude Dumas, President of WSP in Canada. Marie-Claude. Thank you. Please. And last but not at all least, we have Lavinia Bauer-Roche, Global Head of Sustainable Finance from Deutsche Bank. Lavinia. Thank you. Please. So friends, thanks all for joining us, and thank you for staying with us. This is the closing panel of the first day of the conference, and many of you have been in many sessions here together, but also in separate sessions. Our ministerial colleagues were with us in a ministerial roundtable on this side earlier today, and then our business leaders were with us for the CEO and business leader roundtable on the other side. So part of the point of this session is to hear inputs from our excellent colleagues, but also for them to report to each other and to all of us in terms of the discussions they had in the different rooms. And colleagues, if you have headsets, this will be another bilingual session, so please do come ready. So I'll start with you, Minister Ayasta, if I may, please. So thank you for joining us. And I was in the session earlier when you gave us the Peruvian perspective on some of the energy issues. So you might like to tell us a little bit about Peru's priorities, but I'd also like you to say, based on what you've heard today, what do you think are some of the key demand-side policy actions available to governments that you consider the most priority? So please.
Thank you so much. To say hello to everyone. Thank you for being here. In relation to this subject, to what we're looking for in energy efficiency, it's clear to reducing the consumption of energy of the users. We have different types of users, domestic, commercial, industrial. In this reach, it's very important to keep into consideration infrastructure in which we have to give the service to the user. Our final user is the user, the final user. In that sense, the infrastructure that we must guarantee to give a quality service to be competitive with the new developments that we have in technologies. We must be speaking of infrastructure in which operations is autonomous. In the sense, we have been working and implementing the intelligent networks, where if I give the example, 10 years ago, to be able to implement measuring in the networks with high tension, we had to implement the equipment, the sensor, and apart other equipment that required energy. Now, we have sensors that automatically connect to the network, and directly with a telecommunication system, we may have information in real time in the network. Now, there we're reducing equipment that one way or another consumes energy. All the equipment that we have now is associated to the desired. If we speak about Madrid, what we want to improve in all the enterprises is that the equipment that we're replacing is precisely associated to the CVP that allows us to have information in real time to monitor the quality of the service, to evaluate the losses. The other matter that we have in infrastructure is the energy transition to integrate the renewable energies within the network. Other subject, the client itself. The client, because everything that we do is to give a better service to our clients, and the client is a digital client. Thanks to the pandemic, one way or another, we increased the volume of people that had more access to the internet. And we have a client that is more demanding. For that, the different businesses had to take actions to be able to implement platforms that could give a better service. Now we have the intelligent measures to incentivize the renewable energies, to implement the solar panels but the infrastructure that is still prevailing in the meter system is unidirectional. We have the smart meters, where it's a bidirectionality, where clients may inject energy to the network. And this generates with a lot of benefits to the state enterprise to have more information, but thinking about the client is going to have more information in real time and new services to the client. So the client needs to be trained to reduce the cost, not the consumption, but to be able to use energy in the best time where it's cheaper. So we have a new type of tariff that the client is going to have. So in this case, one of the matters that we're going to improve is to have these smart meters for users. The other subject I discussed about infrastructure that should have equipment associated to the SIODET. We also mentioned the meters that is going to give a better service to the users, but also to the enterprise, to the business that gives variables, to give a better service to the users. But all of these equipments generates a huge database. So we started to discuss governance. We must work with this structure so that the enterprises have clear what is data governance, to have the next step, to be able to use artificial intelligence. If we don't have a big database, hardly will be able to exploit information in real time or to have results with indicators.
And another reason as well, if we go into more specific, which is cyber safety. And it's already been mentioned, but it is so significant because we have, we may have a lot of issues with that. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind, because that is also going to be significant, is talent in the workforce. We have to have a prepared workforce to be able to use these tools. It's not so difficult now. The technology is pretty accessible, but what is most important is that they have free access. We've been talking about implementing different platforms for over 10 years to be able to analyze data. And now we have free access platforms, which our staff has to be trained to be able to use the information. Another subject is one of cultural change, or shift rather, because of this technology coming into the society, the processes, the way that we do things, all of that is changing within all companies. So the operations, the way of managing commercial activities and trade, all of that is being changed. In one way or another, these are the pillars that are so important that we have to keep in mind. It's important that we keep that in mind as a state, that we have to be able to strengthen it, that we be able to support it, so that we be able to have something better for the consumers and for our clients.
Interesting range of issues you brought up, which I hope we can touch on some of these issues. But one theme through your remarks was technology, and particularly digital technology, AI, and how much that is enabling so many things, but also then sets its own agenda. And maybe that's a way in to bring you in, Secretary Groizot, because another theme we've had a lot today is affordability and efficiencies based on affordability. But as the Minister has reminded us, the energy system is going through a change towards electrification, towards digital technology, a lot of investment required, a lot of new technology coming aboard. How do we do that transition while keeping the focus on affordability at the same time?
So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to intervene in Spanish just to give people time again to connect.
So the first thing is that, yes, we are talking about a change of model towards electrification, towards electricity, so more technological development of the entire system. And this has to be done in a way that will not sacrifice affordability and accessibility. Those two things don't have to be separate. You know, something that is efficient, more renovated, more revamped, more electrified is not necessarily separate from something that is affordable and accessible. So this model has to go through energy efficiency, that is to do more with less. It goes through renewable energies because it's the most competitive, the cheaper way of generating electric energy, at least in Spain. As well as and the electrification brings all of those things together. It's what allows us to translate this into a competitive advantage. Electrification is energy efficiency in itself. A thermal pump, for example, or a vehicle, electric vehicle, are a lot more efficient than, you know, what we could have been using up until now. But in order to be able to get there, we have to make sure that the price signals of tarification be more competitive, that it be cheaper, and that is what we're talking about in Spain. And if we're talking about the bills and you know, we're working on all that. So first, the raw matter, the most fundamental aspect, to look for the most competitive energy. And for us, it's renewable energy in Spain. We are lucky that we're going into the penetration of this, and the price of energy is something, usually it's at least 15% lower. And that is why electrification prices in Spain have been protected to a certain way, you know, because of the Iran crisis. And so the raw matter is most important. So we're talking here about the raw matters and auxiliary services, which are the things that connect to the system to be able to operate it. This is something where renewable energies can give us these services more competitively, whether it be, you know, like technical elements that connect the different systems so that they can be operated, you know, that can offer competitivity. Electric networks, we have to have better grids. And here we're also orienting in order to be as efficient as possible. So we're using the existing grids, first of all, making sure that only mature projects that are really feasible, that really have the possibility of consuming, those who will be connecting to the network and the grid, and going towards real demand, not development grids just because we want to, but directing it to new sectors of demand. And finally, fiscality. Fiscality is one of the main tools that any government has in public policy and to be able to govern public policy. And today in Spain, we have announced the derogation, the suppression that is, of the taxes on renewable energy. So it's going to be a phase-out calendar to be able to continue giving that signal towards electrification, to make sure that electricity be more competitive, and so that decisions of going towards that will be more competitive and easier to adopt. And another element, and that will be my last point, the digitalization and using data centers for AI. In Spain, what we decided is the development of data centers is going to have to be green. In Spain, these centers, what does that mean? What it means that they're going to have to bring their own energy. So they bring your own energy model. What does that mean? What it means that each energy consumption unit is going to have, of the data centers, is going to have also a capacity of renewable energy in terms of correlation that is temporal. What we cannot allow is that this create a new demand, and that will compete for clean, competitive energy that manufacturers need, that plants need, and that homes need. So we can't create that competition. They have to bring their own. And so that will bring new renewable energy with which everybody can take advantage of that renewable energy without competing with other consumers who also need that clean, competitive energy. So accessibility for us cannot be separate from renewable energies, from energy efficiency and electrification. All of that goes together.
Congratulations on the new announcements today. And both of our speakers have spoken in that wider systemic way about it's not just supply over here or demand over here, it's about supply and demand, particularly in the future of electricity, which has a much more dynamic kind of model. And you described it very well. And the ministry used the term culture change, but if I could just stay with you for a minute, Ran, because you described a new relationship between the consumer and the electricity system, so in terms of time of use and interactivity and signals. So is there an element of culture change then across society that you're going to be embarking on?
Son varias cosas.
There are many things. In Spain, it goes together. It's kind of controversial when we introduce tariffs in different moments, like different times. There are moments in which using electricity is cheaper, more competitive than at other times. And that is, it generated, a cultural shock because there are people who are like, there are things that we can't really change. And we're seeing that there is an hourly tariff change, and that has changed. Before, it was cheaper to use energy at night. Because these were quieter times when there was less consumption. Now, and then it became at lunch when there was a lot of generation. So it was a more competitive way of to generate a change of behavior. But where we have to adapt the demand to that availability of energy is in the industrial sector, because those are managers who can adapt their energy consumer profile. And we're seeing a lot of interest to have thermal storage. So to have processes that use heat, that use thermal storage to be able to use the energy when it's cheaper, more competitive, and after that they can move that consumption at other times of the day. So that's a cultural change from from the way that people do their day-to-day, but also companies, who are modifying their way of doing things to be more efficient in energy speak as well.
A couple of things I will definitely come back to, but let's turn now to Deputy Minister Noni. Deputy Minister, thanks for being with us. It's great to have your perspective. And I'd be interested in any reflections you have on the day, but particularly picking up on what we heard from Joanne about this focus on consumers and protecting consumers. And of course, it's been a hard time recently to be an energy consumer. There's been a lot of shocks and bumps and uncertainties. So maybe how do you see the role of efficiency then in terms of protecting the consumer and building their resilience?
For us, and thank you again for the wonderful panel so far. And the event has been extremely educational, and I've definitely learned a lot being here and listening to various speakers. In Africa as a whole, we're going through an interesting period because similar to the telecommunications industry, where a lot of African countries and a lot of rural communities in Africa did not have access to landline phones. So you saw this immediate leapfrog to mobile telephony. So we're seeing something very similar in energy. So for us, for example, our smallest unit of local government, we have 190 municipalities. Most of them prior to, I would say, the last 10, 12 years were not electrified. Over the last 7 years, we've installed 100 solar mini-grids in these 190 communities, which means that those consumers' first experience with electricity is solar. So it's renewable first, and now we're looking at, we've started installing more battery systems to be able to store and re-inject energy into the grid at times when solar is not available. Another thing we're looking at is micro hydro or floating hydro. Hydro projects typically are very expensive, as we all know, and they also take several years to build as compared to solar. But we're seeing new technologies where the turbine floats in the water, which you're now looking at 6 months lead time to construct and then another 3 months to have the community connected. So we're very interested to see if we can do a solar mini-grid with a micro floating hydro mix as well. And I'm proud to say that we've secured financing for another 62 solar mini-grids out of the 190, so we're very close to our target of electrification of all those small municipalities. So given that a lot of our rural communities are being connected with renewable first and are already experiencing efficiencies at the generation level, we've also taken several steps to look at household use. And by that I mean we've gone beyond just let's put a solar mini-grid there and they have access to their house. We're now looking at what fridges are you using, what fans are you using, how can we give them access to systems that are more efficient. Major government policy we've done towards that is we've removed all imports duties for any renewable imports, whether it's solar panels or batteries or the direct appliances. So that's how we're trying to get to the consumer level and enhance people's lives through efficiency. But another very important piece of efficiency, which if we leave behind, we're not really tackling how the entire country uses electricity in an efficient way, it's mining. So Sierra Leone has over 17 critical and, I would say, foundational minerals. Most of those mining operations, we've seen them using diesel generators to power their electricity needs. So what we're doing now is we are looking, we're promoting private sector to come in and identify mining provinces and mining operations to power via solar and hydro. So we have over 2,000 megawatts peak of hydro, and we have 2,000 megawatts peak of solar and 3,000 megawatts of hydro available. And so we're trying to look for partners who will be looking at bringing in renewable energy into that mining sector, and encouraging the mining companies, once they have this cheaper electricity, that you have to do value addition as well, and not just export raw minerals. So it's that balance of, because a lot of our areas are now is when we're having, I would say, an energy revolution. We get to use the new technologies first, but we also end up having to do everything at all ends of the sector all at the same time.
Thank you. It's fascinating, and congratulations on your progress. And as you just said, you're absolutely right. You're undergoing an energy revolution, and I spoke to Joanne about culture change, but then you described whole communities who went from no electrification to cutting-edge technology, which is really interesting. And again, just staying with you on that point, engaging with communities who become electrified and suddenly have the latest technology and all the implications of that, that must be a project in itself. It's not just a technical project, but it's a social project as well.
Yeah, it is. And it's really, I would say, heartwarming, or it's really encouraging to see the difference that electricity makes in people's lives, and not just at the household or use for lighting and charging phones, but we also see great stories when it comes to farmers being able to keep some of their crops now, local fisherwomen being able to refrigerate and on-sell to markets that are further afield. So it's also a massive economic engine that we're putting into these rural communities.
Yes, very much so. Thank you very much. Marie-Claude, thanks for being with us. And just before this session, we were in the CEO roundtable. I didn't catch it all, but I got a real vibe about let's stop talking and let's do things. And I think maybe in your daily life, that's probably your mantra anyway, because you work with a lot of businesses and a lot of governments. So maybe tell us a bit about that in terms of this theme that I hear a lot, which is how do we just not just kind of say these things are good, how do we not just kind of broadly say we're in favor of them, but actually make things happen on the ground?
I think, thank you for having me, first of all, and it's great to hear the panelists. I think for energy efficiency and the transition that we're going through, long-term commitment is really important. The different governments have different incentives, different strategies, but it's really important to keep that long-term commitment because we spoke a lot about energy efficiency. With that comes innovation. With that comes change, like culture change and all of it. If we want financing to be available, if there's a change in government, they should be at least to say, we're going to honor what was done in the past. What was done in the past, or those contracts, those tariffs, those grants are going to be honored for the future. And at least it will help. It will allow people to have trust in the system and to believe in a different future. So I think it's stability in the rules is really important because energy efficiency is more than cost savings. It's about the whole system, the reduction in consumption, the promotion of energy reuse. Why don't we look at retrofits versus changing all the windows? Like, it needs to be more than just the cost savings. And I think that, we at the previous session, it was really interesting. We had a very, very diversified groups, people from all around the world. And the situation is extremely different in North America than it is in Europe, Latin America, and Africa, in Asia, in India. So it's very different everywhere. And sometimes, but we need to commit to this energy efficiency. And in North America, for example, sometimes it's hard to make the business case because the cost of energy is not high enough to make the business case happen. So there, the governments need to take a stand and say, or the policymakers to say, okay, well, we'll bridge that gap or half the gap. But because we're serious for the long term, you'll be able to find private financing for the second half, let's say. So stability in the long term is really important. And the other piece that was talked about a lot is also clarity in the messaging. So it was funny because a lot of people were saying, oh, we're advising companies on how to understand government programs. Well, why don't we make these programs understandable by a human being so that companies or end customers can actually say, you know what, I understand what this means. I'm going to commit to it, get the financing, and do it. I think we need to have clarity in the messaging and also simple enough to understand so that you don't need so many, consultants and helps and reports to then be able to decide what you're going to commit to as a consumer or as a business.
Thank you. And when you talk about long-term stability and consistency of policy, I get that, but I was thinking to myself, can I think of many good examples of that happening? And so I'm going to ask you two versions of this question. You can decide which one. Because the simple one is, if you want to name names, who's doing this well in terms of regions or governments or that are doing well on long-term consistency? Or if you want to not take it that way, what are the conditions that create that long-term certainty? Because I'm thinking governments change, elections happen, crises happen. I'll come to climate in a few minutes, but we see climate ebbing and flowing, let's be frank, in terms of sometimes it's higher on the agenda, sometimes it's not. So tell us a bit more about how we get to that long-term stability.
So I'll give you an example. The person sitting next to me at the table was from India, and she spoke a lot about the carbon credits. And I said, oh, how long have you had those for? She said 10 years, and they've been proven to be efficient. So in North America, like they were off 6 months in, so it didn't get the momentum that it didn't. So I'm using carbon credit as an example, but I think that if we want people to trust the system, so to say, okay, this is going to be in place, and for you who committed to it in 2026, when the government changes in 2028, you're still good, and your financing is still valid. So if you have private financing, you won't be stuck, because they also will know that this is kind of grandfathered or is good to go. So I think it can apply to many, because governments change often around the world, and it's every government's choice to kind of lead the way they want to. But I think so that's why I'm not saying for the future, but at least for the past. And hopefully that will create enough momentum to say, wow, look at this, it's been happening for 15 years with only a few companies, but it's still working, and then maybe we can prove the point for a larger, kind of a larger rollout, if you want, of a specific technology.
That's very clear. Thank you very much, Marie-Claude. Lavinia, first of all, thanks for your patience being last to be brought in. But actually, in a way, you're the glue that holds this all together, because every intervention so far has talked about investment, right, and finance and different types of finance mechanisms. And that's the space you work in. So tell us a bit about how you see the role of financial institutions in the kind of messages you're hearing here about the need for investment, the need to enhance affordability, security, the need to electrify. It all hinges on finance, right?
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. A very insightful day and conversation, so no patience required. I mean, I would love to start with a reflection point I'm being presented with a lot of times, and I would love to conquer a little bit. And I hear a lot that there's a lack of capital or a lack of finance. And actually, that's not quite meeting my observations. So I'm globally engaging with corporate clients on finding finance and capital to invest in their measures which they need for decarbonization or other sustainability needs, being it water management, efficiency gains, you name it. I feel there's quite some competition. There's capital out at very, very low price points, which is looking for the right type of projects. And I think it's a lot about identifying the right types of projects or making them bankable. And in order to get there, it requires collaboration. Collaboration with governments, policy setters, with the private sector, with our industrial clients, but also with our SMEs, because our SMEs have quite some steps to take in order to create efficiency measures or have access to efficiency measures. So thinking about what's needed in order to get there and to create bankable projects, I think it's a lot about collaboration as a first point. Collaboration including but not limited to blended finance, in order to understand the risks associated with projects and match the right type of capital to the right type of risk, distributing the risk out and creating bankable projects this way. It's about consistency. You named it as well, consistency in legal frameworks and regulatory frameworks, because investors and capital at the end is all in competition with other opportunities to invest, requires consistency and security. When you take an investment decision, you want to be on the safe side that you understand the legal framework you're investing in. So I can only highlight and underline this point. But thirdly, really, it's about creating the demand, because what we observe when it comes to projects not being bankable, it might be a lack of economically viable business cases. And that's also because the demand side is not yet committing to, in particular, long-term agreements in order to invest and sign up for certain price points or understanding price points. So promoting demand and also creating demand-side measures is quite critical. Two more points in that perspective. I'm coming from Europe. Deutsche Bank is a very, very strong bank in Europe and really aiming to become a European champion. I have to underline that also the savings and union, the capital markets union, is something the European Union is discussing and working on for quite some time. And it's really seen as very, very important in order to create a depth of market and capital decisions being brought to Europe, which would definitely support those steps being successful in Europe. And then last but not least, also coming to the narrative, efficiency, we all know the energy costs at the moment. They are preventing some production to be geared up. Energy efficiencies will create more competitiveness. And I think we need to carry that message in a very understandable language out, that where we create markets which have energy efficiencies in place and certain energy costs brought down, it will create a more competitive landscape for investors to invest, for production to be secured, but also maybe newly attracted. So it's really about creating also this positive narrative around it. It will have this positive side effect of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which we all want, but it's also about competitiveness and sustainable growth in the long run.
Very good. Thank you very much, Lavinia. You mentioned climate, and let me broaden it out. I'd like to hear from anybody on the theme of climate, because we know that energy efficiency is possibly the biggest lever we have to reduce energy-related emissions. COP28 saw a very important moment that we were pleased to be involved in, seeing a global target set for 2030. And today we had a very good discussion with the COP31 presidency, where again the IEA is pleased to be working with them towards bringing efficiency back to the heart of the emissions reduction and climate debate. And yet we're not on target for our existing targets, and I think probably in 2026, in the midst of a crisis, it's probably fair to say that we're hearing maybe less, or you can tell me if you disagree, we're hearing less about the climate dimension of these issues, and we're talking about, rightly, these other dimensions that are also very important. And I suppose my broad question for any of you is to comment on whether you think the crisis moment and the focus on that is in danger of pushing climate off the table, or it's the opportunity to bring it back in and really reunite these issues? Anybody? Solve that problem for me. Go on, please.
To start, and then I'm sure others can join in. I'll switch to Spanish again.
For us, everything is related. The good thing, the energy transition is a necessary solution to climate crisis, but it's to give a solution if it dependency and loss of sovereignty is the transition what makes us recover this sovereignty. So it's a problem. It's a transition what will allow us to have a more efficiency. If it's a problem of inequalities in the Spanish case, for example, this is socially progressive because now we have the electrical bill in the distribution of the family cost. It means that the vulnerable home are those who are going to benefit in proportion, and the solutions, not only in the causes, but in the consequences of climate change are related. With colleagues we were talking about, these weeks, Europe has seen various heat waves in many parts in the Spanish country. The necessity to adapt to these new situations, and we are seeing the renewable energies change everything. Before, to have air conditioning to protect ourselves in front of the heat would have foreseen more fuels, but today what we have, the economist said it before, to have the air conditioning without feeling guilty, to be able to have refrigeration to generate conditions, healthy conditions, well-being in public service, almost free, taking advantage of the excellence that we have belonging to the solar energy. This week, in the Spanish case, we have approved a new 200 million euros to have air conditioning in schools. We understand electricity is for the consumption. Renewable solar energy in centers will allow being more efficient and protect our children, our youth in school centers. And for us, the climate agenda is, we cannot separate from the crisis. And if you allow me, Brian, is what we have heard in these sessions. There is a consensus among the countries and businesses that are very aligned to fight against climate crisis and energy crisis.
Thank you. Yes, Edmund, please.
That was definitely very insightful, and I think that's definitely the right way forward. So for Sierra Leone, we have to look at, or I can only speak from our contribution towards climate change and our contribution where we sit in that. In general, the climate change or our climate issues were caused by the industrialization of larger and more industrialized economies. And I come from a country where we are dealing with the impacts of that, less than contributing towards that. However, in the next 10 and 20 years, as we are looking to move from low income to middle income and higher income, we are going to be industrializing our own economies as well. So what we need to do is to make sure that we are investing in green industrialization so that our contribution or our impacts on the climate will not be the same as previous modes of industrial activity. Another area where countries like Sierra Leone can do things different is, so Sierra Leone has over 75% tree cover. You look at countries in other regions who you're now talking about low double digits, some even single digit tree cover. What we can do is to make sure that as we're industrializing, we are also ensuring that we prioritize nature conservation. We have already started a program to look at how we can use our carbon credits to help others or use our carbon credits towards mining operations in Sierra Leone who want to use that to offset. And we're also looking at something new called renewable energy credits, which reward 1 credit per megawatt hour of production. And so if we can mobilize credits off of our renewable resources, we can then use those additional revenues to reinvest in areas where our countrymen or where our people have been affected by climate change. So if we're earning however much it is from credits per year, we can use that to make our coastal communities more resilient. We can use that to look at conserving our mangroves. We can use that to look at conserving our rainforest. So I guess that would be our use of new technologies and new instruments in energy to help us cushion whether it's our contribution to climate change or it's our impacts from climate change.
That's very interesting. And of course, the resources you mentioned earlier will be very important for clean energy technologies as well. So there's another opportunity for Sierra Leone. Thank you. Minister, please.
Sí, bueno,
Yes, well, with what has to do with Peru, we already have an energy policy that dates from the 1950s, and one of the pillars is the climate, the reduction of CO2 to avoid global warming. As pillars, there's 4, basically. The first being, and that is a worldwide policy, but it's universal access to energy. And we have to create energy, but we have to be efficient to ensure continuity of service and to give people the possibility of having access to it while still having control over the demand so that we can have strategies. And that is when we start to talk about intelligent meters that I was talking about earlier on. But the entire infrastructure brings to the second pillar, which is modern, efficient infrastructure, which is absolutely necessary. And that is where there's also the entire theme of renewable energies. Because, we have to be able to do things more efficiently. All the electrification has to be implemented with, for example, solar panels. So Peru has a lot, has very abundant energy, whether it be hydroelectric, whether it be wind, whether it be solar. We're very lucky in terms of country. We're also a mining country. The third, for example, producer of copper worldwide. So there are activities that truly, let's say, in one way or another, do have an impact with environmental pollution, for example. But we have been developing scientific ways of replacing that infrastructure so that we have things that don't pollute as much. And as well to replace the thermal energy generation with solar panels. So then that way we can work with a multilateral bank with 25 districts that right now are using oil, but that is being replaced with renewable energy, most of them solar panels. So that's, the second pillar. The third part is everything with having to do with the protection of the environment, the reducing CO2 and fighting global warming. And then the fourth, which is also very important, is everything having to do with integration. The integration of the different systems in order to be able to ensure continuity of services. And that not only as a country, but at the regional level, with neighboring countries, we've already created, for example, bilateral contract with Ecuador to be able to work with them. We're also working with Chile and with Brazil so that we be able to to be able to use energy and replace our traditional energy with renewable energy, and to be able to do that together with other countries.
And the breadth of your strategic vision, it's very inspiring to hear. Thank you. So colleagues, unlike Rosalinda, I don't have a magic pen, but I will be asking her where to buy one later on. But we just have a few minutes left, and I'd like to go back to you one more time each, and I'll start with Lavinia, and then I'll give you the last word, Minister. And I'd maybe ask you to think, maybe just very super brief, one thing you've learned today, or one idea you've had, one idea you're stealing from somebody else, something you're bringing home as a lesson you've learned today. So Lavinia, sorry to put you on the spot, but...
So really in our earlier conversation, there was a very strong point made to look at the lifetime cost of investments and considering efficiency gains in that calculation. So this brings me back to the narrative question. I think we need to really create a narrative which understands that we all want and need access to abundance of energy. His Excellency called it universal access to energy. We need abundance of energy. That also means that efficiency gains creates abundance for others. And access to renewable energy is the most affordable way to create that access. It will be absolutely critical for transformation. So that's underlining the point.
Excellent. Thank you, Lavinia. Marie-Claude, please.
I would say I really like the Montreal framework, because nothing can work alone. Policymakers, companies, and we thought actually that we were missing the end consumer from that framework, because if we want to impact the behaviors, the end consumer, whether is a residential or commercial, needs to be included and part of the mix as well. So I think it's that back to the full cycle, but it's a system, and it needs to be connected for it to work.
Thank you. Very insightful. Thank you. Deputy Minister Noni, please.
Thank you very much. One major thing that I've walked away from here with is the need for peer-to-peer exchange, whether it's on policy concepts and innovation, or how to engage with people at the consumer level. And very interesting insights from the panel here also, with the minister from Peru talking about smart systems and how to use smart systems to make dynamic decisions. So from a country where, again, in a lot of our grids, we are able to go straight to some of these new technologies. It's very interesting, it's very insightful to learn how these uses of these of smart grids are already making a difference in other people's economies and other people's countries. And it's definitely something that we've already been looking at, and we're even more encouraged to invest more time and effort and finances in that.
Great to hear, thank you. Secretary Gorzard, please.
Para mí, una de las...
For me, one of the most interesting conclusions probably of this entire day has been how transformative energy efficiency is with the challenges that we are. Somebody was saying that we are at the beginning of the end of one of the major crises that we have experienced in decades, one in which about 20% of the world oil access remained completely blocked because the Strait of Hormuz was closed. So that is essentially what it means, and that 20% is the magnitude of what we can save in energy if we are more careful. So since the year 2000s, we suppose that the countries of the agency have saved 20%, as I was saying, in fossil fuels. It is as important as a crisis that we just saw. So we see the impact that energy efficiency could bring us. It's not something that is marginal, it's not incremental, it's not doing things a little bit better. No, efficiency changes fundamentally what we're doing, and it creates energy abundance, as my colleague here was saying, and it is one of the things that I think that is going to really stay in my mind. It's one of the main things that I will have learned.
Your key lesson of the day, so we do appreciate that. Minister, I ask you, please.
Sí.
Yes, thank you. Well, the conclusion In one way or another, what we're looking for is to get benefits to reduce costs, to reduce emissions, but all the alternatives that we are adopting, in one way or another, they incorporate technology. So when we incorporate technology, that's one of the tools that will allow us to be more efficient and competitive.
And colleagues, we are coming to the end of day one. Thank you for being with us, and thank you to our excellent panelists. Before we thank them, let me just say two things. One is, please, we hope to see you all tomorrow. We have another fascinating day of panel discussions starting early tomorrow morning, so please come and join us and participate fully, and I hope to chat to as many of you as I can there as well. But in the meantime, please join us for dinner. So you're all invited to join us for dinner. Dinner is upstairs if you just leave the room and go upstairs. And if you're actually invited to the VIP dinner in the Musée des Beaux-Arts, please go down the stairs and there'll be shuttle buses leaving soon. So 2 sets of stairs leading you to dinner one way or the other, and we hope you will join us accordingly. And in the meantime, before we do anything else, let's please warmly thank our excellent panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.